the lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that it's one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
The same thing with the European Union. Don't say, what are we going to ask from you? That's the same thing with the European Union. Don't say, what are we going to ask from you? That's a big brother mentality. What are you going to ask from us? NATO is not a very peaceful organization. You can't talk peace and NATO in one sentence. It's not true what you are saying. Because what peace did NATO take to Libya? Look at what you did to Libya to date. Because you're going after one man, you destroy the whole country.
Thank you very much for hosting us for this breakfast and for taking questions. My question is about the day after you become president, once you've become president next year. So you've talked about anti-colonialism and anti-imperialism. I'm the ambassador of Spain, sorry, Raimundo Robredo. The European Union's relationship with Africa and African countries is generally guided, I would say absolutely guided, by the priorities of those countries that are aligned with the African Union and with these countries. As my brother, the High Commissioner of Nigeria, said, one of the things it requested is foreign direct investment, which I think you've criticized in some way. Other thing is cooperation in peace and security, for instance, in Cabo Delgado, which I think I've heard that you've also critical of that, is done at the request of these countries. So my question is, what would you do differently, and what would be your relationship with the European Union once you become president? What would you change? What would you think we should do differently? And what would you put on the table also as a value proposition for the European Union? Because as you said, we all defend our own national interests. That is something that all diplomats do. So what would you propose to the European Union differently from the value proposition of Africa today, South Africa and Africa? And what would you request from us? How would South Africa's policy towards the EU be different? Also regarding trade, for instance, the preferential trade agreements, TDCA or AGOA with the US, would you change that? Thank you.
The same thing with the European Union. Don't say, what are we going to ask from you? That's a big brother mentality. What are you going to ask from us? Yes, don't say, why should it be us who are asking? We're not asking for anything. We're fine. So let's relate as equals, not as a beggar and the big brother supplier. No, we will relate with the European Union. It's a necessary body. We'll relate with it, we'll respect it, and the respect must be mutual, and will engage on what is in the interest of our countries, not what is in the interest of the European Union. We're in a mess now. We've decommissioned our power stations because countries like the USA, like the UK have said to us, no, do away with these things. We're going to introduce green energy. Here's the money and all of that. People took the money. There is no electricity today. So we ought to relate as equals so that no one imposes their ideas on us. We are people that subscribe to superior logic. Anything that is scientific, anything that has been proven, anything that makes sense, we'll agree with it. It doesn't matter whether it comes from European Union or it comes from BRICS or it comes from China or Russia. No, we will not agree with anything that seeks to belittle us and make us look like we are beggars in this kind of a relationship. So that's the same with AGOA. You can't use AGOA to threaten us in terms of our sovereignty and our foreign policy. That if you are going to bring Putin here and not defy, will do away with AGOA. You can do away with AGOA. We remain with our sovereignty. Should you strip us of our dignity because we are desperately looking for AGOA? That our foreign policy is now determined somewhere else. Which nation can be proud of that? That our foreign policy is determined somewhere because we are beneficiaries of AGOA. It can't be correct. Let's trade and have those benefits of AGOA out of mutual understanding and respect for each other's sovereignty and foreign policy. Not that today, because we don't agree on Putin, you must withdraw the whole thing. That is puppeting, that is belittling, that is making us look like we are beggars. But let's remain with our dignity. Let's be beggars with dignity, not stripped of dignity and thinking that you are what you are not. You can't even make your own foreign policy determinations because AGOA will be taken away. We are spreading the wings of the EFF. We have EFF in Liberia, we have EFF in Lesotho, we have EFF in Namibia, we have EFF in Zimbabwe. We're a young organization in terms of age, but already we're finding an expression in other African countries because we're trying to take this spirit into other African countries. We need to strengthen AU, give it more teeth to bite. The decisions of the AU must be taken and they must be firmly implemented by countries of Africa if we are going to say this is a serious continental body. Business has no choice. We're the only organization that is very clear of what we want. And therefore, business in dealing with the EFF, they know what they are dealing with. Policy position is very clear. And we're happy with the response yesterday. It was overwhelming. We really enjoyed ourselves. And this kind of support we received from the South African business yesterday was really welcomed. Black, white, Indians, Africans, coloreds, all manner of business, men and women were there to support the EFF. And that's what made the rally possible tomorrow, because of the support of these business people who are not scared of the establishment. Ukraine peaceful solution is that Ukraine must not join NATO. That's the solution. so that we protect the territory. I mean, Russia doesn't feel threatened. It's as simple as that. And I sympathize with you, and I like the fact that you like dialogue, and I like dialogue. We can engage about that because NATO is not a very peaceful organization. You can't talk peace and NATO in one sentence. It's not true what you are saying, because what peace did NATO take to Libya? Look at what you did to Libya to date. Because you're going after one man, you destroy the whole country. So if it brought peace in Norway, it has not brought peace in Africa. And our experience with NATO is not what you have experienced. And therefore, we respectfully disagree with that. I agree with you that elections are coming and South Africa must play an important role. There's a problem in Zimbabwe. There's a big problem in Zimbabwe where the rights of citizens are being violated openly, and no one is saying anything about it, including South Africa. Elections get stolen daylight by the army. For sure, they have the results by now. Me and you are still talking about elections. They are done. They have the results. Those things, that's a formality. Well, it can't be correct that ZANU-PF holds the people of Zimbabwe hostage. If it means ZANU-PF must lose elections for it to go and self-correct, so be it. But let the people, the voice of the people of Zimbabwe be respected. It can't be a win-win-win at all costs. In the EFF, we believe strongly that Chamisa won the last elections. And he was undermined by violence that was unleashed on citizens of Zimbabwe. But is the sanctions solution? No. No. The Zimbabweans are suffering as we speak. You know how you negotiate the best terms as business and as countries. Zimbabwe should be open to you to go and invest there, but negotiate the best deals and conditions of such investment. No sanctions must stop you from going to invest in Zimbabwe. Zimbabweans are struggling, and the world must go and help Zimbabweans. You know, this thing of territorial threats, we know them here. We've got an army base here in Botswana. What is America doing here in Botswana? Why is Africa not in American borders? What do you call that? And you come and say imperialism and colonialism is finished. When people expand their territorial expansion through putting military bases at our borders. There's a military base here. A study has been conducted that a fighter jet that moves from that army base to the Union building will not take less than 2 minutes to bomb the Union building. If a war is declared with America, America does not have to assemble any resource from Washington or anywhere else to come here. They are already here. What do you call that? It's democracy. It's free world. We must celebrate that and say, no, imperialism is no longer there. It's in our head. We understand what Putin is fighting against because we have it here. Here. What is it doing here? We never went to Asia. We never went to Europe. We never went to America. We are here. We don't establish bases anywhere. Why should you establish bases in military bases in our continent? And when we speak, it's called old-fashioned politics. That they are out of fashion. There's no such a thing as imperialism. When imperialism is breathing on our neck, yeah, we're not going to allow that. We are going to expose that American military base here all the time in the platforms we get and educate our people that this is exactly what Putin is fighting against. America will not allow that. that Russia must go and establish a military base in Cuba with missiles facing the USA. Don't want to allow that. So we must not be allowed, we must not be asked to accept the things that you will not accept if they were to happen in your countries. And that's what we're talking about when we speak about NATO and peace not going together. So, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't mean enmity. We're not enemies. We engage robustly. Our policies can be challenged the same way we challenge your policies. We are open for engagement. South Africa is open for investment in our own terms. We know what multinational companies have done to our economy. Coming, milk our resources, leaving us dry. The case in point is a place called Marikana. Just go and see what the London mine did there and what Sibanye is doing there. To date, with a huge operation of a mine just next to it, there is no water, there's no tar road, there's no electricity, there are no houses, no proper schools. People are squashed in one place. Yet, a stone thrown away, there is a mine. We cannot allow that to continue as is under the EFF. We want a mine that will benefit our people. Why do people say, no, the state must not own a bank in South Africa? Because there are private banks. Why do you need a state bank? Because they want to continue to exploit people and charge them high interest. Why do you say you don't want the state to be in the bank, but the state is in hospitals? There is private hospitals, there is state hospitals. There is private schools, there is state schools. There must be private banks and state banks. And the private bank, the private hospitals and schools and private everything, even where the state participate, the private sector still maximize profit, even when there is an option of a state. We will not close them down under the EFF. We'll do what Kenya did. We'll not close private schools. We'll build quality public education where people will abandon private schools and go to public schools like in Kenya, where Kenyans leave private schools because public education is better. That's what we need to do. Private schools are closing in Kenya. So we will not close any mine. Why should we close a mine? We are the ones who issue the licenses of mines. We will give a license of a profitable mine to the state-owned mining company, where mining will not cost the state a lot of money, where the mineral resource is close. You don't need many resources and money to produce the product. That license shall go to the state because we're the ones who allocate the license. Why should you close the mine? That's what nationalization means. Means a state-owned mining company will be established and shall mine next to the American mining companies. Won't close them down, but will mine in such a way that they will not see a need to continue mining because the state will be doing so well and will crush corruption. The biggest problem is corruption. And the Chinese have dealt with it and dealt with it decisively. You steal money of ARVs, money that must go to people who are HIV positive, by going and buy medication for people who are HIV positive. You steal that money. And as a result, a lot of people die. Why should you be alive after killing people? You deliberately killed people. You knew when you don't give them that medication, they're going to die. What happens? What are the consequences then? You don't get killed, you don't get imprisoned, yet a lot of people have died. everybody has concerted that ESCOM collapsed because of corruption. But we don't know who's corrupt till today. But they know there is corruption. Corruption. ESCOM collapsed. And as a result, oxygen machines in hospitals switched off and people died. So you're not just corrupt, you are a murderer. So they are saying corruption. They don't refer to them as murderers. They are murderers. They killed people. Yet not a single one of them has been arrested. Society has got no problem of corruption. They want you to deal with it decisive. Then they know there are consequences. They will run away from corruption. So that's the kind of leadership we'll introduce in this country, where we deal decisively with things that are not beneficial to the people of South Africa. But we're internationalists in outlook. There's no way we can exist in isolation. We need you for us to survive. And that's why we are open for an engagement. No country can exist in isolation. We need friends. And those friends is all of you who are in this hall. We might disagree on this or that, but what brings us together is humanity. We want to see humanity succeed, and that's what makes us friends. And the door of the EFF remains open for bilateral engagements with individual embassies who seek more clarity. We're there. Our international relations office is here. Tomorrow we're in a rally. After the rally tomorrow, things are back to normal. At any day, whether it's USA or Germany or UK or Zimbabwe or China or Russia, anyone who seeks to engage us, our door is open. Please, let's come and engage further on many other issues. This is a big platform where we may not go into some of the details, but in that kind of an engagement, Dean, I think it will be better to engage more, especially that you represent the continent of Africa. Thank you very much.
You know, the painful thing about Zimbabwe's elections is that they already won. It's really a waste of time. And anyone else who's going there, I mean, Chamisa won elections the last time, and they just stole them like that. And then when the people try to rise, they get beaten. They already won. And then now Tyson wants to come in. They manipulated the processes. They block him. Because Mnangagwa won with 30,000 votes, 35,000 votes. For you to get a threshold, for him to get a threshold, he got 35,000 votes. If Tyson comes in, he's likely to take not less than 100,000 votes, and Mnangagwa doesn't reach a threshold, and Chamisa doesn't reach a threshold, then it's a stalemate. Then there will be a rerun, and if they still don't reach the threshold, then there must be a government of national unity so that they buy some time while they are still preparing for other elections. So the only intervention that can be made is by Zimbabweans who are all over the world. They are found in London, they are found in Botswana, they are found in South Africa. They need to take a conscious decision to go back home and vote. No one says go back and stay there and don't come back. If they've got what it takes, they will come back. But the country is in a crisis, and you are not going to resolve that crisis by staying out of the country. They have to make an appointment with going back home to go and vote. And the numbers must be so decisive such that even rigging becomes impossible. Because rigging happens when the contest is too close. But if the margins are too high, it becomes impossible. So the people of Zimbabwe must decide what they want and go and do the right thing. Otherwise, Mnangagwa is going to lead them, and not in a correct manner. When they try to rise, they are going to be suppressed. President Putin must come to South Africa. Everywhere else where Putin will be passing, there must be immunity. Putin is not coming to South Africa. Putin is coming to BRICS. And there ought to be that difference where South Africa declares a certain territories as BRICS territories. The way we do with embassies and all of that. No one can just walk into any embassy here and say, no, you want to pull out a person from that embassy. No, it's not South Africa. It's an embassy of the USA. It's a Russian embassy and all of that. Where this meeting is going to take place, we ought to declare that a BRICS territorial area. And then say to these people, there is nothing we can do. He's not coming to us, he's coming to attend.
We did with the UN when the World Summit was here.
Yes. So, and we allow BRICS to proceed. Those arguments by President Lula and all of them, they ought to take place in that context where they can engage as leaders in terms of the types of the formula and the structure that they need to take in order to have a functional multinational body that will be seized with all these matters. ICC is inconsistent, and America is not a signatory, yet wants other people to be signatories and subject them to the law that they do not subject themselves to. We cannot allow that. So if we are going to continue with ICC without it being challenged, it has to be consistent in the application of its laws. They continue to make mistakes. Bushi, now Biden, in their speeches make reference to Afghanistan because it's haunting them. It's haunting them. Iraq is haunting them. Why did they come and kill brother leader here, Gaddafi? For what reason? There was no need. So, and everywhere else they went in the name of peace, they left destruction. There's no mission they took which has arisen in giving sustainable peace. And therefore, we can't say NATO, it's a peaceful organization. It's a war organization. It's a war organization. And unfortunately, we voted for the destruction of Libya. And when we raised that matter in the ANC, and we raised it sharply in the ANC and disagreed with Zuma, that we were told we were disrespectful. We were told we are young, we don't know what we are talking about. That thing is haunting us. He comes to the Youth League conference, he reads half of the resolution of the UN. When Floyd completes the resolution, because Zuma said no, we said no flight zone. And then he leaves it there. Floyd screams from the back and says, and any other necessary means. Because any other necessary means is the one that allowed these people to enter Libya and distract it. He doesn't want to read that part. And then he says to Floyd, inside the conference, because we're exposing him that you are not reading the whole thing. And China could not veto the resolution. Russia could not veto the resolution. Why? South Africa voted for it. If South Africa had voted against that resolution, China and Russia would have vetoed that resolution. Gaddafi will still be alive. So, and we spoke these things. No one will ever, I mean, people write books about nationalization, about things we spoke about, including Marikana, documentaries are done, and then we just get expunged out of that history as if we were never there. giving a particular perspective which has been proven over a period of time. Because if you do that, you are legitimizing them. Look, I have no regret of saying I want to remain in the ANC. I've got no regret. I would have corrected the ANC from within. Because I've never wanted to form a political party, and I will never form another political party if this EFF expels me. It's not a child's play. You know, just wake up in the morning and then you say you form it. It's difficult. We are still forming it even now, 10 years down the line. I said to them, take my membership, suspend me for 10 years without occupying. No, leave my membership, suspend me for 10 years plus without me occupying any position of responsibility. And you can take us to Cuba, to China for political education. Dariganokom suspended us for 5 years. Me, 5 years, Floyd, 3 years, Magata, 1 year. When we did an appeal, mine changed from 5 years suspension to expulsion. Cyril changed it to expulsion. Henokom didn't expel me. I was expelled by Cyril. And then Floyd, 3 years. Floyd was not expelled. He resigned on his own. And then Magata remained. And then he finished his 1 year. I said to them, leave me with the membership because I knew I don't need to be a member. I had already made a huge impact. I don't need to be a leader. As long as you will allow me to be in an ANC rally, as long as you will allow me to be in the ANC conference, as a cleaner there, as a volunteer, WUPEX, I will kill you. I will finish you. I don't have to be a delegate. As long as I can be amongst you. And then they knew at that time that this request is very dangerous. Because I don't want nothing. Just membership, it's enough. But no, we don't want those things. Then they expelled me. I accepted. Also, when I left, I was not going to form a party. I left. I went to do farming. I did crops, cabbage. I did tomato. And then I did cattle. The ANC went on January 8 in 2013. That Sunday, I can't remember who did the article for City Press, came to interview me. I don't know if it's Jaffet or what. Came to interview me in my farm. I'd now accepted my fate. I left. I'm doing farming. I'm no longer. My interview is about what is your next life? You know, you can look at me. I'm in the farm. I'm farming. I'm okay. Politics is not for me. They don't want me. ANC tradition is such that that Sunday of January 8, all front pages are ANC. But that day front page was me with the cabbages. And that thing irritated Praveen. Why is he still having a farm? Why is he still having a farm? Then they came to take my farm. And then invited me back into politics. That's why when a person says to me, no, they say I'm what? This thing they always say,
flip-flop.
No, they're like a prophet of a church, like cult.
Cult.
Yeah,
Cult.
yeah, it's a
Address
cult.
that.
It's a cult.
Yeah.
A cult that goes home. Because a cult would have moved from the ANC and say, follow me. I've never been a cult. I left. And I didn't live with anyone. I never said to anyone, let's go and form a political party. I left and went to do farming. That's the reality of the situation. Now, you take the farm. That is the second thing I know. By doing that, then you invite me back into politics. That's why I'm back here.
Have you forgiven Cyril? If next year...
I've forgiven everyone.
You can work with him.
He's a crook. I can't work with him.
Oh my God. All right, let's just...
But you didn't answer my question on leadership.
No,
I'll do a follow-up. I'll do a follow-up.
No, I relate with all political leaders. President Mbeki, I've got a very good relationship with him. At any time, I can take a phone call him, and go and seek guidance on this or that. He does the same. If there are issues that he needs, clarity from the EFF, he makes a call and invite us. The same with President Zuma. I missed President Zuma this Monday when he was leaving to Russia because we had our own war council. President Motlanthe and all political leaders. And I'm one person when I've got an issue with any leader, be it Steenhuisen, be it General Olomesa, Musi, or anyone. I take the call and I make a call and I sell my views. They can reject them, but I'm not shy to express them.
All right.
So I've got that relationship. Yeah.
There seems to be a brutal U.S. war on South Africa. This is something that's not quite clear. People are not connecting the dots. And there are many events that are telling us this. The first one, of course, is the U.S. ambassador's arms sales allegation and pressure on South Africa. The second one is the AGOA, they're trying to get South Africa out of this AGOA deal and force South Africa to lose preferential trade treatment with South Africa. And the other one is, there are many others, but let me probably stop there. But, maybe I should. South African passports, there are two languages. If many of you remember, there's English and French. My question is, what is French still doing on that passport? Can the EFF take this as a serious matter and find an African language on that? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I have not been paying attention on the French part. Yeah. But it's a very interesting point that we will take up with the authorities. I fully agree that there is a war by the US to undermine the sovereignty of South Africa, because by threatening us to take a position or else we're losing the benefits of AGOA, is to try and dictate a foreign policy. And the current government has got a duty on its own to defend its sovereignty by standing firm and say we are non-aligned and we are not going to be bullied by the USA to take side on its war with Russia, because we know for a fact that it's not Ukraine. It has got no capacity, none whatsoever. It's a war that is being fought by the US against Russia through Ukraine and NATO. So far, under very difficult circumstances, because we are not led by decisive leadership, so far we are trying to do best with the current minister, who from time to time try to push and defend the sovereignty of South Africa, because that is very fundamental. If we let go with these benefits that we seek to achieve from AGOA, then we should know that our foreign policy positions are decided somewhere else. And therefore, there is nothing sovereign about South Africa. We can just close shop and allow America to send the notes for us on what to say and not what to say. So our existence is to guard against that and put pressure and ensure that the sovereignty of South Africa, it is protected. The summit indeed is present different dynamics in the world, and we are happy and we're educating our people about these issues that are taking place. Especially one of the issues that we are interested in is doing away with the dollar as a middleman, and that discussion is very, very important, that we follow it up and support those initiatives, because why should we trade with someone else's currency when we have our own currencies? So the world will be sitting, trying to come up with alternatives in terms of the geopolitics, and South Africa is ready to receive the world and contribute positively towards changing the dynamics in the geopolitics. I don't think Putin runs an imperialistic war, because imperialism will seek to extend its influence over other territories. And that's not what he's seeking to do. All he's saying is that NATO cannot expand itself to a point where it threatens Russian security. It doesn't talk about encroaching on other people's sovereignty and imposing its ideological orientations on those other countries. He's saying, this is me. And when you come closer to me and put your weapons facing at my direction, you are a threat to me. And therefore, I don't want that. Whereas imperialism wants to extend itself into other people's territories. He's not saying, he never woke up in the morning and said, I want to annex Ukraine and make it part of Russia. All he said is that your joining of NATO is a direct threat to Russia and undermines many other treaties which made a commitment that NATO will not extend to that particular direction. And that's all. And I always say to people that you always say people have a right to choose what they want to choose and all of that. If NATO decide to choose to join, I mean, if Ukraine decide to choose to join NATO, what is his problem? But what if you go to bed one day and then your wife comes to bed with a knife and say it is her right to choose what she wants to sleep with, and then she's going to sleep next to you with a knife? You can't allow that. There's not going to be sleeping that day. No one is going to sleep in that room. And then Barry's got a right to carry a knife and then sleep with knife next to me. So it can't be, it's not correct. You said something about American puppet?
Yeah, within the Zimbabwean election.
Well, that is Mbalula's view, and it is at the ultimate end the choice of the people of Zimbabwe who they vote for. Tsvangirai won elections. Mugabe refused to accept the results, and then President Mbeki intervened. There was a government of national unity, and then subsequently there was the election. Mugabe won, and then this one came through the way it came, and the people voted Tsvangirai. Even Mnangagwa's people will tell you that we lost that vote. I mean Chamisa. They voted Chamisa. Twice they won. Tsvangirai won, Chamisa won. At least Tsvangirai's winning was announced. The only difference was that he didn't reach the threshold. This one's winning was handled differently. And remember, the army plays a role in Zimbabwe as to who wins, who doesn't win. So, if Mbalula characterizes Chamisa as an American puppet, he has to produce some form of evidence. He can't just talk. Why is he saying he's an American puppet? Because if you read Tsvangirai and Chamisa's policies and those of the ANC, they are the same. They're the same. Chamisa, the ANC, and DA, they all sing from the same hymn book. So why would he, who is he to tell us that Chamisa is an American puppet? The ANC has been the British puppet from its formation. The ANC had a thing in, was it called Constitution, protect the Queen, in its constitution at the formation of the ANC. So you can't come and want to lecture us about puppets of anything. If the people want Chamisa, they must vote Chamisa. If the people want Tyson, they must vote. How do you disqualify a person from contesting you? It's already a sign of panic. Because if you don't doubt yourself and we're talking democracy, open the field. Let everyone contest. Why are you scared of Gasukweri? Kwasikweri must be allowed to contest so that people have more options of what they want to do with Zimbabwe. We need a stable Zimbabwe, especially ourselves as South Africa. We need a stable Zimbabwe, and we so wish that this election are successful and there's no violence and they produce stability for the sake of our own peace, because this thing that we see here of Zimbabweans being beaten up and all of that really is not nice. It's not nice. So a functioning Zimbabwe will lessen some of these xenophobic tendencies that we come across from time to time.
It was very clear that the war is not between Israel and Palestine. The war is between America and Palestine, because Israel is a military base of America in the Middle East.
This is the journey to one Africa.
Comrades, we had a meeting with the people of Palestine through Hamas in the EFF, and they gave us a very clear account of what's happening. Women are being killed. Children are being killed. The hospitals that are still standing and have not been bombed have got no medication. Therefore, they don't even qualify to be called hospitals. Israel is engaged in ethical cleansing of the Palestinians. Under our watch, the world is doing nothing. The UN tried to pass a resolution on ceasefire to allow medication, food, water to reach Gaza and all other parts of Palestine. The USA vetoed. And therefore, that resolution cannot be carried. But when the USA vetoed the resolution on ceasefire, it was very clear that the war is not between Israel and Palestine. The war is between America and Palestine, because Israel is a military base of America in the Middle East. Therefore, when we demand the freedom of the people of Palestine, you must know that the real enemy is USA. And it must be made very clear that America is the one that is killing children. America's civilized democracy is the one that undermines the international law. America that is civilized is the one that is killing women in Palestine. Tomorrow, we will wake up with no single Palestinian. We'll read in history that they used to be Palestinians. And we will be there to testify that it's true. But the question will be, what have you done? As the EFF, we played our role, and we play our role in solidarity with the people of Palestine. We said at the Israeli embassy when we were marching that McDonald's must issue a statement distancing itself from McDonald's of Israel, which was wrapping its food with the colors that reflect the Israeli flag. McDonald's did that. We said to Woolworths, we are not like these gangsters of yours in the Western Cape. We said to Woolworths, withdraw every product that comes from Israel. They've withdrawn it. We said to Parliament, let's pass a resolution that says Israeli embassy must leave South Africa because we cannot share a territory with murderers who are committing genocide. That resolution of the EFF passed. So, fighters were not just talkers. They've been talking, these people, before the EFF came. This war of Palestine doesn't start now. It started long before, since 1945, before the EFF was formed. Only after the EFF was formed, South Africa begins to take a firm stand and on the side of the people of Palestine. No one can buy us. We're not bought by anyone. We must always be on the side of the weak. When you are walking on the streets and you find two people fighting and you want to separate them, the first thing you are going to do, without talking as a normal human being, the first thing you are going to do is to look at who is the weakest. And then you grab the strong one and remove the strong one from the weak. You don't go and grab the one who's on the floor. You grab the one who's kicking this one who's on the floor. Because your instinct will always tell you, be on the side of the weak. That's what we need to do. Fighters, you say you are ground forces. You say you are leading the struggle for change on the ground. But one thing you need to know when you live here today is that there is no EFF without you. You are the epicenter of this revolution. You are the lifeblood of the EFF. And without you, there is no EFF in the Western Cape. And let me give you an example, because I teach very easy. When you live here, if you can't pass this test, then I'm not the problem. You are the problem. If we come here into this church of Reverend Muthala to have this meeting, and on my arrival, I find these people who are seated in front here only, the meeting of the EFF has failed because you were not there, but the leadership was there. So the leadership can be there. Without you, there is no EFF. That's why we have to make sure that you are the people who understand the EFF, because you are the ears, you are the eyes, you are the mouth of the EFF. And therefore, we need to invest in you as a ground force, because you are the ones who are going to lead us from the front.
We want one Africa with one currency, with one military, with one judiciary, with one president of the United Republic of Africa. We need Africa to be bigger in order to fight all of these people.
A journey to one Africa.
Kwame Nkrumah, as Patrice Lumumba, as all the greatest leaders that dare to confront the colonial and apartheid system. I'm presenting to you the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Emancipation Movement, Comrade President. Comrades, We want free education, and we want a decolonized education, and we want it now. We want our children to go to Wits University free of charge. We want our children to go to UCT free of charge. We want our children to go to Turkeys free of charge. When we take over as the EFF, all of you who are unemployed and you don't have your results because you are owing the fees at school, you must know the day when we arrive in office, we are going to cancel all the debt and give your results free of charge. One, we don't want your money. We want your brain. Once your mind says, this child is bright, you have earned a seat in a university, it doesn't matter whether you have money or not. We want a child from a shack to go to the best of the best university because he's got the best brain, and that brain must be protected. Comrades, we are going to work with Cuba to establish a quality primary health care. We are going to make sure that in South Africa there are proper clinics, and those clinics have got the best equipment inside, and doctors visit people at home, not people visiting doctors at the clinic. The doctors of the government will do door to door to check your BP, to check your sugar level, to check your health, because that's what primary health care is about. The Cubans, we love them because they don't send soldiers in the world. They send life to the world by sending doctors to go and heal the sick in the world. Comrades, when we take over all the informal settlement in Ikuruleni Tunga shall be formalized, and once we formalize them, we will give them water, we will give them electricity, we will build proper houses for our people all over Gauteng and all over South Africa. Comrades, Hammanskraal must get clean water. Every area in South Africa, in Guyana, in the Tsobota, in Northwest, in the Eastern Cape, our people must get piped clean water. Without clean water, there is no life, because water is life. When you give people water, you are not doing them favor, you are giving them life. We need water, we need sanitation now. Comrades, we must make sure that we do proper sanitation and we give our people flushing toilet. To have a flushing toilet is not a status, it's a basic human right. If you are a human being, how feta ububia, how atonela ububona, butwanti bubone kipofolo. So we'll restore the dignity of our people. Traditional leaders, be rest assured, our leaders who are here, the kings and queens, you are not lost, you are in the right place. You must ask the Queen Mother of Bapedi, you must ask King Dalinjebo. Those are the friends of the EFF. They know the beauty of associating with the EFF. They know that EFF takes care of traditional leaders. We want all traditional leaders to be treated the same as the king of the Zulus. King Dalinjebo must be treated the same as the king of the Zulus. We want the Queen Mother of Bapedi to be treated the same as the king of the Zulus. We want the Bavenda king and all the kings in the Eastern Cape to be treated the same as the Zulu king. There is nothing wrong with what the Zulu king get. We are not saying take from the Zulu king. Continue supporting the Zulu king, but support all of them the same. Comrades, Eskom ke mathata. Motlakase mo South Africa ke mathata. They've made us fools. They gave us stage 6 and stage 8. We were living in darkness. The jobs were threatened. The electricity undermined the quality of life in South Africa. From there, from stage 8, they dropped us to stage 3. When they put us on stage 3, we behave like stage 3 is acceptable. That's mediocrity. We don't want load shedding in South Africa. We want a reliable electricity in South Africa. We want electricity that will be supplied to hospitals uninterrupted, to schools uninterrupted, to business uninterrupted. Only the EFF can protect the provision of electricity. Why? We are not opposed to just transition, but we are not going to close our coal power stations until just transition produce equivalent megawatts to the same power station you want us to close. We are not going to sell our coal to anyone. If you say we can't use coal, why do you take it and use it in your countries? No one must take coal from South Africa if they can't allow us to use coal. Comrades, we are in crisis. South Africa is in financial crisis, and therefore only an organization like the EFF can rescue this country. Comrade Deputy President, I want to thank and congratulate the Student Command. They are doing a brilliant work. They take university after university. They lead from the front. The President of the Student Command is with us here. He has been leading Sizofunda Genkani, Bayatanda Batandi, EFF. Student Command has always provided life to the students in the university. I want to say to the Student Command, please remain radical, remain militant and uncompromising despite the temptations that arise around you. Don't compromise, students. Do not sleep with the management. Do not eat a bribe. Always support the crisis and the demands of the students. Student Command, please, you must not only do student politics, you must also pass. You are at the university because you are going to school. I don't want you to become permanent residents at the universities. Go in, study, and create another space for another African child. We don't want Student Command leaders who don't pass. Comrades, the people of the world, please be aware, EFF is your friend if you are part of the progressive forces of the world. Today we've got ambassadors here who have joined our celebrations. Yesterday we had a dinner with them when we told them without being ashamed that we are with the people of Palestine, we are with the people of Eswatini, we are with the people of Sahrawi, and we are not with Morocco, we are not with Israel, we are not with NATO, we are not with USA, because those are enemies of progress. Comrades, we want to make a call in Kenya, especially to Comrade Raila Odinga, Stop doing what you are doing. Do not disrupt Kenya. We need peace in Kenya. The President, William Ruto, was democratically elected in Kenya. I will not allow you to use the people of Kenya to destabilize the peace of Kenya. We say to President Mnangagwa, stop disrupting the peace of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is going to election. Allow the Zimbabweans to make their choice in a democratic manner without any form of intimidation. Comrades, we want peace in Ethiopia. We want peace in the DRC. Comrades, we want to make sure that BRICS is strengthened, and BRICS is an alternative to Europe and America. We are with President Putin, and we want to say to President Putin, it is not us South Africans who refused you from coming into the country. It is Ramaphosa, the coward Ramaphosa, who could not guarantee that we will not arrest Putin. We are Putin, and Putin is us, and we will never support imperialism against President Putin. Comrades, America is threatening us with African Growth and Opportunity Act that if we don't arrest Putin, they are going to take away AGOA. They can take away AGOA and leave us with our sovereignty and leave us with our foreign policy. We must have the capacity to take a decision of our own. We call on the President of the People's Republic of China, India and Brazil not to come to BRICS Summit in solidarity with President Putin. They must say, you touch one of us, you touch all of us. Comrades, we need to be loyal to the discipline of our organization. Comrades, we must refuse to be part of the Commonwealth. There is nothing common about the Commonwealth except that we're all colonized by Britain. As a revolutionary party that is going to take over South Africa next year, we are going to leave the Commonwealth. We will not be dictated by IMF, will not be dictated by the World Bank, will be dictated to by the people of South Africa. We want to say to Commandant Fidel Castro that we stand with the Cubans and they remain an anchor of our struggle for socialism across the world. We need peace and to silence the guns in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Sudan. We need to openly, as a glorious movement, say that another African must never enjoy seeing a blood of another African. What is happening in Eastern DRC is highly unacceptable, where more than 12,000 people are killed and the world is not saying anything. We need peace in the Eastern DRC. Comrades, we don't have to fight over expanding territories into Mozambique, into Central African Republic, into Congo Brazzaville, into Zambia, including infiltrating Benin, because Africa is one. Why do you want to extend your territory as a country? For what? Because we want one Africa with one currency, with one military, with one judiciary, with one president of the United Republic of Africa. We need Africa to be bigger in order to fight all of these people. African on African violence must stop and must stop now. Dictators who are scared of democracy, please stop your nonsense now. Stop killing fellow Africans. South Africa and Africa, let's resolve everything peacefully. Comrades, fellow fighters, I invite you to join me as we march into the future full of hope. I need sunglasses because the future looks bright. We are taking government in 2024. The EFF is going to be government, and when the EFF is in government, we are going to defeat poverty, we are going to defeat inequality, we are going to defeat unemployment, we are going to defeat crime, we are going to create quality houses, we are going to create clinics and hospitals, we are going to give you free education, we are going to fight corruption and lock up all councillors of the ANC who are giving people jobs in exchange for sex, because that's what they are doing in those municipalities. Fighters, me and you are going to defeat load shedding. Only the EFF can stop load shedding in South Africa. Let us go, fighters, forward towards the liberation of the masses of our people. Let us not get tired. Let us not retreat. Victory is certain. Once you guys get tired, once you guys become lazy, once you become reluctant to fight, you must know the enemy has won. I will never get tired. No one can make me tired. I march forward to the victory of our people. The revolution in South Africa is guaranteed that under the EFF, this country will be the better. Stand up, South Africa. Make sure that South Africa, you are counted with me. Rise, South Africa. Stand and make sure that our people understand that they need to be counted. You must be counted. You must be part of history. You must make sure that you are one of the people who are going to deliver economic freedom in our lifetime. Freedom in our lifetime. Come on down.
hereby nominate Julius Silo Malema as candidate for election as President of the Republic of South Africa. I thank you very much.
I, Julius Silo Malema, accept the nomination.
Thank you.
This is the journey to one Africa.
Honorable members, we are now at the stage where we have to deal with the election of president. There will now be an opportunity for nominations for president of the Republic of South Africa. Are there any nominations? Honorable member here.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. My name is Mdumiseni Ntuli, the Chief Whip of the African National Congress, and I hereby nominate Honorable Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa as the President of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder? Somebody must just raise the hand.
TA.
Who in the honorable member there? Okay. Mr. Singh?
It will be Honorable Sabisa, Chief Justice.
Or Honorable Sabisa?
Thank you very much, Honorable Honorable Chief Justice. I am Velenkosini Sabisa and hereby second the name of Honorable Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa to be the President of the Republic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Although the nominee will be required to signify in writing whether he accepts or not, I would like to find out at this stage whether the nominee accepts the nomination. I think he's reluctant.
Chief Justice, I do accept the nomination with pleasure.
Thank you very much. Are there other nominations?
Yes, Chief Justice. Right at the back.
Yes. Are there other nominations?
Yes, Chief Justice, I'm already on the floor.
Please go ahead.
I thought my nomination was making you nervous a bit. I, Ngabayomzi Lawrence Saziso Kwangwa, ichawe lezulu sigodlwana zemazendala zingalala endleleni kunyembelekile, hereby nominate Julius Silo Malema as candidate for election as President of the Republic of South Africa. I thank you very much.
Order. Thank you. Is there a seconder for that nomination?
Chief Justice.
Yes.
I, Vuyolwethu Zongola, uDosini, uNcwina, uNoyila, uLuqabashe, into engathi inkosi emntwini ngoba inkosi ngokwayo, I second the nomination.
Thank you very much. Although the nominee will be required to signify in writing if he accepts the nomination, I would like to know at this stage whether the nominee accepts the nomination.
I, Julius Sello Malema, accept the nomination.
Thank you. Thank you.
Josie, stand up. Mary Julius will also decline.
Josie ML.
We will wait for the form.
And as the House now is electing the President, Julius Malema, the EFF leader, as well as Cyril Ramaphosa, ANC leader, are the two names that have so far been put forward.
Honourable Speaker, Chief Justice, Mr. President, honourable members and guests. Madam Speaker, I would firstly want to congratulate you on your election. I can assure you of my support, and I wish you strength, courage, and wisdom. This is a tremendous honor and privilege, as well as a great responsibility that has been bestowed on me. This is a position that I do not take lightly, and I fully understand the trust that has been placed in me. I undertake to fulfill my duties with care, commitment, and humility, and to be fair and just, and to do all in my power to do justice to this position. I would like to thank you for your trust that you have placed in me, and I undertake that I will do everything not to disappoint you, and that we will make this 7th Parliament the best Parliament ever, and that we will work for the interest of the people of this country.
The report on the results of the counting of votes for the position of the Deputy Speaker are as follows. Total number of ballot papers issued were 339. 339. Total number of ballot papers counted, 338. The total number of invalid ballot papers were 12, meaning that there were 11 that were spoiled, and there was one which had been issued, and yet it was actually stamped on both sides, and it was therefore not used. I now want to announce who got how many votes. Honorable V. Zumula, 54 votes. Thank you. Honorable Annelie Lautriet, 273 votes. Thank you. On behalf of all present here, I wish to congratulate you on your election, Honorable Lautriet, on your election as Deputy Speaker. You now have the opportunity of addressing the House for a few minutes as an expression of your honor on being elected. You can utilize the podium.
in colonialism and imperialism will not be part of the neo-colonial government. Comrades and everybody else who seek to persuade us otherwise, we are making a plea, leave us alone. If this is our natural death, let us die with our boots on. You are not going to ask me to repeat your mistake of 1994. I'm not coming to that past. And he's
This is the journey to one Africa.
Okay, Lizzie Gatandwa, Sunday Times. Mr. Malema, can you perhaps share what was the president's reaction and response to you during this conversation? And just your own interpretation of what is happening with this GNU. A lot of people have been raised concern around Parliament not having or opposition parties rather not playing their role as watchdogs to the government of the day. Is this not an opportunity for you to play that role? What do you say to that?
The name is Abdurrahman Khan. I'm from Muslim Matters newspaper. I think 2 years ago, CIC, you made a statement that the President Ramaphosa is a project of the DA. Can you expound on that, what you mean by that, and do you think this is what it is all about, this government of national unity, and they're now in bed with the DA? And secondly is, do you foresee the demise of the ANC?
Jamie Mighty from Africa Research Desk. My question is around funding. You've pointed out that the Oppenheimers have influenced the political outcomes by the discourse through funding of various political parties. It also seems that Michel Leroux of Capitec also influenced funding through some of his vehicles, which went to the DA. The question is more long-term, saying and about going forward. How will these funding dynamics be dealt with in the South African democracy, considering that some of these billionaire entities also control polling companies and they also control media houses? For instance, we saw Naspers donating to 2 political parties, and they also own publications that are reporting on preferred coalition partners. So I wonder what the EFF thinks about that participation of money, but also how is that mitigated to give the general populace, which doesn't have billions, an equivalent say? Thank you.
Meshach Makora from Daily Sun. I would like to know from you, Mr. Malema, do you believe South Africa is ready for inclusive government and the proposed GNU by the ANC? Secondly, EFF shares common ground with the ANC, especially on the land issue. Don't you think being part of the GNU would assist to propel the country toward that direction?
Well, my discussions with the president were cordial, and he appreciated the EFF's offer and said that it shouldn't be very difficult for them to come back to us with a clear, definite answer. So after the NEC, I'm going to have a meeting again with the president to have a final detail of what is the agreement. And we see that as a role that we're elected to play. We're not elected to be government, that's why we don't have a majority. But if we play any role in parliament, that's what we're elected to do. We are members of parliament. We can be chairpersons of parliament. We can be speaker of parliament. It's a responsibility which the electorate said, go and execute. So playing an oversight will not necessarily only mean that you must be in opposition and without any single position in the legislature or parliament. We remain in opposition in positions of committees, in positions of deputy speaker or a speaker. And that even makes that committee to be more effective, because departments are no longer going to go there knowing very well that they're going to enjoy the protection of the chairperson. So that will give the EFF the most efficient and effective way of holding the executive accountable. And that's why we think there is no contradiction in doing that. The interpretation I've given to you, it's a plan B. The first plan was to buy South Africa through the funding of political parties. That's why there is a party change, which was given more than 30 million. It ended up not participating in the election. Then Rise Mzansi and all kinds of political parties given huge millions. And what did South Africans do? Rejected those millions. So this answers the same question. What are you saying about the future funding by this control over the Research Institute, which have got control more and more wiser, and they've demonstrated during these elections that they cannot be bought. They rejected millions. The Oppenheimers were dishing out money unashamedly. When we say Oppenheimers, we mean all of those people. Oppenheimer is a representative of those multimillionaire families of the Ruperts and the Minels and all of them who have been pumping money to try and manipulate the political landscape in South Africa, and that has successfully failed. So what do? We retreat back to our traditional political parties and then unite them. The IFP is not an organization outside the Oppenheimers. It was formed by them. Who in his rightful mind will give Thabisa 20 million? Because he can't even speak to that 20 million himself. So why would someone say, yes, 20 million to Thabisa? To do what with it? Thabisa was given 20 million and then he was pushed out of the campaign. The campaign was run by the chairperson and the premier candidate of the IFP in KZN. I found Thabisa campaigning in Malamulele. I'm like, what is he doing in Malamulele? That's how much was pushed out of the campaign. But the money was put inside the IFP because the IFP is an entity of the Oppenheimer family. You have all seen at the Prince Mangosuthu Buthelez's funeral, where no less than 4 members of the Oppenheimer family are in attendance. There is a video of them greeting President Ramaphosa at Prince Mangosuthu Buthelez's funeral. The Oppenheimers did not go to Mandela's family. They were not a factor in Mandela's family, a funeral. The Oppenheimers did not go to Obama's lecture in Johannesburg about Mandela, that memorial, what. They were not playing any role. But in the Prince Mangosuthu Buthelez's funeral, they played a prominent role. Why? The Oppenheimers wanted Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi to be the first black president of South Africa. They never believed in the ANC and Nelson Mandela. That's why when Nelson Mandela's first meetings outside South Africa, he was asked by Britain as to what is going to be the role of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi in your cabinet when you win the elections. So Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi and the IFP have always been the project of the Oppenheimer family. The DA, it goes without saying. They control it. Now, they've got hold on the president of the ANC, and the situation demand that they must all come together. The DA complained, supported the impeachment of the president. The DA complained about Paul Mashatile. The DA complained about all the corrupt people. All of a sudden, they've got nothing to say about those people. That is an indication that someone came to take out the brain and said, we're moving this direction and we don't want to be questioned. Why would all of a sudden the DA see holy and good leadership in the ANC when they've not throughout the years? Is because when the numbers put together, the Oppenheimers see that they will still continue to be in charge. So the ANC played with an opportunity to isolate imperialist forces and the white monopoly capital in South Africa. This was an opportune moment for progressive political formations to come together. The president says to me, we cannot form the GNU without a DA because we want a non-racial GNU. I asked him a question. Are you saying the ANC is not a non-racial organization? Because the ANC is a non-racial organization without the DA. So why would it say, when it comes to government, if there's no DA, we are not non-racial? But when they run their daily activities, including in their constitution, they are non-racial. I said to the president, there are white people in the ANC, in the EFF, in all the progressive formations. White people are found there. If it's about the question of non-racialism, we can still find white people from amongst ourselves. It's not the question of non-racialism. We are not opposed to white people. We are opposed to white supremacy. We are opposed to racism. We are opposed to Afrikanerdom. We are opposed to white monopoly capital. Any other progressive name that gets to be put forward by the president of a white person, Indian person, colored person, African person, as long as that is a progressive name, will support it. I said to the president, we voted for the DA in 2016, where you, comrades, were arrogantly defying and denying us an opportunity to work together in 2016. We said to you, let's work together. You said, no, we don't want to work with you in the arrogant manner you are doing. What did we do? We pulled out where the DA was defeating you. We folded our hands. And I said to him, to show you it's not a question of race, and don't leave here saying I'm anti-white people. In 2016, we refused to participate in municipalities with the DA led by a black person. It was led by Maimani. In Joburg, it was led by Mashaba. We still said, we don't care who are the faces. This organization is a tool for imperialism and for white monopoly capital. So it's not about color. It's about the party that represents backwardness, a party that is a racist organization, a party like Freedom Front that says part of its conditions to go into a coalition is that we must declare Orania as a white Afrikaner land. And you say to us, we must go and participate in such a coalition. We'll never do that. Remember, when you are in cabinet, once you are defeated in argument, those decisions are binding on you. As a disciplined member of cabinet, you must go and defend that Orania must be a land of the Afrikaners. We will not do that. We will rather die without occupying positions in government than to allow white supremacists and racists to thrive. Fighters, inclusive government should not mean a compromise on the principle. We are for inclusive government. That's why we said today, we are the first political party to say to the ANC, we will work with you. But because we understood the element of inclusive government and government of national unity. But it does not mean we must sleep with Zionists with our eyes open. We're not going to do that. We said to the people of Palestine, we said to the Muslim communities everywhere in South Africa, the vote and the victory of the EFF is a victory of the people of Palestine. Those Muslims who voted for the EFF, those Muslims who have voted for the ANC, what are you saying to them when you go immediately in bed with the people who have supported a genocide, the killing of innocent women and children, and we must close our eyes in the name of inclusive government and overlook humanity? We will not do that as the EFF. President Ramaphosa has always been a project of these people. From school, he went straight to work for Urban Foundation, to work for the Oppenheimers. President Ramaphosa formed NUM. He has never been a mine worker. He has never been underground. From school straight, he was given money with other colleagues to form an NUM that was funded directly by the Oppenheimers. How does NUM, which had a policy conference over the weekend, sing a song, Sebenza kanzima, we're not being paid money, we're paid peanuts, And then one of the people who joins them in singing that song is Pravin Gordhan. They even get addressed by Pravin Gordhan, who's in cahoots with these mines that are exploiting the mine workers. That's a huge contradiction. It can clearly indicate to you that these people do not mean anything they are saying. So this is the end of the ANC. It is not of our own making. The ANC is not dying because the EFF is growing. The ANC is dying a natural death. With or without Zuma, the projections were the way they are now. Before the formation of MKP, the research showed that the ANC is going to go below 50%. And Mbalula told it below 30%. At some point on the board, it went below 40% for real. So this is the end of it. Because you cannot say you want to change the property relations and you engage in the struggle for land, and then you go into cahoots with the people who are actually opposed to that struggle for the land. So South Africans, there is a story being peddled that we are flip-floppers because in 2016 we worked with DA and today we say we can't work with DA. Let's put it on record, lazy readers and lazy thinkers and people with a memory of a chicken, go and check those facts. We have never worked with the DA. We said we are going to fold our arms because the ANC was arrogantly engaging us. We folded our arms and the DA dealt with them. And today you want to now turn the whole thing and say the EFF worked with the DA. We never worked with the DA. We never had an MMC under the DA government. We never had a speaker under the DA government. We never asked that which we're asking from the ANC, from the DA. There's an opportunity for progressive forces to align. When we say progressive forces, the people say you are saying black parties. There are no black parties. We are not a black party. We are a progressive force of the left. We are saying the progressive forces must align. I told President very clearly that maybe sometimes this thing rings nicely in your ear when the DA says we'll work only with the ANC of Ramaphosa. It's not true. The ANC of Ramaphosa lost in Tshwane, in Joburg, in Tekwini, in Ikuruleni, and PE. Why didn't the DA offer the president what he is offering them now? Why didn't the DA say there is no outright winner? Come ANC of Ramaphosa, let's work together in Tshwane. If this situation we're in now was the DA in this situation with 40% and Freedom Front with 11% and ACDP with 5%, we're not going to be talking these things we're talking. They would have united and isolated all the progressive forces. And I'm not speculating. I'm telling you facts. Go and check in Tshwane, where the DA has got no outright majority. Did it invite the ANC of Ramaphosa because they can only work with the ANC of Ramaphosa? The ANC is under Ramaphosa now, in Tshwane, in Joburg, in Ikuruleni. Why is the DA not inviting him? It is because Ramaphosa suffers from inferiority. He cannot work without white supervision. To invite the DA is to invite supervisors. It's not to invite progressive white people to come and join hands with us to rebuild South Africa. So we reject this government with everything it deserves for as long as it puts in white supremacists, it puts in Afrikanerdom, it puts in colonialism and imperialism, will not be part of the neo-colonial government. Comrades and everybody else who seek to persuade us otherwise, we are making a plea, leave us alone. If this is our natural death, let us die with our boots on.
Thank you, President. We're going to do another round and hopefully it's the last round. EWN sitting right here in the front. 1, 2, 3, Sunday World. 4, Kaya. I saw you. 5, Newsroom. 6, with the overall, the red. No, it's not quite the red overall. Number 6. Number 1.
Risokova from Eyewitness News. I know, Mr. Malema, you addressed that the ANC should stop purging your MMCs in some municipalities. I just want to know, what is the future of your provincial Gauteng chairperson, Kululeko Dunga? Is he going to remain in Kuruleli, or is he going to go back to the, or is he going to go to the provincial legislature? Thank you.
Good evening, Paul Vecchiota from Bloomberg. If your suggestion of taking up certain positions by party members in the legislature isn't met, will you be prepared at looking at doing something of forming an opposition party alliance, for want of a better term, against the ANC/DA government, so, and with the EFF becoming the leader of that opposition bloc or alliance? Thank you.
Number 3.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mawande. I work for the Sunday World. Mr. Malema, as it relates to the purging, as you put it, of the EFF MMCs, as we saw in Ekurhuleni yesterday, and there's already a talk that the ANC has taken a decision that it will divorce the EFF in Ekurhuleni as well as Johannesburg. And in line with what you are saying, that you've requested that be put to a stop. If that doesn't happen, what is the strategy of the EFF as it relates to that? And also in Gauteng as well, is the EFF willing to support Mr. Panyaza to return as the Premier of Gauteng? We saw that he's been shortlisted as the Premier candidate of the ANC in that province. Since you've been working well with the ANC under Mr. Lesufi in that particular province of Gauteng. About KZN, you say that you will support the MKP to govern in that province because they got majority of the votes. The question then becomes, is it an informal support, or do you have a formal agreement with the MK party? And if you do have a formal agreement, what are the details of that agreement? Do you share the executive, or do you want to participate in the provincial legislature? Thank you very much.
Number 4 was next, Kaya.
Good evening, Mr. Malema. Katleo Sohoto from Kaya 959. Just your sense on what you make of some of the MK internal leadership challenges, especially as we've seen the expelled member, Mr. Jabulani Kumar, losing his court bids. In your talks with the party, the weight of those internal challenges, how does it affect those possible conversations that you're having with them?
And then number 5, so all the way over here.
Evening, it's Zianda Ngobo from Newsroom Africa. My question is similar to that of Bloomberg's. If the ANC then rejects this proposal that you put on the table with the president today, what does that mean in terms of your ability to plan for 2026 local government elections? Would it also mean that you would have overplayed your hand if some of your constituency believes that you may have not actually put the best offer on table and linked to what you've touched on briefly, Mr. Malema, when it comes to the prospects of growth for the organization? Thank you.
And number 6, just behind.
Hi, my name is Bulelani from SABC. Also, just linked to what Paul has asked. If your demand for the position of Speaker and Deputy Speaker is not met by the ANC, will you be boosting a presidential candidate during the vote? And secondly, will you be actively lobbying some of the ANC MPs who are allegedly not in support of the ANC-DA coalition to vote with your candidate? Thank you.
President.
Thank you very much. The MMC of
EFF in Ekurhuleni, Dunga he remains a councillor of the EFF in Ekurhuleni. And if we're not finding each other with the president, we're going to withdraw all our MMCs in all areas where we're participating with the ANC. So if by this evening, Dunga is not reappointed as the MMC of Finance, all our MMCs in Johannesburg, in Mohali City, in PE, in Ekurhuleni, all of them are going to step down. We're not scared of a fight. They want to bring it on, we're ready for it. And we're not desperate for positions, we have never been. We are here to make a contribution. I just saw this as muddying the waters during the most critical period where we have to find each other. A person goes and remove an MMC at night without even engaging the leadership of the EFF. We have had a very good working relationship with the leadership of the ANC in Gauteng. We have had direct communication with the chairperson of the ANC in Gauteng and the secretary. But since the announcement that they are going to work with the DA, those guys have completely blocked us from any form of communication. So don't think you can threaten the EFF by taking away MMCs. We will never be shaken by such things. We are aware that they say they are going to unplug us. We cannot be unplugged by fools. We are going to withdraw ourselves. We're not desperate, and we are going to remain. There is no Dunga who's going to any legislature. He's going to be a councillor, and he's going to fight from the opposition benches in the Ekurhuleni municipality. And the same goes for all of them. So the deputy president must start preparing resignation letters for all of them. That once I meet the president, they say they are not willing to accommodate it tonight, not tomorrow, tonight. Then we know the deal is off. And we can as well just walk away. We're not like Mzwandile Masina, who was desperate till now, bitter to the end, wanting to be a mayor at all costs. So we're not those kind of people who are here for position. South Africa, we have made contribution to the struggle of South Africa at an early age. And it doesn't mean we must exit through ministerial positions or anything. We can exit at any time if the South Africans wish so. But you cannot do away with the kind of contribution we've made in the struggle for the total liberation of our people in South Africa. So be rest assured, we cannot be intimidated by positions. Positions are never anything. Listen to all these ex-prisoners, gangsters, and all of them, how they negotiate. They tell you position from when they enter the gate. No principles, no nothing. The DA has got no principal agreements with the ANC. They've agreed on positions. They actually told him that we want 1, 2, 3, 4 departments, and those departments must be exclusively for us, and you must not interfere. And he says he has refused. He said, no, we can agree on ministries as to which ones, that should be left to the president. And there's no ministry that can be exclusively for white people of the DA. Because cabinet ministry means a collective. So it can't be that there are certain departments which are not accountable to the president. At least if he's honest by that, then we know that there's already a contestation. Right at the beginning, they can't find one another. So let's allow that process to unfold. If the DA goes into government, and this must be known to all of you, if the DA goes into government, the official opposition is MKP. That's what you must know. That's how it works. There's no one who's going to be in government and still be an official opposition. And MKP and ourselves were together. We shall be official opposition together. We'll help each other in that role together. We are more experienced than them. We've been here. And we've got a cordial relationship with them. So even when we are chairpersons of the committees or speakers, we remain opposition. It is allowed. They can't say you are now a chairperson of a committee, you can't be an opposition party. No. The IFP was the chairperson of SCOPA, and it remained an opposition party. So our acceptance of this responsibility, if Veronica becomes a speaker, it doesn't mean anything about EFF being an opposition. It remains an opposition party opposed to the current government. There's no need, really. The people of South Africa must swallow what they've decided to chew. And they decided to chew 40% of the ANC. So why should you field a presidential candidate for what? That's what they said they want. Why do they go and make decisions and hope someone is going to rescue them from the other side? It's their own decision. They chose load shedding. They chose Ramaphosa. They chose the highest level of unemployment. They chose racism. That's what they chose. So if the ANC fails to come together with progressive formations, we are prepared to sit back. But let's tell you, we'll fully participate in this parliament. And this time around, we have taken a decision not to play a role of a disruption, of being robust, of engaging to a point where we follow up that which was rejected illegally in parliament through peaceful protest on the streets. You will never see us on the stage. You will never see us fighting with any bouncer, anything of that sort. We are here as a 10-year-old organization with mature parliamentary politics, well experienced, to make sure that the views of those who voted for us are well represented. From now onwards, when you say there is a racist at our work, we check the historical tweeting of yours. If you have been tweeting ANC, DA, go and fight with those white people alone. We are now representing our own people who have been supporting us. Skatel manje. Skatel. We are with our people. And let me reassure you, this party is going to grow. This deal is the best deal you can ever think of. We did this deal almost the same in 2016. What happened after 2016? We increased our votes in 2019. We moved from 25 members of parliament to 44 members of parliament. So we have never engaged in a deal that is detriment to the growth of the EFF. We've always made calculations as to how do we grow our movement. So we are well within our right. We have not lost our support. The base that we started with in 2014 were not there. Anyone who says we are back there is not true. We are not in 2014. We have just lost some few seats and we are going to bounce back very strongly in 2026, and we're going to work in a focused manner. If you go and look at the list of the EFF now, in the legislatures, in the national parliament, in the NCOP, and look at where those people are coming from, we no longer put people who come from constituencies that don't vote for EFF. We are now choosing people who are choosing the EFF. We are a national organization, we'll find footprint everywhere. But we're not going to have, for instance, over-representation of people of KwaZulu-Natal in this parliament when they've not given us anything. They will get what is proportionate to what they gave us in these elections. And that applies to everyone. So we need to make sure that we all, if we need the assistance of the EFF, let's vote for the EFF. After the election, someone sends me a video of a community drinking water from a well. A well is like a hole. So they take water with a cup, put in a bucket. They say, no, can you do borehole for these people? Then I said, that's fine, we'll do a borehole. Send me the VD results of that voting station. And then they said, so why are you sending me this? Go where you voted. You don't know where you voted. Why are you coming to me? So when a water comes from a well, it tells you that there's too much water underground. Even when you drill a borehole, you're not going to struggle. Yet an ANC councillor does not drill a borehole. The ANC municipality does not drill a borehole. The ANC government does not drill a borehole. The EFF must go and drill a borehole. No, we now know the VDs that have voted for the EFF, and those are the people who are going to service. It doesn't mean we can't grow our base into the other constituencies, but as a party, you need to have your priorities right. Otherwise, you are going to undermine your growth. You are going to invest your resources where there are no dividends. We need dividends now. I'm really pleading, whether we like MKP or we don't like MKP, if you want peace in KwaZulu-Natal, which is not going to be instigated by MKP, which is not going to be instigated by EFF, that violence, the people are going to rise. If you go against the wish, you know, in KZN is West, the MKP get 45%. The second party gets 18%. And you still think you can overlook that party. I told President Cyril Ramaphosa, I said, your own rules on coalition say a party with the highest number must be the one that lead. Please allow MKP to lead. Do not undermine the voice of the people of KwaZulu-Natal if we respect democracy. And we make that plea that please allow MKP to lead in KwaZulu-Natal. We are not in any formal agreement with them. We are not for any cabinet position in KwaZulu-Natal. We are not for any speaker. We are not for anything. When we get invited, only then we'll look at what are the nitty-gritties of such an invitation. We have never had such a discussion with MKP. We are supporting MKP in KwaZulu-Natal from a principled point of view that says the party with the majority must be the one that lead. The DA, these hypocrites, have been advocating for that. When they've refused to give Action SA mayorship, when they refused to give their partners mayorship, they always said, we are the one with the highest number, and therefore we can't give you the mayorship. What has changed in KwaZulu-Natal? Why is the DA not applying the same principle? Why is the ANC not applying the same principle? So we are going to stick to this principle as the EFF. Be rest assured, fellow South Africans, the MKP will overcome its internal leadership squabbles. It comes with a territory. There is no single organization that was formed and never faced leadership challenges. There was Mutletama here, who had to run all over the streets of Cape Town being chased by Bernard Joseph. So what I say, we had our own share, and look at us now. We are in a much more stable way. So we are really not bothered by some potential infiltration on the leadership of MKP. Given President Zuma's experience and given those guys that we're negotiating with, Abu Natin Kleko, Abu former SARS, Tom Moyane, they are well-experienced people. Surely they should be knowing how to deal with potential internal leadership squabbles. As to what MKP stands for, what do they do and all of that, we are not the spokesperson of the MKP. Let them do whatever they want to do. The people chose them. And it's not only in KwaZulu-Natal. It's in South Africa. That's why I say to you, if the DA goes into government, MKP is the official opposition. Therefore, you want official statement on any issue, you're going to have to drive to Nkandla, like you did, to go and get official reaction of MKP, because it looks like the headquarters is there. So there's nothing we can do. The people of South Africa chose that. And all we can do as people who respect democratic principles is to stick to exactly that. So the EFF is not in any formal agreement, is not getting any executive position from MKP, and it hopes that MKP internal squabbles are just an irritation for a party that is new. So within a short space of time, we hope they will be able to overcome whatever difficulties they are confronted with. What we are interested in is to work with a solid party in the national parliament and in the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, in the legislature of Gauteng. This part of engagement we're having with the ANC, the same principles applies everywhere. If they are going in bed with the DA in Gauteng, they must not count us in. Panyaza and TK, through their rightful conscience, they got defeated here. They've been very clear of what needs to happen. But they're a provincial structure from a fragmented organization, a highly divided organization, and if their voice is overpowered, there's nothing we can do. By the way, the DA coalition failed in the NEC. They defeated the DA coalition in the NEC. This is what happens now these days, how the ANC is run in a criminal mafia style. They allow people to speak. Then they say, let's adjourn, the president is going to give a summary. Then what they do, they call you guys in. Then the president speaks in front of you. Those on the floor who feel that this is not the summary of the meeting, it's not a true reflection of what transpired in the meeting, they've got no platform to object to that because the media is already in. That thing Cyril was doing, I was in the NEC of the ANC. Zuma used to give, you know what the president of the ANC do? They come with a written political overview and they come with a written closing remarks. They come with 2 speeches. So you all speak. Then at the end, they read that speech as if you never said anything. In that NEC where I was sitting, there was Tokyo Sowali. It was my job and Tokyo Sowali's job. When the president summarizes wrongly, Tokyo will call point of order in the NEC and say, that is not the summary of our meeting. Balaga will say, Comrade Tokyo, the meeting is closed. The president said, no, we can't allow that. We reopen that meeting and say, this is not a true reflection of what happened. What the president said is not a true reflection of what happened in the NEC. And that is going to paralyze that organization. That is going to further divide that organization. That's what led to Ngokai Toby resigning in the Eastern Cape. That this is not what we agreed on. And I must now sit here with my right conscience and tell my people to go and vote for DA when I know this was not a true reflection of the meeting. So, but that is their own internal problems. So all I'm saying is, it's not like this matter of the DA is enjoying the popular narrative even internally in the ANC. It's a lie. It's News 24, is that foundation of the Oppenheimers, Brandhurst, that says, no, this is a popular view or the markets and all of that. We chose the markets for 30 years. Look at us now. The president says, no, we've done this in 1994 under Madiba, and we can do the same. And look at us, we're able to neutralize these people. I said to him, no. Our anger today as the youth of South Africa is, you guys gave a lot in CODESA and in 1994. The National Party came in, neutralized you, made you to adopt a constitution that is going to restrict you. When they knew they had you at the corner, they pulled out of the coalition. You are not going to ask me to repeat your mistake of 1994. I'm not coming to that past. And easy. Thank you.
Mr. Malema, thank you so much for your time and thank you for joining us on RT. You're quite a busy man to get hold of.
Thank you for having us. Yeah, we've been trying to put this together for quite some time now, but I'm happy we could finally meet.
Where you said, we are Putin and Putin is us. What did you mean about that sentiment?
Well, anyone that is being pursued by the imperialist forces is an alliance of the progressive forces in the whole entire world. What Putin is fighting for really is justifiable. You cannot have America and the European Union wanting to expand its territory to a point where it is allowed to breathe on Putin's neck. And we say in exchange, Putin must give them roses. He's not going to do that. He's going to have to defend his territory. He's going to defend his sovereignty. And we've seen him doing it very well. It's taking long, it's tiring. And we understand that it took a long route with a hope that the international role players will come in and try to diffuse the tension and stop the war. But it seems like they're not interested. Ukraine is such a small country to can even try to put up a fight against Russia, unless it is doing so with the support of some big brothers, including the NATO forces and America. And we know today that that is the case. So that's what we said. You are not going to infringe on other people's territories and threaten their sovereignty and their peace, their economic development, and expect them to keep quiet. We will not do the same.
On that matter, I'm sure you've seen the recent developments where the United States of America has allowed Ukraine to strike deep into Russia's territory by supplying and approving the use of long-range weapons. Now, if you were the president of Russia, Mr. Vladimir Putin, what would you do in this kind of situation?
He has to defend Russia. There's no any other way to do it. And like I said, Ukraine has got no capacity to use the kind of weapons that they're using. They don't have them. Those are American weapons, which means America has declared war against Russia. And what must Russia do? Russia must defend itself by also attending to America. We are very favored perhaps with Trump's election because it doesn't look like even in the previous term, he's got appetite for those things of wars and all of that. And he has already made remarks that to an extent that he will want to put Putin and the president of Ukraine under one roof and he can resolve this matter. He didn't say, I'm going to come in and intensify the fight and all of that. So reactionary and right-wing as he is, but on this matter, he's taking a very good reconciliatory approach, which can see the fight between Ukraine and Russia coming to an end. It's not a Ukraine war, it's an American war. It should be called for what it is. It's a European war. And therefore, we must not be confused that there is any Ukraine that can actually threaten the stability and peace of Russia without the support of these ones who are fighting a war through Ukraine.
Why do you think the West continuously disregards the red line and disregards some of the warnings that have come from the president of Russia himself in escalating the tension?
Well, they've always behaved like a big brother. Everybody must hear through them, and anything else that is not in the interest of what they stand for should go to a highway. So, and Putin is not the kind that is going to be pushed all over by Americans. America has got no respect for international law. America has got no respect for international bodies that are meant to safeguard the world and ensure that conflicts are resolved through peaceful means. They only do so if it favors them. If it doesn't favor them, they don't care. I mean, look at the American position in relation to the Middle East. They condemn the ICC's warrant of arrest against Netanyahu, and then promote the warrant of arrest, international warrant of arrest against Putin. That is inconsistent. Putin hasn't committed serious crimes compared to what Netanyahu has done, where he bombed schools, crèches, hospitals, killed children and pregnant women and innocent people. And the evidence is there to prove that someone is engaged in a genocide. And therefore, the ICC has got a duty to ensure that there is compliance with the international law. So America, again, showing its ugly head, where it says, no, we had no duty to issue a warrant of arrest against Netanyahu. We want, actually, Netanyahu to be arrested. If he comes to South Africa, they must arrest him. I've already written a written question to President in Parliament to ask him if Netanyahu comes to South Africa, will he arrest him? Because he said they were going to arrest Putin. And they've got a similar problem now. Putin is going to have to come here for G20 in November next year. And we think that they must stop being cowards and allow him to come because Russia is our friend and Russia committed no crimes against us or against other human beings without being justified as to the actions they have taken. So we think Putin must be welcomed here in South Africa and Netanyahu must be arrested if he set his foot here.
Do you think it's realistic to arrest the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, and the former Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant?
It is possible. You just need countries to be compliant with the international law. There is a warrant of arrest being issued, and everybody else, especially those who are signatories, they've got a duty to make sure that he is arrested.
How would you combat sanctions that would come as a result of your aligning yourself with Russia? The US would come in, the EU would come in with sanctions. How would you combat? How would you deal with it? Well,
there are alternative markets now. The Russians were able to combat those sanctions that were imposed on them. The Russian economy grew under the sanctions. So we are happy that the world is becoming a multipolar type of a world where if this markets close, other markets will open alternative. I mean, China is there. We are in the BRICS community. If Europe close, if America close, we can look at in the BRICS communities as to which ones can they take our products. We can produce for ourselves, feed ourselves, and produce for the continent as well. Because it's not necessarily entirely correct that its influence will be to an extent that even our neighboring countries will be unable to trade with us. We cannot allow America to continue to violate all of us on the basis that they've got the power to impose sanctions on us. That is political dictatorship. That if you don't agree with me, I'm going to use a big brother stick to silence.
What would you say to the economic dependence of South Africa on Western states today?
No, its dependence on those other Western states, it is a current affairs matter now. They are working those relations now. When they are threatened, you shift those interests into alternative interests because whatever we are exchanging with the West doesn't mean we can't exchange it with other countries. There are many other countries. And as you are about to engage in a support of Russia, you should also know that there will be consequences. And how do you combat those? You start preparing alternative markets and even improving your trading relations with Russia itself.
Do you think countries within Africa have enough strength and resources to be able to free themselves from Western neo-colonialism?
Actually, the African countries are what is holding this world together. Without the African resources, these people will not be what they are. I mean, there will not be a country called France if there was no Africa. France, it is what it is because of the exploitation of the mineral resources of Africa. And therefore, imagine if our minerals can do for other people's countries, how much those minerals can do for us. So we must make sure that we nationalize our land. It's owned by African states. We nationalize our resources, and we use those resources, natural and mineral resources, to exchange amongst ourselves and trade freely to grow the African economy. It is not, of course, we are now in the globalized world where we need each other, but it doesn't mean Africa without these people will die. Africa existed without them.
You've spoken about Cuba and Russia and some of the missiles that have been provided by Russia in Cuba. I want to know from you, because the last time this happened, it led to a very near nuclear war. Now, if Russia were to repeat that, what do you think would happen today?
That's what America should be thinking about, because Russia can repeat it. And the Cubans will allow them, because the Cubans are in a strategic relationship with Russia, and they've received a lot of support from Russians after America imposed an embargo on them. So the whole thing is about this nuclear war. So much that every move has to be properly calculated, because you can trigger a nuclear war, and no one wants to engage in that kind of war. But the way America is dealing with Russia is dealing with it in a very reckless manner, and it doesn't take into account the possibility of engaging in a nuclear war.
There have been reports that the US has ballistic missiles in Poland. Why do you think this has not brought the world to the brink of a collapse, considering the statement that I made earlier on, that if Russia were again to supply missiles in Cuba, the last time that happened, it led to the near nuclear war. But considering the fact that the US is making inroads and building these bases, particularly this one in Poland, why do you think that hasn't come to a point where we are reaching a stage of a nuclear war?
It is all pointing in that direction, unless something gets to be done. And then, like I said earlier, the elections in America have suggested that in relation to Russia-American relations, there could be a possible improvement of relations which can possibly avoid this nuclear war. It is not in the best interest of anyone. But Russians are not going to fold their arms when they're being threatened. They too are going to start preparing in that direction, and it will not be good for international stability and international peace. Every matter ought to be resolved peacefully through bodies such as UN, that America must respect, must not use its veto powers every time they are not happy with a decision of the majority which seeks to bring about the world peace and stability.
South Africa and Russia are one of the countries that are advocating for a multipolar world. You pointed to this earlier on. And given the fact that the West wants to maintain its hegemony, what kind of ideas would you put forward to prevent Western conflicts that are taking place around the world?
No, the multipolar way is the way out of this, where there is no big brother that wants to impose his or her views on the people of the world. And at the center of that will be to, engage in structural changes in the UN, especially the UN Security Cluster, and do away with that veto power. We shouldn't have one country that has got capacity to just undermine the majority. Even if you vote all of you as one against that country, does use its veto, and that veto threatens international stability. So we need to change the structure of the UN, and the simple democracy that they told us suggests that simple majority must rule. In the case of the UN, you can even say 2/3 if you so want, but let the will of the majority be respected. Because now everything else that is being done there, it's a waste of time. As long as this or that country which has got a veto power doesn't agree, it will veto a very progressive, good decision. If the UN decisions were binding, we wouldn't have that war we're having in the Middle East. There are many progressive resolutions that were vetoed. Even Russia, we could have taken a peaceful route that said, let's not expand the NATO territories to a point where we threaten Russian stability and security and its sovereignty, because it will be forced to defend itself.
I often hear a lot of people advocating for Africa to have a permanent voice within the UN Security Council. You mentioned it just now, but I would like to know from you what exactly needs to be done for Africa to be recognized in that fashion, for it to be a permanent voice there within the UN Security Council.
No, South Africa and the whole of African continent must stop electing puppets. They need to elect people who are going to challenge the status quo, and not from a lip service. They must be able to put up a case in such a way that their voice is being heard. So we have a lot of clowns that get elected here in the continent. They go there and then they go shopping instead of going to fight for the recognition of the African continent. So we still have got a long way to go. We still have some of the countries in Africa that are still paying colonial taxes to France and things like that. And we expect such people to go to the UN Security Council and agree that Africa must be represented. So we need to politically conscientize and take over the African continent and position Africa in the UN Security Council at the same level as India, China, Russia, America, and all of that. Because the reality is that we are equal. And actually we have got more resources than them, but we are treated like we are the stepchildren of the world. Because our leadership hasn't demonstrated that power to force the Security Council and the UN to agree that Africa should be a permanent member of the Security Council. The Security Council has become one of the strategic organs of the UN, and it's important that we have a voice, and that voice ought to be permanent, and it must exercise the same powers that the rest of permanent members are exercising.
Well, some African leaders have accused the West of influencing outcomes of elections, or they've even accused the West of coming into Africa in the guise of combating terrorism. What would you say to such allegations?
It's true. They've always manipulated elections, especially in the countries where the institutions are not that in order. In the rural Zimbabwe, where in the rural areas, there are no observers. And if you try to be an observer of a different political party, the army points a finger at you that if you still want to stay here, this kind of things is not going to be tolerated here. We are a democracy that is maturing. Our people are becoming more clever and clever. And not after a very long time will we realize true freedom, even outside the Western influence. The Western influence is through culture, is through media. Now there is alternative platforms to counter that narrative. That's why even when the mainstream media wants to say whatever it wants to say, the alternative media gives us the correct information that we can critique, analyze, and accept which one becomes a better version. Look at RT today. They banned it in South Africa. But nothing has stopped us from accessing the Russian news. They thought we were relying on them alone. And that's how they wanted to influence us, the West, so that they only feed us through their mainstream newspapers what is actually happening between Russia and Ukraine. The alternative media has given us the realities of what's transpiring in those countries. And South Africa is in a much, much more better position now to say we are with Russia, we are with Palestine, we are with Cuba, and things like that. Yeah.
The Sahel region is currently investigating Ukraine with regards to it coming into the Sahel regions, particularly in Sudan and Somalia, with its weapons. They have a brewing and ongoing conflict on their doorstep. Why do you think they are diverting their resources in places like Sudan?
Well, like I said to you, they don't have any muscle power to can even extend themselves to any other country. They are always used as a front. You should know wherever you find Ukraine, the Western forces are interested wherever it is. So it can be that confronted with Russia, you can still open another front when you know you are militarily challenged. So it's not their own battles. The instability there, it benefits the West. And that's why they are now sending their people to want to continue more confusion, as it were, in that part of our continent, so that there's no stability and they continue to benefit from that instability.
It would be remiss of me not to ask you, since the Sahel region is investigating Ukraine for allegedly being in some of these regions in Africa with weapons, it would be remiss of me to ask you that what do you think the African Union then would say about these actions by Kiev?
That's what they should do. The African Union should pronounce itself, as it were, that it's not going to allow that kind of conduct in the continent coming from Ukraine, and not leave it there. They must take it to the UN and to call for the condemning of the acts of Ukraine, because they are unacceptable. But they won't do it because they're in the pockets of these people.
So what would you say needs to reform in international institutions to literally be able to hold powerful figures to account, even given the fact that those instances, for example, where Barack Obama, you've accused him of allowing NATO in the instance of Libya. Yeah. Do you think that coming up with ways to reform these international institutions would still go back and be able to trace these figures in their involvement in these issues around the world? Do you think that it is possible?
It is possible. That's why we're calling for the transformation of the Security Council, so that it can bite. You know, it can't be that people who have committed such serious crimes, it doesn't matter when, they are left untouched. I mean, the people who killed the Jews are still being arrested till today. Do you find a man who can walk in a wheelchair being tried because he was part of the Hitler's military council that killed Jewish people? So if we can still do, if we can do it with the Jewish people, we must be able to do it with everyone, where people were killed in an unjustifiable manner, and Obama was responsible, Bush was responsible, and Tony Blair. We have a duty to follow them up for as long as they are still alive.
You have alluded to Mr. Vladimir Putin being in defense mode insofar as the developments there between it and Ukraine, that is Russia. Where do you think the line is of a state defending its national security and escalations of tension?
No, when you defend your territory, Putin has made it very clear. He said to the president of Ukraine, just make a simple pronouncement that you are not joining NATO. It's as simple as that. And the guy is not committing to that because, he's a comedian, he's a joke himself who was put there so that this agenda can be pursued. And when Russia says, okay, if you continue with this, we'll act in self-defense, as a way of pushback. And then Ukraine insists and even escalate. There's no way Russia is not going to escalate. If Ukraine escalates, especially with the kind of sophisticated weapons that they do not have, Russia is going to have to use its own sophisticated weapons to defend itself. And America is to be blamed because America is the one that is supplying Ukraine.
Talking about America, I want to go back to Donald Trump. You did speak about him earlier on. I want to ask you, what do you make of his impending second term in the White House, given his stance and the statements that he's made about Africa? Do you foresee any changes or weakening or strengthening of U.S. relations and Africa?
No, I expect continuation of the same U.S. attitude towards the world. The Republicans and the Democrats are the same. It's like saying to me, and Fidel Castro makes that point very clear, it's like saying to me, I must differentiate between the two shoes, one shoe of the same pair of shoes and say, this one is better than the other one, but it's the same pair of shoe, but with two different shoes. So America, whether Republicans or Democrats, the American interest supersede any other interest. The difference is in the approach. Like I said to you, Trump is not a fanatic of war. He's a man who believes that we can still achieve what we want to achieve through other means. And we're likely to see some form of a resolution in Ukraine and Russia because he's got some respect, in fact, for Putin. We will see what's going to happen in the Middle East because he has eaten a lot of Jewish money, so he may have a difficulty in taking a very clear stance when it comes to the support of Israel and all of that. But the only slightest, smallest thing is that the guy is not a fanatic of war. And that helps us because that's what we want. We want a peaceful resolution. But America, even when it intervenes, it will not intervene in the best interest of anyone. It will find other methods and mechanisms to continue American agenda, even if it's not through war.
Let me move to the IMF and the World Bank and their influence within the economy of Africa. Do you think there are alternative financial institutions that can certainly help alleviate the economic dire condition of African states?
BRICS Bank must be strengthened. There must be more investment in the BRICS Bank. There must be more investment in alternative banks because the IMF and the World Bank are not interested in building Africa. Their assistance to the African countries is to cripple them and say to them, you can't perform certain duties, you can't put money in this and that. And when you look at that, it is actually the things that you can't put money in, austerity measures, are things that are the primary responsibility of a state. And when they say you can't put money in these things and impose austerity measures, they are actually collapsing that state. They are not helping Africa at all. So I think that the more emphasis has to be made that banks such as BRICS Bank should be strengthened so that they can be able to help African countries and the countries all over the world that need our support. I mean, Cuba has got so much potential. It's under American embargo. And with a BRICS Bank, whether Cuba is a member or not, but with its progressive agenda, there should be a deliberate, agenda and intention to help Cuba to stand on its own against American embargo and still be able to survive.
Talking about BRICS, I want to leave that as a parting shot and ask you, where do you see BRICS in the next 10 years and what kind of ideas would you say BRICS needs to continue unifying and becoming this global South power?
BRICS is an exciting alternative platform, which is going to grow. In the last BRICS summit in Russia, more members have joined. And we expect that there will be more others because everybody embraces a platform where they can express themselves. where they will feel accommodated and welcomed. And that's where BRICS is. We have a situation where our people are able to exchange ideas and trade together. And there's even talks about coming with an alternative currency against the dollar and all of that. So it's an exciting development, which we fully support. And we hope that we can have majority of the world being part of BRICS, and BRICS having learned from these other multinational bodies. What are their weaknesses? They don't repeat a similar mistake. They actually provide practical, working alternative program. Yeah.
Mr. Malema, as I said before, you are a busy man, and we do appreciate you taking the time to talk to us on RT. Thank you so much for being here.
This is the journey to one Africa.
Victory is certain once you guys get tired, once you guys become lazy, once you become reluctant to fight. You must know the enemy has won. I will never get tired. No one can make me tired. I march forward to the victory of our people. The revolution in South Africa is guaranteed that under the EFF, this country will be the better. Stand up, South Africa. Make sure that South Africa, you are counted with me. Run, South Africa. Stand and make sure that our people understand that they need to be counted. You must be counted. You must be part of history. You must make sure that you are one of the people who are going to deliver economic freedom in our lifetime. Freedom in our lifetime. Amanda!
It's not true that human beings are inherently selfish. We are not born like that. We are produced by capitalist system to be selfish.
This is the journey to One Africa.
Welcome to Metro FM Talk.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Let's talk a little bit about, first of all, around policy clarification. I think
Yes.
you and I have got lots to touch on
Okay.
within the time that we've got together. I know that when it comes to even the constitution of the EFF, socialism becomes a theoretical ideology as well as on the character of the EFF. Socialism obviously finds itself as well within some of the leaders within the 1950s and 60s, you know, Julius Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, and the like, right? And they were even speaking about the notion of African socialism as a founding principle. Socialism, however, in many instances has been a failure. Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, for example, they failed under socialism. And if you look at, for example, I think it's Algeria, Egypt even tried the socialist approach and it failed. How then does socialism find practical expression within a South African context with the realities that we're currently facing?
Well, its failure in Germany and in the Soviet Union does not mean automatically it will fail, because it succeeded in Cuba, it's succeeding in China. And Kwame Nkrumah and them, when they were speaking about African socialism, they simply meant socialism with African characteristics. That the principles of socialism which are applicable where we are will apply them to the best of our ability. And therefore, we know that socialism, once given an opportunity, it will succeed. China today is one of the best economy run by a socialist state, led by the Communist Party of China. So we can't say socialism therefore failed in one or two countries and create an impression that capitalism has succeeded. Because all of Africa, capitalism has not succeeded. It's a complete failure. We are in this mess because of a capitalist state. And why not give an alternative economic system an opportunity to see if it will fail the same way capitalism failed? Capitalism failed Africa. All the ills that we have today is because of the greediness that was introduced into our continent by capitalists who came and exploited our resources and caused all of these problems.
Though I hear you with that, socialism as well, I'm not saying capitalism is at all correct.
Yes.
Because we're currently living in the most unequal society in the world because of capitalism. However, in that, for example, if you look at what happened before the coup in Ghana, where we had about 17 of state-owned enterprises out of the 64 in Ghana just before the coup, where they were working, only 17 of them were just working. And that expression finds itself because socialism also assumes that human beings are inherently not selfish, which is not true. The reason why we have some being more equal than others, even though we're all equal, is because human beings are inherently selfish. And sometimes socialism may be used to express, especially by the greedy, the notion of equality, but without practically applying equality. It says, it assumes that people will do the good for the betterment of mankind. And you and I know this is not so. We live in a country where we could have had it, but we did not have it, because human beings are inherently selfish. So how do you remove human nature from the concept and the ideology of socialism?
It's not true that human beings are inherently selfish. We are not born like that. We are produced by capitalist system to be selfish. Because when we are born, we are the most caring, we are the most sharing people. If you look at kids from birth, they share. They always embrace each other. They are very peaceful people, then get corrupted as they grow up by a capitalist system that creates an impression that if this one doesn't know, and then you become number one at school, it means you're the best. And that's why we now get to be taught to compete amongst ourselves. The earlier primitive society lived together. They survived through hunting. They survived through gathering. They survived through fishing. They did that as a collective and then were able to share before the capitalist system of greedy was introduced to us. It's not correct that. So when you say to people let's go back to who we are. You're not asking them to do the most difficult thing. We are made in this image because we're made out of the image of our colonizers. We're made out of the image of those who control the means of production. They tell us what is right and what is wrong. But in a socialist state, look at the Cubans. If the Cubans were not under the illegal economic embargo imposed on them by Americans for more than 60 years, that country would have been the best of the best. Then they imposed embargo on them because they ideologically disagree with them. A country that produces doctors at the most expensive field of education in our country, they do it there for free of charge. They live in an equal society where people are not driven by greed, but the ability to share and allow the state to develop the productive forces where wealth should be created and labor should be distributed according to the capacity of every individual that is found in society. So we want that type of society. And this can be done by introducing a new morals, new culture, which gets to be inculcated in how we get to be brought up. It is possible. So we're not inherently selfish.
So you're saying that we learned.
We're being taught. It's like racism. The white child never gets born to hate black kids. If you bring a new child of a white person here and you bring a new born black person here, they are going to embrace each other and love each other until their parents start telling them, be careful around those people.
But then does that not mean that a complete overhaul of the current leadership and the current system? And I say this because post-colonialism, right? If it takes about 150 years or so to oppress a person, even you've got the likes of Frantz Fanon that speaks exactly about psychological colonization, right? Frantz Fanon speaks about psychological colonization. Our leaders spent about 27 or so years in jail. You can imagine the atrocities that were experienced in that. Our post-democracy or even post-democracy or post-apartheid leaders are still to a large extent holding on to some kind of ideologies that still keep the apartheid concept alive. So in order for us to have that society that you speak of, where people are inherently good, where we're talking about the building of South Africa in itself, does that not mean a complete overhaul? How do you, because you have to deconstruct a colonized mind. How do you deconstruct a colonized mind from somebody who's 70-something years old?
Well, revolution means exactly that. There will never be a revolution if there is no complete overhaul. And there was no complete overhaul in 1994. It was just swapping of seats. There was a complete change of mindset, of getting rid of institutionalized exclusion of black people. And that's why the system remains intact to the exclusion of the majority. So we want a complete overhaul that will necessitate the liberation of the mind. The 76-year-olds don't have a problem. They will all do what we want to do as the younger generation, because they too know that we can only be guided by the younger ones. We lived our days. So when you look at what the leadership did when they came into the country, they actually continued with the management of their affairs on behalf of the colonizer and never engaged in any form of changing any mindset or changing any system. So the revolution means a complete destruction of an existing system and replace it with a socialist system that will now usher in a new culture altogether.
Is our leader or the leadership of South Africa, do you think that they're psychologically colonized?
We are all psychologically colonized. Remember that this thing is taught from street. So it's taught at home, it's taught on TV, radio, when you leave your house, your mind gets to be channeled to a particular direction. So to a point where we seek white approval. So in the absence of white approval, we think that which we are doing is not correct. So we ought to liberate the brain of an African child so that they know that they can coexist and be at an equal level with their white counterpart, and that the system is not meant to serve white people. I mean, we're so colonized to a point that we've accepted it and internalized it. I don't understand why would people go and stay in Alexander, come and work in Sandton, see all these beautiful things, and still go back to Alexander and do nothing about it. That they don't stand up and say, no, but this can't be. They are psychologically colonized to accept nonsensical arrangement they found and inherited from those who came before us. So that's why we've got this problem. That it shouldn't be Julius. It shouldn't be President Mandela. It must be the people themselves who say, but why do we go work there as domestic workers, as security guards, as shopkeepers, and then accept to come back to this type of conditions that we're subjected to? So we now have to re-educate them. They must learn to unlearn to accept unacceptable things, that we can live the same life they live in town because the power is in our hands, where we just stand up and say, this is no longer acceptable.
But that means that the leadership of this country stands for or is the caretaker of white privilege.
They are administrators. They are completely, they don't know what they are doing. They didn't come in with an intention to do anything. I mean, we gave a lot during the negotiations. If you look at the negotiations, the only thing we came back with was the date of voting on the 27th of April 1994, because you didn't come back with the land. You didn't come back with the ownership of the economy. You didn't come back with the ownership of defense. The ANC, with its eyes and mind open in 1994.
If you would like to engage with him, simply give us a call, drop us a voice note. This is a conversation that is curated for you. 2024 is around the corner. Know your leaders. Know your leaders so that you know exactly who you're going to put in power for the next 5 years in this country. I'm going to let you finish your trail of thought, because you're speaking about what we left at CODESA on the negotiating table. And in fact, it's actually within the cardinal pillars of the EFF about economic justice. So you're basically alluding to economic justice being left on the negotiating table. Did they have a lot of room to negotiate, or was it just about who was negotiating at that time?
Well, I think they were in a hurry to become something leadership because they only came with the date of elections, and that was it. But when we went there, we had all types of demands. Why would you say liberation took place in 1994, 27 April, but the oppressor did not lose anything and the oppressed did not gain anything? There is nothing to show from 1994 to where we are now, except that we've got some constitution which guarantees us some freedom of speech, and then we speak the way we like and we think that's what we've been fighting for. That has never been at the center of the foundation of the revolution. At the center of the foundation of the revolution was the land question. So the leadership went in there, negotiated, and Cyril Ramaphosa made this point one day in one of the NECs of the Youth League. He says to us, comrades, when we were negotiating there, already people were being offered shares in companies. A lot of them were beginning to receive shares of Vodacom. Vodacom was now coming into South Africa. Cell phones were going to be introduced. As people were negotiating freedom, people were negotiating the deals on the sideline of the negotiations.
Which people?
The leadership of the ANC.
All of them?
All of them. All of them. I mean, do you know that when the ANC came back into the country, and this is found in the biography of Trevor Manuel, when they arrived, first National Executive Committee of the ANC took place at Velgerlegen Farm, which is owned by Johan Rupert. They landed. Trevor said, Velgerlegen, let's go. They got into the cars, went into the farm. They actually realized later that they were driven into a meeting, first National Executive Committee of the ANC, into a farm of Johan Rupert. So when you talk capture, when you talk people who are negotiating, those are the people who are holding meetings at the farm of our oppressors.
You speak about capture. There's this notion of 9 wasted years in South Africa, right? Everybody keeps talking about the 9 wasted years. We've got the Zondo Commission. We've got the outcomes and the reports that get handed to President Cyril Ramaphosa. We are yet to realize actual people in orange overalls as a result of that. However, is the country still captured, in your opinion? And who is capturing South Africa currently?
Well, there's no 9 wasted years. It's 30 wasted years. The ANC, since it came in, it was useless and wasted our time, because South Africa is owned by the Oppenheimers. They inherited it from Cecil John Rhodes. Our country's existence and its reliability is on mining complex. The discovery of diamond, the discovery of gold, and they've not only owned South Africa, they own Southern Africa. So Zimbabwe, he even named after himself, he called it Rhodesia, and everywhere else. So those are the people who own and control South Africa. They make a decision as to who goes, who stays.
Do they
When
control the
Zuma-
ANC?
Come again?
Do they control the ANC
They
currently?
do. They don't control it. They own it.
For the past 30 years?
They owned it when it landed. It landed in a farm of Johan Rupert.
But then that also means that you were a president of a youth league that was owned by the Ruperts. That means that you were part of it because you were the ANC youth league president.
That's why I was fighting inside.
Yeah.
I was not enjoying the soup. You can go into the youth league and check my history. I've never been to Rupert's house. I've never been to the latest capture, the Indians' houses. I've never been. I've always maintained a radical posture. If there is any house where I spend most of my time was in Soweto in Orlando at Winnie Mandela's house. I've never been part of a crew that got captured by white monopoly capital. I've got no relationship, none whatsoever, with white capital.
But then if you differentiated or you differed in political ideologies, but also in who gets to benefit from what, why didn't you leave earlier? Why didn't you, when you found out about how captured the ANC was, or when you found out about who owned the ANC, right? You started political consciousness, what, from the age of 9 or so, right? With working, Basupatsela.
Yes.
That's when you started your political ideologies. So you've been inculcated with politics from a very young age, which means that you were able to stand on your own. When you found out that Johan Rupert owns the ANC, why didn't you leave?
No, why must I leave? I didn't leave the ANC, by the way.
I know.
Yeah, they expelled me. I was not going to leave. Only cowards leave. I fight from within. And I fight confronting the enemy directly, not in the corners. I fight from where it's supposed to be fought. I was not going to. From that 9 years, go and look at my track record in COSAS, where I stopped Johannesburg, the whole of Johannesburg, demanding free education. I was very young at the age of 16, 17, stopping Johannesburg from Limpopo, not having a single relative to stay with, because I always believed that education is not a commodity. It can be sold the same way they sell bread and butter. At that age, I was fighting from within. I went into the leadership of the Youth League, introduced radical proposals on the land, on the economy, on accountable leadership, that corruption is at the center of what is destroying. There's little that we've gained from 1994. So I don't live, even in a personal relationship. I've got no history of living. So I don't leave. I stay and fight from there, from the center, from where it matters the most.
Let's talk a little bit about governance. You don't leave relationships. So anybody that has been with you never is saying, yes, he does not leave. Look, I want us to look a little bit when it comes to the relationship currently, because local government is where the EFF is getting its training for what it looks like perhaps at a national level, maybe perhaps even more dangerous terrain simply because of the contingencies and the contestations that are happening within local government level. But the ANC right now says that they want to divorce from the EFF when it comes to local government and politics, particularly coalitions. What do you think is at the heart of this breakdown of relationship? Is it because the ANC is saying you're corrupt, the EFF is saying, nope, the ANC is very corrupt? What is at the heart of the breakup between the ANC and the EFF in coalition governance?
You know, some things are so shocking. You just wake up in the morning and divorce people you never married to. We're never married to the ANC. We don't have any relationship with the ANC. We participate in the government of Ikuruleni because we're invited by the mayor to do so. We're not invited by the ANC. He extended the invitation to the ANC as well. Remember, when we got invited, the ANC refused to send its own people for swearing in. And we said to the mayor, if they don't want to come, we've got people, we can take everything. So we have no relationship with the ANC, and we have no anti-nuptial contract or with accrual or without accrual, nothing of that sort, where you'll be able to say, in reference, this is what you agreed on. Why do you want to run away from what you agreed on? We have no relationship with the ANC. We are not corrupt. You know, tell me of a single, we're now almost a year in government. We have no single councillor in the MMC position who has ever been accused of corruption. Never. Because We don't play in the EFF when it comes to corruption. In the ANC, and I agree with them entirely, I would have done the same. They say this EFF is eroding our base because of the way they are working. Their MMCs are hard at work, and they make the work of the ANC irrelevant amongst communities. That's why it's important to remove them, because they are an immediate threat of the ANC. Why? We share constituencies, and constituencies see them for what they're doing. I mean, a councillor a ward councillor stays in a ward where there is a sewer blockage. An MMC of the EFF goes to the ward of that councillor of the ANC to go and do to unblock the sewer. The councillor of the ANC stops the MMC from unblocking the sewer. Or no, I love the sewer, leave the sewer to spill into people's houses. Why would you do that? What kind or level of madness is that, where a councillor stops a municipality from doing service delivery? That's what we're fighting with the ANC about. They are not happy with the service delivery work that is being done by the EFF in Joburg, in Ekurhuleni, in Mogale City, in Nelson Mandela, in eThekwini. They know you give them work, they will do it. One white woman, I saw, Vuyan was showing me on TikTok, one white woman saying, I will never vote for EFF. And then they said to her, why? Are everything they say they will do it. I know they will do it. That's why I can't vote for them. So she knows when the EFF says we'll take the land, we'll take it. When we say there will not be a single illegal dumping area in the municipality of the EFF, we'll do it. We are almost at 99% of cleaning Ekurhuleni. Simple things that took 30 years. We're doing it in less than a year, just to stay and live in a clean city, to clean after ourselves as a demonstration of self-love. We're being hated for that. Why are people not asking the ANC, if you say the EFF is corrupt, what did they do? Where have you opened a case against the EFF for its corruption? There's no such a thing. Because the EFF is making them irrelevant. So the best MMCs, look at the finances of Ekurhuleni, all in order under the EFF MMC of finance. Look at the track record of service delivery. And I'm happy, I mean, in a year's time, before elections, other researchers would have done a study and they will see that they are actually not bluffing. They are hard at work.
So the EFF stands by the notion that you keep the members of the EFF accountable.
Yes.
You keep those that are in government accountable.
Absolutely.
I saw demonstrated even to much of the noise when it came to the EFF's 10th birthday celebration. There were certain councils that did not deliver, for example, on buses to bring people into the stadium and the agreements that they had made.
Yes.
On the other side, on the issue of accountability, let's talk a little bit about accountability on behalf of the Deputy President of the EFF. Right? So you've got the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interest that found that Floyd Shivambu, your DP, breached item 10.1.1 of the Code of Ethical Conduct and Disclosure of Members' Interests for the National Assembly and Permanent National Council. Of course, the member of the House had an imposition of a penalty reduction of 9 days worth of salary, and that, of course, was related to the 180,000 that was paid to him in 2017 by Skameka Pty Limited. Right. There was a penalty because wrong was done. How then, if you are keeping your councils accountable, if you're keeping local government accountable, how then do you keep your DP accountable? Because this is clearly something was done wrong. How do you keep the same accountability and impose the same accountability to your Deputy President, Floyd Shivambu, as you would keep to anybody who's a member of the EFF?
Yes. That thing you're talking about is us keeping him accountable, because I'm a member of that committee which found Floyd guilty and said, we're taking your 9 days salary. What more must I do? I've held him accountable. But he says, hold on, you are wrong. This is not donation, it's a loan. And no ethics code demand of us to disclose loans. That's why we've got so many loans. If they were saying we must declare loans, so we don't disclose loans. He says it's a loan. He's got an affidavit, a signed affidavit from the police station, which he gave to SARS. And SARS accepted, by the way.
which he gave to the committee. After the committee, by the way, Floyd was found guilty by the committee in absentia without being given an opportunity to present his side of the story. I had to fight inside there that he must be called, and only to realize they were communicating with him with a wrong email. Despite not giving him an opportunity to present his side of the story, they still proceeded to find him guilty. I'm a member of the committee. I must accept that this is a decision of the committee. But I'm happy the deputy president is taking this matter on review. He says, I'm not going to allow this. It's not a donation, it's a loan. I've heard some fools saying, but the company without a finance certificate as a financial service provider can't give you a loan. But hey, the loan. We borrow each other, and we don't even call them loan. We're calling them loans because of these things. But so siblings help each other. So Floyd says, my brother gave me a loan and I'm going to pay for it. SARS accepted this explanation. Why not? So that's where we are. But all I'm saying is, this is EFF in the ethics committee holding a deputy president accountable. It's not the EFF that is going to court to challenge that decision. It's the individual who feel offended and aggrieved by that decision. And it is well within his right to go to court. I'm happy you didn't say VBS, because nowhere did Parliament say it took the money of VBS. There's no VBS anyway, which is proven that the noise that was made around VBS was actually man-made and concocted to want to drive a certain narrative to discredit the EFF. That has not been found in the EFF, in Floyd's case. It's him and his brother exchanging monies and then saying they owe each other. That's where we are.
Well, I'm not on a witch hunt, so the good thing is that you're speaking to a journalist that reads.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's talk a little bit about, and I would like policy clarification here, because the EFF, before I open the lines, the EFF has been greatly criticized for this particular cornerstone, which you have to clear up. And this is the issue around a borderless continent, right? Yeah. So borders in itself, right? The historical context of borders was colonial. Borders were formulated so that white people can divide which particular states belong to them. We understand that. Capitalism, cheap labor, apartheid, colonialism has led to an unequal society within the African continent. So we accept that. We take away the notion of borders and we say, you know what, all Africans are the same. The problem, because of the existence of the inequalities entrenched within colonial rule within the African continent, says that those who are less or more marginalized will go to the countries that have got more. South Africa stands as one of those countries, maybe alongside Rwanda, right? So they will come, you will have an influx of illegal foreign nationals coming here for better economic opportunities, as they would. The fear among South Africans is that the little that we already have as South Africans, now we have to lose it to illegal foreign nationals that come into this country because the EFF has said we are all Africans, so open up the borders. So how does political ideology find its expression within the reality of the lived experience of the South African? Because the South African will say to Julius, I hear you, but I can't afford to be giving an illegal foreign national a foot in my country when I'm already struggling. Afraid that we're going to have an influx of illegal foreign nationals into this country and there will be nowhere for South Africans to go.
It's an imaginary thing. Do you know that there is no fence in Lesotho? Yet the Lesotho people are not here. Actually, Malema is the one who used to tell us this in the youth league, that but Lesotho ba ajwa fro ba no bi halagamu elisubela ba wela mra. It's imaginary. It's the colonizers dividing us and making us to hate each other for no reason. They will never come. Faith, Gauteng is more richer than Limpopo. The Limpopo people are poor. It's the poorest province. Limpopo. If that logic works, it doesn't have to start with a Nigerian who has to take so many flights to arrive here. If the poor are going to come, if there are no borders, and go where there are more opportunities, why but Limpopo was abandoned? Limpopo, there's too many opportunities here. It's not true. No one will ever leave their home for that reason. But secondly, it's not the EFF that has always made Africans to come together.
This city you are sitting in, it was built by the sweat and the hard work of all Africans, Mozambicans, Malawians, all of them. This mine that I told you that the anchor of the South African economy is mining complex. These mines that are supporting our economy have always been mined by Africans without the EFF being formed. That's why the language Fanaka law was developed, because Africans have always been together. Le ga o file tlore Malema ke ena tleng ka Fanaka law. Ke ikreile namo, ke ikreile Fanaka law, which is a clear demonstration that Africans have always been together. There've never been a point where Africans have never been together. Le tswere gate, auna fence. Unoba gate fela mo Lesotho mo Swaziland mo Mozambique mo. There's no fence. Our people are already interacting, as it were, without any influx of any people coming to take from the poor of the poor.
Our South Africans are already feeling marginalized and disenfranchised. And that's why there's this notion, and I truly don't believe South Africans are xenophobic.
Yes.
I feel like the issue and the notion of xenophobia is a very simplistic view of the issues of South Africa. South Africans are unemployed, Julius.
Yes.
That's a fact. South Africans don't have economic power. That's a fact. The very same illegal, undocumented foreign nationals are being used as truck drivers, as waiters and waitresses, and they're used as cheap labor because the employer gets away with murder. It disenfranchises the South African who is also looking for that job. I'm not saying every South African is going to want to be a truck driver, but it's certainly taking away the opportunity from that South African that wants to be that truck driver. So then how then do we start reconciling it? Because at the heart of it, it's economic issues, and we can't run away from that. So where do you reconcile and say, yeah, there are too many illegal foreign nationals here that are being used by capital as a form of cheap labor?
Well, it's imaginary. There's no such a thing that there are illegal foreigners who are waiters and waitresses. It's unscientific. It's not proven. It's not true. Secondly, these people that we are saying are taking our jobs and economic opportunities, Faith, let's line up the buses now and put them into the buses and let them go. Will still be poor. Actually, more poorer without them, especially you, the black elite, because it is you who have hired these people into your houses. So it's not true that when they leave, you'll get jobs. They do not own these people that you're talking about. They do not own the means of production. They don't own the land. They don't own the banks. They don't own the financial sector. They don't own monopoly industries, which is what should create jobs, not what you're talking about. Na ke tlo le motho wa Zimbabwe re lwela ba le security. But me and a Zimbabwean must fight over being a security guard. Why should we fight over that? Why are you not saying let's all mobilize each other? And I never said South Africans are xenophobic in all of my articulation. I'm saying this thing is imaginary because South Africans coexist with these people. They don't have a problem. But let me make the last point. Yeah, in Alexander, Dudula goes and remove those foreigners, all of them who are selling tomatoes in some open space there. They remove them completely successfully. They go. Not a single South African went to occupy that space where they were selling. As a result, Alexander people started complaining. South Africans didn't go and sell at that land. And it's just that, you know, we say these things here, now, they don't record them so that they, during your spare time, they must say, no, Faith, you like reading, you like researching, you like being exposed to these things. Now, Dudula has moved people here. This is what they were doing. Let's make an observation and see what's going to happen in a week's time. If indeed these people have taken anything from South Africans, let's go and see what will happen in a week's time. Nothing will happen. If anything, those people are going to come back, they are going to be received, and our people are going to buy from those people. The nonsense I don't agree with is this thing of selling expired food. The EFF and all community leaders, it is in their hands to confront people who are selling expired food in the township, in the villages, and even in town. Because it's not only those people in the spaza shops who sell expired food. Even shops like Spa sell expired food. So the story should not be about cheap people that we undermine and we can always speak bad about them and to them. It must also be the struggle
must be taken to the powers that be. That in South Africa, ShopRite, Checkers, whoever you are, you're not going to sell expired food because we're going to confront you if you do that.
Let's take a few calls. In fact, I've got many voice notes. I've got a few calls. I want to open up the lines. Maybe let me start off with a few voice notes. Dumelo, do you have got a voice notes? Okay, let's take calls. He says I must take calls. Let me start off with Kwamhlang with Dixon. Dixon, hi.
Hi, Faith.
Hi, Dixon. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, now I'm so disturbed and I'm so disappointed by my brother in the studio. You know that security guard that is talking about those competing with an illegal foreigner is supporting his children with that money for being a security guard. You understand? And one other thing, I'm a victim myself of this illegal foreigners who are employed in our country. You remember I called you some weeks ago when the minister was there saying that my company is employing 95% illegal foreigners.
Yes, I remember. And I even gave Minister Adam Mutsualedi your contact details so that he can sort this issue out.
You know what's the problem?
Yes, sir.
People are saying these foreigners are hard workers more than us. They find us here, we teach them the job. You know what they do? They do extra activities when these white people ask them to go to their houses to clean after their dogs. They go there. So now that you cannot go to their houses to clean after their dogs, they say now you are a bad person because foreigners agree to that. They agree to being exploited. So I even tried to phone the regional office of the EFF. I think it's Philip Makwala or something like that. That guy never even came back to me. You know what I'm trying to say? We are not xenophobic in South Africans.
And it's the employer that is doing this, Dixon, time and time again. Dixon, I've noted your point. I'm going to take one more call, sir, but I thank you very much. I've noted your point because you have phoned in to express this very same concern. It's a big concern. Let me go to Keith in Sandton before I take a break. Hi, Keith.
Hi.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Good, and you? Go ahead.
Good. Right now, I wanted to just one of our presidents, the pillar that we don't negotiate on is obviously the expropriation of land rights. So I just wanted to check the CIC view on 1930 for the native land as rights. I think we were allowed like 3%. And then it changed in 1936 to a native trust. We were given something like 13%. And we are in 2023, I think we probably own less than 50% of land, right? Our comrades equivalent.
Keith, you know what? I'm going to give you an opportunity to say your point again. I'm struggling to hear you. So I'm going to give Dumelo a chance to phone you back. But let me go to Kopane with Tabang. Tabang, hi.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
I just want to say to, as young as I am, 21 years old. I want to ask you on what plan does we have for the education system? Because the current one that we have doesn't work for us.
I hear you, Tabang. Let me take a break.
I am the guy who grew up hungry for more than just food.
I'm the one who saw the chance to cook up a better life.
Then we started serving Kasi food.
Yeah, I still see more of your calls. I'm going to take them as soon as Dumelo lines them up. But I've got Dixon here, and Dixon's issue is very pertinent because he says that the company that he works for, 95% of them are, the company has hired 95% of illegal foreign nationals because the bosses view them as less problematic in inverted commas. How does one even, how does one even reconcile that? Or where does justice come in? And how do they impose justice in an existential phenomena that happens of this nature?
Well, it's not a big problem. We can go there tomorrow and remove those foreign illegal foreigners. There is a law in South Africa on how those issues get to be dealt with. And I'm happy you said to Dixon, it's not those foreigners the problem. The problem is the employer who employ undocumented foreigners. If he's really doing that, he's committing crime. There are laws in this country that governs that. And I'm actually sorry that I disappointed Dixon by saying I'm not going to fight for jobs of security guard. I want bigger than that. I don't want Dixon to be a security guard. I want him to own the farm. I want him to own the industries. I want him to be an industrialist. And that's where my struggle is. My struggle is not to perpetuate slavery of black people. And if that disappoints Dixon, it's his own problem. I'm not going to retreat from that. I'm fighting for a bigger thing. And that bigger thing is black people owning the economy of South Africa, and that's my focus. And so basically, but I can tell you now, if there is an illegal foreigners who are being hired without following the due process, tomorrow, this Philip Makwala is talking about can go there and solve that problem tomorrow. He doesn't even have to have a problem of calling radios. We can solve it in less than no time. And we're not going to talk to those illegal foreigners. We're going to tell the bosses, you're going to stop this nonsense, and it's going to stop with immediate effect. I can tell you that. But I deal with that every day, but it's not core of my program. My program is to take the banks from the hands of the minority into the hands of the majority so that we can have a say in the banking sector of South Africa.
Gebethu in Johannesburg South. Hi.
How are you?
Very well, thanks to you, Mama. Go ahead.
Good, thanks. I just wanted to find out, Julius Malema did not answer you when you asked about ANC saying they're divorcing. I understand his choice of words, but are you going to remain in coalition with the ANC, yes or no? I think that's a simple answer.
We're not in a coalition with the ANC. Therefore, the question yes or no doesn't exist. We're not in coalition with the ANC. If we know what a coalition is, then you will know we're not in a coalition with the ANC.
All right. May you explain what the arrangement in the city of Johannesburg
I did. I said the mayor of Johannesburg invited us, and then we responded to the invitation by the mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me take Keith in Santons. Keith, hi. Oh, Keith is gone. Okay, we'll keep on. Listen, I just want to say that my lines are flooding. So if they get blocked, it just means that so many people are trying to engage. Bear with us. Have a little bit of patience with us because we have to get into some of these issues. But I want to talk a little bit. You're speaking about the economy. So let's talk a little bit about the economy, right? I saw that as of June 2023, you had national government that had accumulated 4.3 trillion rand in total domestic debt. Right. That means that I think the finance minister, Enoch Kotokwana, was saying that I think for every 1 rand or so, 18 cents or so is actually gone to service debt. Right. This, if you win 2024 and you become the president of the country, you are inheriting a debt of 4.3 trillion rand. How do you solve this issue around debt accumulation in the country? Because we keep borrowing from the World Bank, we keep borrowing from IMF. Debt comes with terms and conditions that apply. How do you resolve?
Well, the first is to refuse to recognize apartheid debt. Our problem started when we accepted the apartheid debt, that people were borrowing money to kill us. And then we take government and say that money which was borrowed to kill us will pay for that money. We ought to, from the beginning, said we're not going to pay for an apartheid debt. And we will not recognize this debt of the ANC, of World Bank and IMF, which is given to us even when they can see that we've got a crisis of affordability. They keep on giving it to us because they want to control us. They want to control the politics. They want to control the policy. They want to give the economic direction of this country through debt. And the EFF's position is very clear. We do not recognize debt of the IMF and the World Bank. They need to be confronted and they need to be told, you build a problem for us from when you impose the apartheid debt on a democratic government. That debt was meant to kill us. Why should we reward people by paying the money that was borrowed to kill us?
Let's talk a little bit also about 2024.
Yes.
Voter apathy is a reality in this country. It's been dwindling since 1994, in fact. The median age, which is very ironic in South Africa, is about 28 years of age. Those are the people that are actually citizens, the majority, 61% or so of them are 28 years of age in this country in terms of being youth. Now, they're not voting. They're not voting because they don't trust you politicians. They're not voting because they don't trust that you will deliver on your promises. So why is it that a young person who's 24 years old listening to this conversation, why must they vote for you? Why must they make you president of the republic?
Well, I'm happy that you raised that point because the youth don't see politics working for them. So the first thing you do is to make sure that politics work for the youth. And once they see the politics working for them, they will come in their numbers. Look at what we did at the institutions of higher learning. When we took over the SRCs, we said the budget which is spent on Freshers Born festivals must be cut by 70%. That 70% must go and feed the needy students at the universities. They used to spend millions at universities doing bashes with the SRC money. We cut that and we give the poor lunch and supper from the money that was supposed to organize festivals. What happened? The youth then realized that in the institutions of learning, that this thing is working for us. As a result, there is a mood all over universities of educated people, not illiterate, educated people who say we want to make an educated vote, and that vote is for the EFF because we can see that the politics are working for us in the institutions of learning. Let's make the politics to work for our people. What will you do? I'll give them the land. I will give them access to education free of charge. I will beneficiate the minerals of South Africa and industrialize the economy of South Africa so that we're not an economy of consumers, we're an economy of people who produce. Manufacturing ought to be revived in South Africa if we're to create sustainable jobs. I will end load shedding in less than no time because load shedding is man-made. When there is World Cup, there is no load shedding. When children write matric exam, there is a load shedding. Have you ever seen such madness in life where we must switch on the lights to see rugby and then switch off the lights when the children are writing an exam? What type of this load shedding are we dealing with? It has got eyes and ears. It knows that Kolisi is about to pick up the ball. It doesn't go. When Kolisi finishes, then it goes. It goes with the World Cup. It's man-made. It's created to empower Cyril's
Who made
people.
it?
Cyril and the
Cyril
ANC.
Ramaphosa made load shedding.
Yes.
How?
Because they want to empower the IPPs. They don't maintain the coal power stations. They close coal power stations because the biggest problem at the center of what we're dealing with here is the maintenance of our power stations. That's why they tell you Unit 1 has collapsed, Unit 3 has collapsed. There is nothing magical that Brian Molefe did and Marcelo Gogo did. All they did was to make sure they maintain our own power stations. They close this one. They know if we close this one for 2 days, it will be up. Before you know it, we go to the next one. There's generally no maintenance, and corruption is eaten away. ESCOM. What do? They then say, no, let's load shed so that we create a crisis. When we introduce independent power producers, our people are going to say, oh, maybe there is a solution here. Let's go with independent power producers. Who is independent power producers? It's Remgro. Who owns Remgro? It's Johan Rupert. You're now going to be given electricity by Johan Rupert. I mean, this crisis faith. I mean, let's go to Prasa. Look, there's no long distance trains from November last year until today. The people of Limpopo used to occupy that train full to capacity. Eastern Cape, full to capacity. They rent locomotives, put them there, and then do not give them to people. And then they say, we spend 600 million. These locomotives only gave us 10 million. Then we all say, no, it means it's a waste of money. That's why we can't spend 600 million only to get 10 million. No, they didn't use the locomotives. They hired with 600 million, put them there, and create an imaginary crisis so that when they come and say, let's outsource this thing to our friends, people should say, no, maybe we'll get trains because we've not been getting trains. All of this is a fact. Under the President Ramaphosa, who said he's going to be corrupt-free, he's going to be transparent, he's going to do lifestyle audit on ministers, he's going to crack the whip on corruption. This government has become the most corrupt government that switches off lights for children who are writing matric exams.
Let me take Kaya in Tonga. Hi, Kaya.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Very well, thanks, and you, sir. Go ahead.
Good. So, Mr. Malema, quick question, sir. How are you planning to take over the economy that has been built on systems that oppresses the majority of our people? Is it not better that you build economy that will accommodate everybody instead of taking the one that already exists? Because all the systems that are in place right now are putting us where we are, which I'm not going to go into detail on that. Second question. You led a campaign of going and checking all the restaurants who are employing foreign nationals. And you said that South Africans must be employed in those restaurants. But today you're saying that no, that's not the case, or the foreign nationals are not taking South Africans' job. I'm a bit confused on that.
No, I just said to you, I can go there tomorrow in a company where they say they are illegal immigrants, undocumented immigrants, to confront the employer, not the employees. They don't employ themselves. I'm saying instead of fighting these ordinary people who come into this country looking for greener pastures, get exploited by the employer who violate our laws. Those are the people I can confront even tomorrow. If Dixon was to say to me, Mr. Malema, here's the address, this is where these people are, I will wake up and go there to confront the employer, not employees. I'm not going to have black on black violence with my own brothers and sisters. But the white establishment, which makes us fight, is the one that needs to be confronted.
The first place to go to is to go to a person who, in his name, the firearm has been issued. And what makes matters worse is that the person in question is there in the video, which makes him even more suspect. They don't do that. They leave him out, and then they come here to say to me, I must point him in the crowd. It's not my job to point people at the crowd. It's my job to point at the evidence presented before you to confirm or deny it.
You also testified yesterday that Colonel Swartboy never came to ask you for your own firearm, because that firearm, the 9mm, we see there could have been your own firearm.
Yes. But again, Your Worship, and the court has got a duty to protect me. I'm being asked about the firearms that are not before this court. You brought a firearm to this court. Let's deal with it, and not what is not before this court.
Can you confirm, Mr. Malema, that the firearm that was used, is that a toy firearm, the 9mm handgun?
I don't know what is 9mm, what is what. I showed you the toy gun I used. Yeah, that's my toy gun.
I'm going to request Ms. Tala to play the videos for you. If you can play all three, and then we'll go back.
Please, just a minute, I put it Caesar. The gallery. I can't hear what is being said in front if you are mumbling amongst yourself. There's a lot of you, it makes it difficult to hear. Sound travels in my direction. Please.
Your Worship, can I ask you to play that, the last one, so I can show you the two VIP protection PSS people I'm talking about?
We're going to get there, Mr. Malema.
Oh.
Can you play the video that you just requested? Can you please wait for the question? We're going to question. We're going to ask questions.
On what that we are going to watch.
No, the one that you just wanted to see.
Okay.
Yes. Can you please wait until we question you about that? Can you play the third video? Thank you. Ms. Kana, I want you to go to the first video again, the one with the 9mm handgun. Can you stop where the shots are fired with the 9mm? That is the 9mm handgun that I'm referring to.
I don't know.
It's a handgun.
I can't see a gun of 9mm. What? I can't. From where I'm sitting, I can't. And there was no such a 9mm what before this court for me to answer to it. If they brought to you before you, Your Worship, a 9mm what and how it looks like, maybe I'll have an idea what they are talking about. I don't know. I can't see what is that. I can't stand here and say that is 9mm barrel. What? I don't know.
Can we agree that it's a smaller firearm than the other two videos?
No, I can't see if it's smaller or big. This camera was shot too far. I can't see that. Even when you do it with those people of photography, zoom in and what, I don't see it.
Do you want to go closer, sir?
I've been closer 6 years ago. I can still go now. I can't see it. I can't see it. Your Worship, it was going to be helpful if you brought something here so that I can answer what I see and what I see there. I can't. I'm being made to answer for something I don't know what this is for.
Is that the same size firearm than the one that you brought here yesterday.
How do I say it's the same size if I can't see it? I just told you I can't see it. How do I say it's the same or not?
I put it to you that it's a 9mm, that's a handgun.
That's your version to the court, and it remains yours.
The expert that also testified yesterday also saw that that was a handgun.
At least you and that expert agree on something else. At least you also call him expert. I like that. Because he was being questioned here about peer review, which you never did with your expert. 9 statement of a ballistic expert. You never asked for peer review. The court never asked for a peer review. The expert who came and said the things that you didn't like, you asked for peer review. The court said, what must I take this evidence for if it doesn't have a peer review signature? Why did the court not ask those 9 statements about the peer review signatures? Is this a fair trial? Am I being tried fairly?
Mr. Malema, I'm going to put on record that you are vague and you are avoiding the questions.
I agree. You said we must speak to each other in a respectful way. You are not going to do that of pointing pens at me because I can do it ×5. And it's not going to be nice here.
Mr. Malema, the video that you're seeing there, I'm putting it to you, it's a handgun.
You said I'm vague. That's fine. That's what my lawyers will argue with you about. I don't know what is vague. All I'm saying to you is that from where I'm sitting, and I'm not the first one, even the gear house people who came here said from this angle, I can't see that gun, whether it's a gun or what, I don't know. I can't see. And then I'm asked about the size of this gun and the gun that I presented and the one you presented, but never presented this gun. If this gun was before this court, I would gladly answer to say, okay, let me look at this one, let me look at the toy, let me look at that one. They are not the same. So I'm being made to answer the things that are not before this court. It's not here.
How many firearms was brought by yourself or the EFF for this display that was going to take place?
The one I showed you yesterday. Which looks exactly the same as the one you brought. That's what is before this court.
You are unable to tell that the one that we see on this video is the same one which you uses on the other 2 videos.
I can't. I don't see it. It could as well be. I can't. I'm sorry. If that is being vague, let it be. Let me fall on my sword.
Yesterday, it was asked by the ballistic expert, Mr. De Klerk, to count those number of shots that were fired from that handgun.
Which one is the handgun now? This one?
This one that we're seeing in this video.
Oh. It was not asked, and I don't know why the court is not intervening there, because it was not asked on this gun. It was asked on a rifle, not on this.
It was specifically asked to count the number of shots. You could hear whether it has been fired in this specific video. And he counted about 14 to 15 shots that he heard.
I don't know, the lawyers would have to intervene. I think it was a rifle. I counted with him. It was not on this. It was a rifle. What was asked from a guy to count was on a rifle. It was not on this.
Mr. Malema, what I recall, you asked me to adjourn so we can look closer at the video we are watching now. And this is from this video that he was counting. But as you say, your lawyers may intervene if I have got it wrong as Kadoris.
This video, but he never referred to a 9mm. He said
No,
that
he did not say
gunshot. 9mm since overstating the mistake. He keeps on referring to it as a 9mm handgun. He said that it appears to be a handgun. He doesn't know if it's real or not, and he counted 14 or 15 shots of this video.
Yes. So the only aspect that I advocate is that the word 9mm was not used, but handgun was used.
Well, it appears to be a handgun.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes. So in this video, it appears to be a handgun that you're seeing there. That was the evidence of Mr. de Klerk, the expert yesterday. It was further canvassed with him how he was asked to listen to the video and hear how many shots was fired from that video. Are you still following?
Yes, I'm following. I didn't hear the question.
Yes. We just tried to put you into context before the question arrived. So he confirmed that you should really need to use the word every time appeared to be a handgun, every time.
Because he was not sure himself. That's why he says it appears to be. It has to be like that repeatedly so that we don't get confused that there was some concession at some point that it is what you say it is. It appears to be, to him.
You've asked, he's actually posed the question to the court, Mr. Malema,
Oh,
so I'll answer him
okay.
after hearing from counsel and from counsel. To me, I've noted, and it's common cause the evidence refers to what appears to be. The whole case is what appears to be. So do you wish that the word appears to be repeated, or can I take note that it is being said right through the trial, not only pertaining to the handgun, but even the rifle appears to be?
It's more accurate to say what appears to be, because it hasn't been established that there's any firearm in this by anybody. And another issue that I have with my reference question is I don't see it in any of the charges. I don't know which charge it's referring to, because it was always the rifle that was in issue in count 1 to 5, and even the ammunition wouldn't fit into a handgun. So I don't know what charge this is, if it's even a charge.
We'll hear from the state where he's leading with this. Do you have any input, Advocate audience? Advocate Matthew?
No.
None?
No.
Advocate Caesar, please use the verbal words appear to be.
Thank you, Bishop. Can I ask firstly what type of firearm do you own?
I own a Taurus 9mm.
Which is a handgun.
Yeah, those things of handgun and what I don't know about this one. Yeah, the small one. I'm not a fanatic of those things.
That is indeed a handgun, Mr. Malema.
Okay, handgun, yes.
So if I look at the video, it also appears to be a handgun that you are firing there.
Like I said, my brother, I can't see what is there. You know, had you charged me with this, perhaps I would have paid a particular attention to it and prepare my defense on this thing that you are presenting before me, which court is unable to protect me from. Because I've faced no charge of this nature, and therefore being made to answer on things I've never prepared on. My accusation has always been that I've discharged a rifle and a cartridge of a rifle has been found, and I've prepared my defense in relation to that. Now I'm made to answer things that were never put to me before in order for me to prepare this trial, for it to be a free and fair trial. So I don't see what is there.
Mr. Malema, I'll make it clear now why this is so important in the context of the whole trial. Can you play the video where those people are standing while the shots is being fired? Can you stop? if you look at the side where you're actually firing the shots, which is the right-hand side, from where I'm standing, are there people there? And I want you to look at the reaction of those people there once you started firing those shots.
Which people on the stage?
There. Can you go back? Do you understand now why this is so relevant? Because in your evidence yesterday, you said once you fire shots, where you coming from, people don't ask questions. They don't look who fired the shots. They just duck or they go down. In this instance, we see people actually running away when you are firing those shots.
Can I take issue that I don't see anybody running? You must show me where you see somebody running. That's incorrect.
But your worship, can I also come and point at the worship on the thingy?
I must just answer to the objection, and then we'll the phrase running or indicate the running activities.
They are moving away, and moving quick.
You know, so that's inaccurate. You don't see anybody moving or moving quick. You see people on the stage remaining on the stage, people in front of the stage remaining in front of the stage.
Advocate Owens, you are saying what you are seeing, yes. So you're asking me to accept what you are seeing.
Yes, well, if it's an inaccurate illustration of what he sees, then it doesn't call for an answer. You must ask, do you see people running? Is the first question. Not that he sees people running, because I don't see people running. Definitely not.
I'll decide, but the view of the state, and you will obviously not do the same. You may play it again and indicate where. I believe yesterday it was said the video cannot be slowed down. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, Your Worship. So that's one of the reasons why I asked that earlier, Your Worship, that video must be viewed thoroughly first by counsel and accused number 1 and number 2 to look at these issues that I'm going to raise now.
So that's a lie to the court. No, I have to make it very clear. He never asked me to see the video once, and he never said thoroughly. He's now making up a story to explain what he sees in the video, which is incorrect. And in any event, this should unfold in court. It doesn't serve any purpose to do it in some quiet room where nobody's watching. It must be open and transparent, and we're doing that exactly now. He never asked me to watch the video this morning, and he made that clear even in his address to the court. And he never said thoroughly. He said, to prepare them to answer the questions, I want to give them 13 minutes to look at the video, quote unquote, and not the counsel. I need the accused 1 and 2 for the record, Your Worship.
By him, you're referring to counsel for the state.
The prosecutor.
Thank you. We'll watch one more. Then I'm going to adjourn for the tea adjournment. We'll come back, having all clear marks.
Thank you.
Let us have a look again.
Yes.
Then during the, oh no, you can't ask. Your client wanted to comment or ask something. I didn't entertain because I don't know what you're going to say or ask, and you're not in my hands at this stage. Okay?
He said what I wanted to say.
Sorry?
My counsel said what I wanted to say.
Yes. All right, then it's fine. All right, good.
Can you play that video again?
What I would suggest, and it's a suggestion only, is that I'm counting 7 people if we are speaking to about the one right in the corner.
Yes.
So we can count the people at the beginning and count the people at the end. It's my solution. Whether you want to follow that will be up to the state. I can't dictate what the state wants to while you want to present your evidence. Okay, it's 15 minutes.
Your Worship, can I speak before you adjourn? Because then, after what you said, I have to come in so that when we go to the break, we're all in the same understanding.
Mr. Malema, keep in mind that it's not supposed to be in discussion. You are in the hands of the state. Advocates cannot protect you if you say something which you should not be placing on record, although you may feel you want to. So I can't say yes, please go ahead, or no doubt.
Through him, please, I want to say this. Because now we're being covered.
I don't know.
Now we're
Yes, I know what under process, but I also need to prevent him from saying anything that you don't want to be said.
No, not at all. Well, Your Worship, we're now splitting hairs. Can I come and point at you? Because you have counted people. Can I also come and point at you? What is my observation there?
We're going to count when we adjourn and come back to beginning, and if the state wants to count. Otherwise, I'm not going to write down how many I'm counting because I'm not a witness.
I'm just making a simple point that if you look at the people, it says they are running away because they are scared, which is something I want to point to.
No. You did not say because they are scared.
No, because I'm firing a shot, the people are running away. He's talking about the people there by the fence, there next to the grandstand. There are people right in front of the stage.
Oh no, sorry. I'm looking at the people right in front of the stage, not at the grandstand.
So there's no one there who's running away there.
Okay, we clarified the running away with Advocate Odysseus' objection, and it changed to moving away. Running away has been clarified, so it's no longer an issue, running away. So, also, myself, obviously, we're not looking at the same. You are referring to, you circled it with the arrow in front of the stage.
Yes, correct. Worship, I suggested we adjourn at this stage. We come back after the tea break, and then we will go through that part again.
I'll decide in a minute. All right. Let's see what is the correct time? Is it correct or 20? Huh?
Correct.
So I'm being quoted. My watch is there, maybe so. I'll enter to give everyone, because you'll be looking at stuff on the water break, etc. Let us say 20 minutes in at 11:05. That's suitable. You may proceed to the
Thank you, Worship. Mr. Malema, I want to ask you to look at those 7 people that are standing there before the actual shots were fired. And I also want to look at you. I want you to look at them, their reaction during the process of that shots being fired, and you tell us what do you see.
Which 7 are you looking at?
The 7 at the far right in the direction where
the boundary wall.
Yes, they're those ones.
Okay.
Did you observe that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what did you see?
Nothing. I see the crowds that are gathered in front of the stage.
And of course, they are not seated. There's up and downs. People do as they want to in a stadium like that. Because your worship, logical, and that's what should come to our mind, all of us. Why would shots being fired, the people who are right in front of the shots being fired don't run away? And we are shown some people there who are actually in some uniform, maybe cleaning or something. I don't even know what they're doing there. The immediate threat should be with these people who are in front of the stage. And they are unmoved. So I'm showing some people there. I don't know what they are, whether they are picking up papers, whether they are security guards or what, I don't know. But it looks like they've got reflectors on. None of them came to you here, your worship, and said they ran away or they were moved by shots. And none of the witnesses who came here suggested those people were running away or moved by the sound of a firearm.
Ms. Carter, would you be able to point with your mouse there? So I just want to make sure that we are on the same page when you play that video. Can you please pause there? Can you please pause there? Do you see that 7 people, and you point with the mouse, standing there on the far right?
I'm the one who pointed the court to those people, and the court said it was not even looking at those people. I can't point at them if I don't see them. I did. I pointed them to the court.
Right? But do you see they just standing?
They are standing because this thing is not playing. How can they move when you have paused? Can
you go back and just show how they're actually standing? Can you pause? Go back. Go back. An inch back. I want Mr. Malema to see how those people are standing there. Do you see them just standing?
They are not standing. There's movement amongst themselves. It might not be as visible as you want to us to make that observation. They are not standing. These people, when you look at them, your worship, as they are now, when they've paused them, they are together as a group, isolated. Obviously, they are busy with something else other than what we are doing here. That's why they are not with this crowd. They are there doing their own thing.
Do you want to come to the bigger screen to look at it?
I see them very well. It can't change. My vision can't change. Those people are a group of people who are moving around. As to what they are doing, I don't know. But they don't look like they are part of the crowds. That's why it is not doesn't come as a shock when they move around and do whatever they want to do. But at least we're all like in agreement that no one is running away.
I want to put it to you that they are just standing still. Nobody's moving before you fire that shot.
They are standing still because you pressed pause.
Can we play? Can you stop? We've unpaused it now for you.
It's paused. What do you mean we've unpaused it? It's paused.
Can you play? Can you see it's unpaused?
No, those people have got an activity, my brother. Whether you like it or not, they've got, look at how they were now. They are pulling away from each other like this. They are engaged in an activity. They are not part of this. They've got their own activity.
The bottom line is, Mr. Malema, they are remaining on the same spot before you fire the shots.
You've got my vision.
Can we confirm that?
I'm not confirming that.
Okay. I want you to look at their reaction once you fire the shots. Can you pause? What did you see when you started firing the shots on the video?
Nothing. I'm saying to you, and you can take whatever decision you want to take. You're showing me some people in some corner. A shot is being fired from a stage. Do you see anyone running away from the stage? Where the shot is being fired from? Do you see anyone running away from the stage? Right immediately where the shot is being fired from. Do you see anyone running away? I'm showing some people who are engaged in some activity on the sideline of the event, and I must be answerable for them. I don't see anything. I see people on the stage. I see people in front of the stage. None of them act in a terrified manner. None of them ran away. The stage is still intact.
Are we looking at the same video, Mr. Malema?
We're looking at the same video, yeah. Sorry.
Can you play it again? Yes, you can go back.
No, I don't want to go back. I want to point. Before the shots are fired, this is the man who's standing here. Yeah. After the shots are fired, this man is still standing here. Before the shots are fired, Mam Kaula is dancing here. After the shots were fired, Mam Kaula is standing here. These are human beings who should react. What is more important about those people than the people who are immediate next to the action? What is this selective way of wanting to arrive at the justice? I'm not pointing at people in the periphery. I'm pointing you to the people who are next to the activity. You can't point at one of them as running away or moving away or anything of that sort. So I'm not going to be answerable for people that I don't even know what they are there for. I don't know whether it was their time to depart or whatever. Whatever coincidence happened, I don't know. All I'm saying is you've got women on the stage there. You've got women and children in front of the stage, the young people. You've got men on the stage there. None of them act terrified. Even the man who leads the song, your worship, he doesn't, when he hears what is so-called shots, so he sings the way he was singing. Nothing changes in his voice because he must react if there's something that is unusual happening. Sorry.
Mr. Malema, we will keep these proceedings very short if you answer the questions the way it has been asked by you. We are going to get to the people on the stage. We are only referring to the people there on the far right, as pointed out to you, the 7 people who are standing there.
I think the defender has exhausted this line of questioning. It's going to get us nowhere now. It's going to be a matter for argument with respect to it.
You may proceed, then I will make a ruling if it's repetitive. That's a good enough. Thank you.
Let me tell you, there is no one who can tell me how to answer questions. No one. Not even a hanging judge can do that to me. No one. It's not going to start with you. It has never happened. I'm answering the way I want to answer.
Which direction are you moving from that stage? Which direction are you moving? You are moving to the far right. Is that correct? And you're also firing shots towards the right where those people are standing. Can you confirm that?
I'm not firing any shots, by the way. There's no shots I'm firing. So which shots am I going to say I'm firing them from the far right? I'm not firing any shots.
I've never fired any shots.
Is it correct that before you fired shots, there were 7 people standing there?
Well, it's your vision. I see people there. I still see them standing there, and that's my vision.
It's correct. Once you fire those shots, those people are moving fast away from them.
It's not correct. It's actually a lie.
Can you play that one more time before I leave this point? Can you confirm that after you fired shots, there's nobody there again? Those people are no longer there.
It's not true. They are there.
Where do you see them?
Those people are there. One of them is still, the camera is still showing the one of the people that you are pointing at. You said nobody is there. So I wouldn't know off camera where those people are. You wouldn't know yourself. You wouldn't know. If they're off camera, whose problem is that? Can't be my problem. But no one has been moved because I fired shots. It's not true. No one has said that. You are actually assuming by looking at a movie.
Did you have your own firearm there on the night in question?
No. I had subs with me. Why do I need a firearm?
Who provided you with that firearm that you are being seen?
I don't. No, I've never accepted that I see a firearm there. I'm saying to you, I wouldn't know whether this is the part of the rifle or not the part of the rifle. My concentration has always been about the charge you have put before me, and the charge before me is the rifle. I've not paid attention to that thing. If I discharged a 9mm pistol, in this picture should have been charged with it, and it was supposed to be brought to this court, then I will know that I've got a duty to prepare myself on this aspect because I'm being charged with it. So to me, it's non-issue.
Mr. Malema, you are being charged for discharging a firearm in a built-up area. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what that represents. You discharging it.
You brought a firearm you are alleging I discharged at the stadium. You didn't bring this one. Bring it now. Let's see. The firearm you are alleging I discharged in a enclosed area is the one you brought to this court. And then I brought the one that I discharged on that day. Had you made any allegation about this, I would have provided this court with sufficient response because I would have prepared myself in this regard. This is no charge before me.
This evidence in a whole was always part of the state's case.
You did not charge me with any pistol. You never brought any pistol before this court.
Mr. Malema, that was a real pistol, hypothetically speaking, and you have discharged in the manner which we see you discharged on the video, which you have put the lives of those people that were standing there around the stadium in danger, hypothetically speaking.
I will not have put anyone's life in danger because I will never have done that. Not even in a dream I can wake up. If I dream like that, I wake up immediately. I will never put the lives of our people at risk. My Lord, these are not people, just people to me. These are EFF voters. Why would I put the life of a voter at risk? I need that vote.
I want you to count the number of shots that has actually been fired there. Can you agree that it is indeed between 14 and 15 shots that has been fired there, as has been testified by the expert of yesterday. Or do you want to listen?
I'm going to play it again so I can count.
Were you able to count, or do you want to play it
I
again?
did.
Yes, how many?
20.
Your own firearm, how many live rounds can your magazine take?
And I don't know these things. I just have a firearm. I don't use it for anything. I don't deal with ammunition. It's there in the safe. I don't know how many rounds it carries. I've never paid attention to those things.
You've heard the evidence of the ballistic experts that standard 9mm magazine will take about 15 rounds.
You see, now you're talking about an expert. Who am I? I had a difficulty even with woodwork at school, so what is going to happen?
That question should be in the light of the fact that he was asked about a Glock fire. He was asked about the capacity of a Glock fire.
Thank you for that, Mr. Matthews. The evidence of the ballistic expert was that a Glock, the standard magazine of a Glock 9mm firearm, takes about 15 live rounds.
Your Worship, I don't know what is a Glock. All I know, my firearm is written Taurus on top of it. If you go into descriptions, I wouldn't know what is it for. And I'm not interested in the business of those things. I'm in the business of politics, not of firearms. Ballistics will know, and I can't argue with such an expert team.
When you accepted that particular firearm, did you look what type of firearm it was?
Which one?
The one that we see.
I never said I accepted any firearm. When it relates to a firearm here, don't include me. I'm not part of that. I don't know anything about that. I'm going to answer the other firearm, which I brought before this court.
We're getting there, Mr. Malema. I want to put it to you that that is indeed a real firearm that you are using right there, endangering the lives of those people who were standing there.
It is your failed version. Incompetent, incoherent version. With no little bit of proof. An abuse of prosecuting powers.
The people on the stadium, you said yesterday, they were all members of parliament and one is a senior counsel. Is that correct?
I never said they were all members of parliament. I said there are some members of parliament. And one of them is a senior counsel of the bar, who will not have witnessed a crime being committed and not reported because the bar will debar him.
The gist of your evidence was basically that it's not nobody's that's standing there. It's important people that's on that stage. Is that correct?
And the revoking of parliament is to say to you, there are lawmakers there who ordinarily will have to respect the law. And when a crime is being committed, they are duty bound to report it. Otherwise, that will be against their oath of office.
In your party, you will nominate those people to be elected as members of parliament, should that be the case?
Branches of the EFF. We hold what we call a list conference, and voting is done secretly. Your Worship, I'm also subjected to the same process where I throw my name and people still have to vote for me to go to parliament, members and branches of the EFF. By virtue of being its president, it's not automatic that I will go to parliament. After being elected in an elective conference of the EFF, when elections come, like they happened now, we go to what we call a list conference. And all those who have interest to go to parliament get voted by those people in the list conference of the EFF.
Some of the people on that stage, are they also your close friends, personal friends?
There's no close friend or personal friend of mine. I'm the only child with no parents. I don't know what a close friend is. Many of them I regarded as close friends sold me out. So I play nowhere close to that concept of a close friend. I came alone. I will live alone.
Would you regard the persons coming to support you for your cases as friends?
They are not friends. These are my comrades. This is the leadership of the EFF.
I want to put it to you, Mr. Malema, that it's highly unlikely that any of those people that is on that stage would have reported you or would have laid a charge against you, as you want to claim that they should have come forward.
What stops them? Your Worship, what stops a senior counsel to report me? What will I do to a senior counsel? These are not laymen. These are not job seekers. These are not my garden boys and domestic workers. I'm giving you an example of a senior counsel, well-seasoned senior counsel. If he wants to create an impression that they were scared of me, why would the senior counsel be scared of me? The person who sings, who's leading the song, by the way, with a microphone, is a doctor. It's a PhD doctor, a thinker of note. It's no layman.
Mr. Malema, let's just get this out of the way. You are indeed a very accomplished and an esteemed politician. Can we agree that much?
You can't take that away from me.
Yes. For anybody to just come and lay a charge against you might not just be an easy task.
Why did the police officer do it when a senior counsel can't do it? Because he's scared of me. A mere police officer. Whatever power I have, which I would have exercised on a senior counsel, what about an ordinary police officer? It's not true, that assertion.
Your evidence? Your evidence was that reason why all this was decided upon was to put up a show and to entertain the crowd. Is that correct?
Yes.
In both videos, on all three videos, basically that was played, can you confirm that you're moving away from the people that's actually standing in the ground towards the far right of the stage, the end of that stage?
Absolutely.
Why would you do that if you were there to entertain the crowd and put up a show?
Well, when you are about to make an act
you have to isolate yourself so that people can see what you are doing. You don't drown in the crowd. Let's take the 10th anniversary of the EFF and the FNB. If you look at that video, I move away from the leadership and I'm alone there in front, and then the stage takes me up alone. It doesn't take me with everyone because it's an act that must be performed by that actor. If we grow up watching movies and not bioscopes, we would understand how movies work.
Is it correct that the act that you're just talking about now, you said you move to the front in order so people can see you right there in the front, and the stage is now going to go up. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why didn't you do it here?
The stage is designed differently. If you look at that stage of the FNB, it has got a platform where everybody is seated, and then it has got a runaway. So you move from this crowd, you go as if you are going forward, alone on a runaway. Somewhere you stop there, in the middle of the runaway, the stage goes up. That was different stage to what you see now. Here, these ones are going to be seen on the middle of the stage, and then you will go on the side of the stage to perform the act so that the act does not get drowned by many people who are on the stage. It's a lead actor. Staring.
What's the point then of that if you have to go right to the corner of that stage where very few people could actually observe what you are about to do?
But you are not there, you don't know if very few people can see what I'm about to do. 1, 2. Your own witnesses who came here told you they had cameras which were beaming us into big screens of that stadium, on the stage and everywhere else. So you are of no authority to come here and say very few people can see me. You were not there, I was there. And I can tell you the act was carried properly the way it was designed and was viewed by the people that we were targeting in that stadium. So no few people viewed that act. Cameras, by the way, your worship, are there for that purpose. Where there is a need for an act to be zoomed into a bigger screen, people should be able to see, because ordinarily as the crowds, as many people, some will be at the far end. So even if you are to perform it right at the center of the stage, without cameras and the screens, a lot of people may not see what you're doing. That's why we've got cameras and we've got big screens. So it doesn't matter from where you are, you will be picked up, especially if this is designed to be part of the act. Everything else you see happening there is calculated. If you go and look at that stage of the EFF going up at the FNB, I dropped the mic. That mic did not disappear. Someone knew the mic is going to be dropped and is going to capture it from the ground and put it safe. Everything is well calculated and designed to be the way it was.
Where was the majority of the supporters and the people standing when you were performing that act?
In front of the stages.
Are you able to estimate how many were in front of the stage? You can make a rough estimation.
I said 20,000 yesterday.
On the video, when you actually went to go perform your act, one can count 7 people from that specific video, just from the video. I'm not talking about what's going on next to and behind.
But if this court is going to allow you to say such things, then I'm not going to answer. Because there's no 7 people who can be counted there. 7 people.
On the far right, those people that we said.
No, you're saying people in front of me, there are no 7 people there. There are a lot of people there.
On the far right, sir, on the videos is standing there where you went to go perform the specific act. What we count there, the ones that moved away are 7.
I never went to perform this there. I never. I performed this in front of the stage, and that which you see at the end of the pitch is not the front of the stage. That will be misleading to the court. I'm in front of the stage. Those people are not in front of the stage. That's why the videos are misleading. They make you see people as if they are at one place. They are not at one place. If you play this, you will see the corner of that stage. And that corner of the stage was not reaching the end of the pitch. It was in the middle of the pitch. Those people he keeps on referring to, they are almost at the fence that divides the grandstand and the pitch. They're not in front of the stage, those people. The people who are at the front of the stage are the ones I was showing your worship on the screen. Those are the people who are in front of the stage.
Why don't you just fire towards their direction as they are standing there?
It's none of your business. It's my business where I fire from. It's my event. I can even fire under the stage if you so wish. I decide how I'm going to perform it. It's none of your business. You have no business with how EFF conducts its business. As long as it's lawful and it doesn't violate any law, where do you come in? Ngana.
Mr. Malema, the only logical explanation as to why you did that is because you knew that those firearms were indeed real firearms that you've used there.
An incompetent, incoherent, inferior prosecution is what you are trying to prove here. An abuse of power. You will not win with me. This act can be performed anywhere. I can even go and perform it on the grandstand if you wish. Anyway, there's no prescription by the law. That's why I'm asking you, where do you come in? There's no law that says you must perform it here, not there, perform it there, not there. I can go anywhere I want to do this, where it will have a maximum impact, where it will not drown in the crowd, I'll still perform it. I write my own script.
Ms. Kala, can you go to the 3rd video, please? The viral one. The reason why I'm showing you both videos, I wanted to show you that in the first video, the firearm that you're using there, the handgun, gives out a muzzle flash when you were firing shots. In this video, the other rifle, the rifle that you're using there, also having a muzzle flash when you're firing it. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
You already stated that the person that handed this rifle over to you was Larry Mabunhla. Is that correct?
Yes.
Larry Mabunzla is not seen on the video how he hands over this rifle to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Accused number 2 is also visible on this video. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Was he there as one of your personal protectors?
No.
In that capacity?
No.
Your close protectors, including the SCPS, they also had rifles, and there were other rifles on this particular scene or on that stage on the night in question. Is that correct?
I don't know what they had. We had an opportunity to call them and ask them that. You didn't. I don't know what kind of weapon they were carrying. They wrote there for you, described what they had. I don't know. It's not my business.
In fact, if one has regard to the exhibit, the statements, none of them said that they had rifles. They said they were allocated rifles, but as far as I remember, because I've been to your worship, none of them say I had a rifle with me. So that's it.
So you said you don't know whether there were any other rifles except for the one that we've seen on this video footage.
Absolutely, I'm responsible for that.
I didn't hear?
I'm responsible for that one, yes.
From the time when you arrived there up to the time when you left, nobody else that you know of, or do you know of anybody that fired shots at this particular stadium apart from what we've seen here in this video?
I'm not the Holy Spirit. I won't know if there was shots fired before I arrived, shots fired a night before, shots fired after I left. I wouldn't know. But for as long as I'm concerned, this is the only act we carried out. Any other thing, I'm not responsible for it. I don't know.
So you confirmed you didn't see any of shots being fired, anybody firing shots in your presence on the night in question or during the day when you were there?
That includes me. I didn't see myself firing shots, so I didn't see anyone.
You're the only one that actually fired shots during that day until 2 o'clock when you left that stadium.
Those things of toys are called shots, you are right. I don't know how they get described.
I want to let you have a look again in this particular video.
Mm-hmm.
The shots that were fired there were 7 shots. Can you confirm that?
I don't know.
Do you want us to play it again?
Let's play it.
count it?
I'm unable to count how many shots were fired. It's a bit fast, but what fascinates me, Your Worship, is that a rifle is being fired and the people who were being shown running away no longer run away when a rifle is being fired. Because I will assume rifle would have a more powerful, more intimidating sound than the 9mm pistol. So you don't see anything like that with a rifle, which has been suggested earlier on with the 9mm. But if you say 7, I take it from you. I can't argue it.
That was also counted, this exact same number was also counted by the expert that testified yesterday. Mr. declared that it was the 7 rounds of fire.
Absolutely. He must be an expert now, as you quote him, and be an expert throughout, even in your argument that he is an expert. Accept that.
Mr. Malema, I want you to look at that video. I want you to see that once you fire the shots, during the firing of the shots, the reaction after you firing the shots, and then you also describe to me what exactly you see when you look at accused number 2 and this person that you refer to as Larry Mavuntla, and describe it as how you see it.
Your Worship, am I allowed to go? Yes. And then where I want her to pause and explain, and I can ask her to do that.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Your Worship, that's Chauke from SAPS. Yes, that one. That's Chauke from SAPS. Where's the white man? I go in there with that rifle. Who is behind me and where's the white man? The white, so in between the firing of this and handing it over, the activity is between me and Larry. Larry is this one with a jacket that has got yellow thing at the back. That's Larry Mabunda, who I have an activity with off camera. And we both come into camera with Larry Mabunda immediately after me because he has handed it over and then followed me. The white man comes after. Then, what to do? He just comes from the front. It's not in the main act, it's coming from somewhere, I don't know. That's why I tell you, because I don't know what he was doing. My activities with this guy.
I can't hear you because of
also.
the crowd. Is there any medical reason why you are wearing sunglasses in court? If not, remove it, please. Thank you.
So, accused number 2, Your Worship, just comes from the corner. I don't really know where he was. I had no activity with him at the beginning. Right at the beginning, it's me and Larry Mabunda. When I come into the camera, it's me, Larry Mabunda, after me. Because he handed it over to me off the camera. And then when I went into the camera, he's tailing behind me. When I finish, the white man comes from nowhere there to come and join us there. And then what do? You can play. Then I hand it over to Larry Mabunda. Larry Mabunda's hand is here. It's in the suite. Where is the other hand? What is it doing? So this is where
Larry Mavunda lives with the facilities.
Are you saying you handed it to Larry?
Hey, Larry. He's the one who gave it to me. I shoot. I tell. When I tell, the white man comes to me, then Larry is already there. He joins Larry.
You were not scared when you saw the white man coming?
No, I know him. I work with white people. I mean, look at my team here. So not this guy. That was way 2008. So Larry is right behind me. Me and Larry have an activities before. Me and Larry have an activities after. Then Adrian is there. Then Larry takes the thing. They both leave. Nowhere did I have any form of exchange or anything of that sort with accused number 2 on the stage, off the stage, outside the premises, anywhere where he facilitated the handing over of a gun somehow, somewhat to me.
You can go back, Mr. Malema. That firearm that the rifle that you are referring to is quite heavy. It looks identical, almost like the one, the SPA 249. Is that correct?
It's very heavy. They're toy. And if you doubt, ask Yoshi. It's very heavy.
So what you are saying that in this picture where we actually see Larry Mavunda's hand, that's the one thing that I wanted to ask you about. You only see the one hand which you having close to his mouth. The other one you are now saying basically is that you're evident that he had this particular blank firearm in his hand.
Larry Mavunda is no ordinary man. He's a highly trained police from Cat Assault Team, the second highest level in the police force. Larry Mavunda was regarded as #1 best shooter in South Africa. Guns are his things. It might be heavy to me, to your worship, to you, but not to a man who deals with these facilities. Actually, he can shoot it with one hand. You see, me, I'm carrying it with 2 hands. Larry can shoot that thing with one hand, real firearm. You can put an egg there and ask Larry to shoot it, he will shoot it.
The way I view, you are allowed to disagree with me, Mr. Malema. The way I view that video is that when accused number 2 came, he moved forward, intercepting Larry Mavunda, and he was actually the one standing just slightly before you.
How can replay it? Just replay it. Can I go back? Yeah?
Yes, please.
Larry's in front, the white man is behind. Plate. Larry's okay. At no point, stop it. At no point is the white man in between me and Larry. It's Larry before him. Even when they leave, Larry, to show that he's the one who was in front of him when they were looking at me. He didn't have to. Now, the white man who came, according to you, who came between me and Larry, didn't have to turn and push Larry away for him to be in front of us. When we turned facing that way, he was leading the way because he has always been at the back, and in between us is Larry Mavunda. At no point will you show me where the white man is between me and Larry. And he who alleges must prove it. You can stop it.
Yes.
I've stopped my part.
The way I view it is that he came slightly in front of Larry when that firearm was handed over.
You know, Your Worship, I
I must really know which case am I dealing with. He came in front of Larry. When I give a response, he slightly came in front of Larry. It keeps on changing as it goes. Which case am I answering? I've answered that at no point, and you are the one who's alleging before this court. Ask her to play and stop the way I'm doing. Let us stop where the white man slightly comes in front of Larry. I've demonstrated it. I don't know how best can I do it. We off camera, we get into the camera. It's me in the front with the firearm. Larry comes charging even much more closer. When I finish shooting, as I tell, the white man comes in. He comes closer to us, but Larry is there. Larry takes the firearm. Once the white man realizes that whatever was happening is done, he makes a U-turn and Larry follows him because Larry was ahead of him. When they turned, he was now leading the way. So show your worship where you are saying at some point he came before us. You can't do it, even with your own video that you came with. And if this is your video, you should not even be making this court to struggle. You should be saying at 1 minute, 36 seconds, stop there. Because you prepared for this case. 1 minute, 36 seconds, stop there. Then that's where you will see that the white man is between yourself and Larry. You can't demonstrate that before court. We must take it because he just says it. It's not happening.
The rifle that you are using there, is it able to discharge real ammunition and produce spent cartridges?
It doesn't discharge real ammunition. It doesn't take out spent cartridges as you say them. They are blinds. So those blinds you worship. When you shoot, that's why we can't shoot it inside here because those blinds get out. The small ones also get out. But it's not the size of what has been presented before this court. So if you have someone like here standing and then you shoot from here, if this thing throws and hits an eye, it can injure. But it's not a very big thing that you'll think if it gets out, it can cause a serious damage, but it's safer not to discharge it in a place like this.
We are in agreement that the real firearm that was tested, SPA 249, and the one that we're seeing on this video, which you claim to be a toy firearm, a blank firearm, looks identical. Is that correct?
I'm happy you're saying we're in agreement.
How would you have known that the firearm that Larry was handing over to you was indeed SPA 249 or this blank firearm that you are claiming that you've used?
We have spoken about it, and then I'm the one who placed it in his position that when the time comes, you'll hand it over to me. And I told you, he's got the highest form of training. I actually, I was wondering yesterday when your worship took the firearm from me, the accused. Ordinarily, it must go to a police officer and then go to your worship. So when it came from Larry, the officer, I knew that he won't swap it for anything real. That's how much trust I have in the South African police services.
See, it's common cause before this court that this SPA, the real firearm, was also booked out to Larry Mabundla on the day of the incident.
Charge him and ask him if it was booked to him. You should have charged him. Because, I mean, come on, prosecutor. If and Sarah does that thing for a purpose. They say when you take out the firearm in the premises, the person who received that firearm must be identified and be recorded. You go to the premises where the firearm is found. They say the firearm was released to Larry Mabundla. And then this firearm goes and do wrong things, your worship. You don't go to the person responsible for the firearm. You go look for other people. what makes the state case even worse, the police say, when we were busy at the premises, the certain Larry Mabunda brought back this firearm that is before the court now to confirm that indeed it was released in his care. While they are busy trying to collect the firearms, Larry Mabunda brings back that firearm, including a pistol, back to them. Still, that person whose record shows is the one who they released the firearm to, who the police came to give a testimony that we received this specific firearm from him. Still, that person is not charged. And tell me of justice, especially for accused number 2, who has nothing to do with this. No paper says this gun was under his care. That gun was never reported stolen. Everything is above board. If anything, my lord, Larry Mabunda cooperates with the police. He's still not an accused in this matter.
Mr. Malema, we could have been done by now with your cross-examination if you have just allowed us to. I'm going to get to that part where the police visits the premises of technical security where accused number 2 was present when they visited this.
Yes.
What happened with this firearm that's been used on this video after you fired shots?
What happened to it, meaning?
What happened to it?
Larry Mabunda took it away and went to put it wherever he put it. He can best explain that part. But when the case started, we went back to the SG of the organization to say, it looks like we've got an issue here. They reassured us that no, the thing is back in their care. And when we need it, as in when, they will hand it over to us. So it's an EFF property and did not get lost in between. It's still there. I came with it yesterday.
When the police visited the premises of technical security, the person that was present when SP249 was presented to them and the 9mm Glock was accused number 2. You've heard that evidence, is that correct?
He might have been present, but the police officer brings Larry Mabunda's name. He says, while we're still there, Larry Mabunda came with a rifle and a pistol. Please, prosecutor, you are the one who's more educated than me on these matters. This part you should not have missed. The accused number 2 was there when the first round of firearms were taken. Firearm, he says, I'm told you are looking for this firearm. He gives them a firearm and a pistol. And then that's where we are. That's how this firearm ends up in this court. The real firearm. They were given by Larry Mabunda. So, Your Worship, a gun gets issued to me. Its cartridge is found somewhere that this gun was shot somewhere. No one comes to me to say, hey man, that gun that we issued to you was apparently used somewhere unlawfully. What is your account? That's the beginning of the case. You don't do that. You don't do that. If anything, you go look for a person who has got nothing to do with what happened. Yes, I'm right here because I'm in the video. I'm seen carrying something that can be confused for a gun. But this fellow has got no reason of being.
The bottom line of the question was actually when the police visited the premises of technical security services for the first time, they were only presented with these 2 firearms, the 9mm Glock and the SP249, which they didn't want to take.
I give up. Is there in the judgment of 174, and the lawyers must come in now because this guy is misquoting what really transpired.
That's not the evidence. We're going to go back and forth. The evidence was that they came and they fetched the battery. As Janssen, I think it was about to leave, Larry Mabunza arrived. There were two guys. Arrived at these premises. They were only given these two. That is not true. This gun that is before the court was looked at a long time after the other guns were, because it was in Mabunza's possession in Johannesburg. That's the evidence of Janssen.
It's even stronger than that. If one has recalled, I read the record yesterday, is Exhibit J. It appears to be the report of Colonel Janssen, and I think it's contained in there. How the matters were handed over, and that one of the things just stated, not as a prosecutor.
Let's check the evidence then. Have we got your notes or Exhibit J, or must I adjourn and check?
Yes, also, I don't think much will turn.
Before you ask the question, you should have checked his notes, because it's an incorrect statement that he put to the witness. That's wrong.
If it's an issue, then I'm going to check. I don't like things hanging, and then I'm going to check. So you were saying, repeat so that I also get you clearly, please,
SBA249, and the Glock was presented to the police to say these are the firearms that you were. I believe this is the firearms you were looking at for a technical support services.
By who? When you have discharged a firearm, none of that sort was checked on me. None. A person in whose, your worship, if Larry took that gun and gave it to me without following the law, Larry committed a crime. He must be held accountable. That you were negligent because you left the gun in the car, and somehow Mr. Malema got hold of it and went to discharge it in public, or you gave Mr. Malema a firearm and he went to discharge it in public, or anything of that sort. It's not done. And you must tell me that's justice. Why are we starting at the end? Where is the beginning of this firearm? How does it end in the hands of Mr. Malema? How does it leave the premises of people who own this firearm?
If Larry did do that, as you now states, regardless of that fact, you should have checked before you fired that firearm if it was indeed a real firearm or a dummy or toy firearm.
I knew it was a toy. We were all together. If you have a problem of collegiality where you work, we don't have that problem. When a colleague is assigned an assignment, and this is how he's going to execute it, you have no reason, none whatsoever, to doubt that which is being presented to you. He's not just a colleague. He's a disciplined member of the force who served at the second highest level, who knows what discipline means and knows the implications of doing what you're alleging he has done. And why would he even risk it and do it in front of the police?
Yusuf, I have no further questions for this witness.
No.
I see you're being recalled as a secretary. Sorry?
I'm good to proceed.
Beautiful.
Sorry,
Then I see your client is doing that. I'm not sure if it's calling you or secretary.
Guy wants to speak to me.
Oh,
Can I just defer?
no.
The client has very valid point, Larry, but I don't think the witness before court is qualified to answer that because they pertain to a number of grounds and listings.
Okay, but you can do that in your re-exam if you wish.
Sure.
During the exam. No, you don't have the examination. So
No, I don't
you can't do it. You have to keep quietly. Thank you. Maybe you'll get a chance later. Re-exam is good.
Mr. Malema, the allegations put to you, so I need to ask you a very straightforward question. Did you discharge any live rounds out of any kind of real weapon on the night of the 28th? 28th of July?
No.
No. You were shown a video, video one. In video one, do you see yourself shooting any firearm of any kind?
No.
Do you want it?
No.
Now, on the night in question, did you have permission to have a fireworks display?
Yes.
Yeah, you watched the video one, and you specifically pointed out the South African Police Services member that you recognized there, Mr. Chaki. You confirmed that that's him, the person who made a statement to this honorable court.
Yeah, Chauke.
It's now exhibited before this court.
And Mr. Kari.
Now, you've highlighted this, but I need to just touch on it. The prosecutor read 5 individual statements of police officers to you. Do you know of any reason why they were not called to testify on behalf of the state?
I don't know why, but when you read the statements of those police officers, they don't make a case for persecution. So when you want to persecute, you ignore the facts and proceed with the hope that he will find himself in the hands of a judge who doesn't look at the law, perhaps looks at the color, perhaps look at political views, perhaps look at the irritation of a person and ignore the law and just send him to Hampal. That was the intention, that let's take our chances to arrive at the political ends. You can't falter him politically, just find something to use against him. This, I repeat, Your Worship, it was a campaign by the AfriForum. We are where we are because the NPA, without any material evidence, succumbed to the pressure of the AfriForum.
Is that you are referring to? Is that me?
No, I'm saying a judge generally. The judge in the form of the judiciary, that as you are a judge hoping.
Don't concentrate on my question, but on it.
But the point was making, Your Worship, is that as you are a judge hoping, your hope will bump into the one that doesn't look at the law and look at other things outside the law. All I'm saying is the NPA ought to have answered the question, what does the law say in this matter, and not look at who is the target of assault.
Now, in this instance, you'll remember, because you're present throughout the trial, that those 5 statements were only elicited by me in cross-examination of the investigating officer.
Absolutely.
You took issue with the contents of those statements were taken through them. None of them attribute any criminal liability to you. What is your comment in that regard?
Firstly, Your Worship will remember that when the South African Police Services members' statements were highlighted in this court by you, Your Worship was actually shocked. And that's why even in 174, the judgment says, I don't want to dwell much on this matter of SAPS. And I hope at some point the prosecution will speak much to it. I'm paraphrasing, I'm not quoting verbatim what Your Worship said. But why would people take an issue to go and collect statements in Pretoria and collect statements here in Eastern Cape of law enforcement officers and ignore them and not even bother to call them or bring those matters to the attention of Your Worship? Had you not pointed them out, this court would have made a ruling without taking into consideration that on the day in question, on the stage, there were members of the South African Police Service, VIP protection.
Now, I'm going back to the first video that you were shown, and you were shown 7 people against the boundary wall mark. The prosecutor calls it extreme right, but if you look at the screen, it was the extreme left. But you did it as it may. You were shown those 7 people with the cursor, with the pointer on the screen. What were those 7 people doing when you focused on them?
I really don't know, but if you look at those people, they are at the far end of the pitch and with reflectors. Either they are cleaners or some sort of service providers. They are ordinarily not part of the activity that is taking place. That's why they're isolated. But I said to Your Worship, because this thing is in a camera format, you're thinking everybody's at one place. And the distance between those people in front of the stage and those ones that you are pointing at is too huge. If anything, Your Worship, where those people are, between that fence and the stage, that's where the VIP marquee was. So that tent was between the stage and that side. If you look at through the entrance of that stage, if you look at it there, there is a white tent at the end there. I don't know if I can go to the screen to show Your Worship.
Yeah. Mr. Malema, have a look at this. That's the photograph of. The camera comes from
This is the stage. I am here, and then there is a tower in between me and those people. There is a tower, then there is a screen, then there is a VIP marquee tent. Where the VIP marquee tent ends is the fence that divides the pitch with the grandstand. That's where those people are. Not anywhere in the close proximity to what we are doing.
If you were to estimate that distance, how far would you say it is?
You are starting with those things of 23 meters. I don't know, but it was too far. That marquee tent was too big. It was too far.
Between where you were standing and where those people are at the fence that you see there, can you give any indication of how many people were between you and those people? Tens, 20s, hundreds, thousands.
Which people? The ones that are in front of me?
Now you see where the stage is to the blue wall, where the cursor is now. How many people were there between you and those people at the blue wall?
There were no people.
In front of you?
In front of me, there are thousands of people there. Thousands of people in front of me.
Now, could you see anybody running when you watched the video?
No, not at all. Not in front of me, not on the stage.
And even when the video plays, do all of the people go out of the screen or not?
No, but equally, let's see, no one tends to pay attention to this scary thing. These are human beings. At the end there of the stage towards me, it's a comrade called Makaula. That lady who's there, she's if I'm not wrong, you don't tell ladies' ages. She's almost 64 years old. She should ordinarily be scared by guns.
I'm going to get something more particular. Had you watched this video for half an hour before court started, would you have been able to answer the questions without playing the video in court?
Which were they not?
When you were requested this morning to go watch the video in the room, with accused number 2, would you have been able to answer the questions without the video being played in court?
No.
Bishop, that is not what you just said. You must go and watch the video in a room or whatever. I don't know why Melanie French is putting it like it was going to be a private thing. It's not accurate.
Bishop, the record will reflect. I'm not even going to take it further. I want to do, but I'm not going to leave it. Do you know why those people moved in that direction, as was pointed out by the prosecutor?
I don't know. I really don't know. Why would 7 people of thousands just run away? You are splitting hairs. That's an act of desperation.
Having watched the video, can you detect any indication of fear in those people?
Nothing.
Do you know of any person that was on the stage having been approached to make a statement to the police? The Darling Poffer,
no one,
or anybody else that's there with you, your comrades as you call them, tell you, I've been approached to make a statement to the police?
Not only Darling Poffer, I said to your worship, the guy who's leading the song is a prominent guy called Dr. Mbuiseni Ndlozi. He's a member of parliament, known for having woken up an ANC minister sleeping in parliament and called a sleepist. He's a well-known guy. Why didn't the police, with an identifiable body like that, who is a member of parliament, not approach him for a statement? Darling Poffer is there, Mam Kaula is there, member of parliament, prominent member of parliament. Mam Refilwe Mashabela is there. The deputy president of the EFF is the one who's not jumping a lot at the back, because that's him, he's like that. He's there, Floyd Shibambu. Noticeable figures, public figures. The police can't say, or the prosecutor can't say, we didn't say go and collect statement from these people because they are not recognizable. We don't know who they are. We don't know where we can find them. West, senior counsel of the bar.
Now, did any of those people ever tell you that they're too afraid to make a statement concerning this incident?
Darling Poffer went to prison for a very long time during apartheid, tortured by the apartheid government. Yes, he's a tried and tested leader of our society. Who am I to terrify Darling Poffer when he could not be terrified by apartheid? When he was being coerced and forced into training into a spy, he refused and stood firm on the principle of liberation of our people. If I intimidate people, why would I intimidate someone like that who survived prison and isolation?
You counted 20-odd shots. The expert counted between 14 and 15 shots. There was a further allegation of another 7 shots. Are you aware of any damage to any property or person arising from this incident, from all those?
None whatsoever. And I will not give an accurate number of how many shots and all of that, because really I'm trying to follow, and I can't follow with how many shots were shot and all of that. It's none of my business. But how we explain guns also, the gunshots, where we come from, you will be very scared. When you say, hey, how many rounds were shot? We're like, almost 30 foot. But the reality is that that gun might not carry that number, because our heart skips a lot when we hear gunshots. So why should I be asked to be accurate on things I know nothing about? I'm a layman when it comes to guns. I'm no expert. And the expert spoke, and I accept what the expert said.
Thank you, sir, for the question.
question for Mr. Malema.
Thank you.
While we are on the screen, just that it's been paused in my vision. So the person standing right at the entrance at the back, is it the uniformed police officer or who is the person that I'm seeing behind?
Your Worship, can I go close?
Yes. The last person.
Yes. I can't see properly, Your Worship.
I'm not sure if what I'm trying to say is it a guard or a body?
No, we didn't have guards in uniform. So the only people in uniform at the stage and at this occasion were police.
Does it appear to you as well as if it's a police officer?
I would request that we play it maybe when it rolls.
I don't know. Okay, we can play. Okay. Oh no, okay, no, I can see now. It's the posed image is a different. Yes, okay.
It's not a police officer.
Yeah, no, it's clear when you play. That's fine. As you've said yourself, you can answer as you wish, but I'll ask you to focus on the actual question. Okay. If you are saying to the court, no one turns around or runs from this scary thing that is happening, doesn't it actually defeat the purpose of the whole act and performance that you put so much detailed planning in?
These ones on the stage would ordinarily have been part of it. They know what is to follow.
No, we're speaking about the people in front of the stadium.
No, but if you look at them, they're actually celebrating. They are cheering. We can replay it. The crowd in front of the stage is cheering, is jumping.
For
the act.
Is that what you're saying?
That's what is happening, Your Worship.
Okay, so you're saying no one is running away because they are scared, they are actually joyful of what they are seeing and hearing.
Absolutely. I'm not talking about the ones that he referred to. I'm talking about these ones right in front of me on the ground.
Yes.
They are actually cheering. And if Your Worship allows, we can replay it.
No, I accept that. The issue is that it's never been said as to why we're just talking about no one is running away scared.
Oh yes, I understand.
So now I'm asking, what would the purpose of the act be then if it appears no one saw or witnessed it?
No, they're cheering, yes.
The other, when we don't have to play the 3 different videos. The song being sang during the first video, the second video, and the third video. It appears to be the same song, or am I wrong?
Yes.
The same song.
I'm not quite sure now.
I know the first one, I can't remember. It's Paso, whatever.
I can't remember, but
that was the first song.
So what happened, Yoshi?
And Macarena.
When you hear a person like he's doing, say, Dio, 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 Mama, Dio, is about to change song.
Oh, okay.
So he sings the first song, and then when he prepares us for a different song, in between enters this Dio, 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 Mama, Dio, then brings in the song.
Okay, so the first song is indeed that.
I'll ask Your Worship that we play a little bit of everything, and then I will be able to tell as to which is
what. I don't want to waste unnecessary time, but we can include it. I think I wrote the first. Oh, it says the first song. I may pronounce it incorrect, but I tried to write it. Is Unzima Pasopa Uya. What you all just said now.
Let's play it.
Let's play it. Am I there? And then it comes in Zima Macarena.
There's no Macarena.
That's why I didn't know why you were saying Macarena.
There's no Macarena.
I didn't understand.
No. None of the songs sings Macarena. Let's start with the first one. Yes. So when he does this, he's preparing a song.
What is a Macarena?
Magarela. Guerrillas.
Oh.
Gio Mama Gio. Gio Magarela. Yeah, guerrillas.
Macarena. It's funny. Okay, so we can start here.
This one, so this is a song. Yeah, now.
Now, can we listen to the song of the second video?
Second one. Yes, singing about KGB. Yeah, it sings about the KGB of the Soviet Union. It's a different song.
And this is the video where we see the, you would say, resemble rifle reflex.
Yes. Look at.
Yes, Mama Makaula.
Yeah, but no. When the shooting happens, you must pause it. Look at this. Look at the hands.
Yes.
They're cheering.
Yes. Then we can stop there. Now, it comes back to the same first question. Your argument before court was, look at the ladies on stage, they are still dancing. They are not scared. And they are not used to firearms. So, and no one is falling down. But if I get your evidence correctly, it was planned to the detail. So they should have been aware that was going to happen.
They are aware.
At which stage? At what stage it will happen. They were aware.
They are aware.
So that's why no one is getting fired.
They are aware that there's now an act which is going to happen, because if you look at the longer video you're watching, I'm singing with them.
Yes.
Then when that part comes, I move away from them. So they will ordinarily know, especially the ones on the stage, that we're about to engage in an act.
Yes, so that in the fact that they are not afraid or not familiar with it, because they knew what was
They knew, they are the leadership, they knew on the stage. But the ones who didn't know is the masses in front of the stage.
Okay. Now, was there a time arranged with
I wouldn't have that detail, but when the time comes, I get told we need to move to the other side to do what we agreed on. So there's, in our organization, there is what we call the Secretary General, who's responsible for step by step of what happens. So they know by this time we're moving this way, this time we're moving this way. Even just leaving a stage, you get told you must now go off the stage, and this is the direction we're going.
So they decide they don't need your approval as to when you will perform the maiden.
They need my opinion, but they would have designed step by step. And I said to the court, a night before we go to inspect the stage, we inspect the sound system, we inspect the venue. So that's where it now gets explained that when you come in, you're going to drop off here. When you drop off here, you're going to find officials lining up like this. Then you are going to move from this area all around the stage until you arrive at the stage. When I arrive at the stage, if we're to play that video and we have time, you must look at the Secretary General of the EFF. In all the events, when I arrive at the stage, he points a chair at which I must sit. Just a chair, you are here. That's what happens. So it's simple like this. The organization works like this. So the Secretary General organizes everything. The Treasurer General pays for everything. the president speaks about everything.
Just see if there was anything else that I wanted to clarify. Oh, maybe you can shed some light on my confusion here.
Yeah.
Because in the same breath, we were speaking about levy having been signed out the SBA 249, and in the same breath, we were speaking about the second highest ranking SAPS official.
No.
Who in fact now is he employed with tactical services?
He works for
Not
Texas, yeah, but he comes from SAPS.
Is that why?
So I'm talking about his qualifications. That is not just an employee of SAPS. He comes, of technical, He comes from SAPS. Okay. And he retired at SAPS at the counter assault team, which is the second highest unit in SAPS. After that unit is the task force.
Okay. When it was explained, it sounded I couldn't establish if he was now still at SAPS or with technical.
No.
All right. Now I take your explanation. It's very good. The issue was raised by Advocate Caesar. Whether it was done clear enough or not, and then I'm done with this question. You explained there's no need to disclose or get permission from jocks.
Jock.
For the blank file. But if I read between the lines of these questions, actually, if they were aware that the act would be performed and with what was shown to them, we would not find ourselves here today.
There's no such a requirement.
No, I fully agree there's no such a requirement at all. Do you agree it's logical that if they had known and this video went viral, they would have been aware to say it was disclosed to us?
I agree, but we committed no error by not telling them because it's not a requirement. Yes. But equally, that had it become apparent to them, they had a duty to consult with us and say, guys, there is this thing that they said happened at the stadium where we were operating together. JOG means Joint Operations Center. And we would have provided that clarity, Your Worship, to them. This is the man who was chairing our job. The last time we saw him is when we said goodbye, good work, thank you very much, bye. The second time we see him, it's here now. But we were working with you. If there was an issue, why didn't you call us? So why is the onus only being put on us, Your Worship, that had you told them, you won't be here? Had they asked, would have provided them clarity. Perhaps he would have even refused to open a case because he was told to open a case. And perhaps would have even provided this toy to him as a demonstration that there's nothing to worry about.
You shouldn't refer to the word onus. There is no such. It was a question which we could agree on or disagree on. So there's nothing that I have to ask any further.
Thank you.
Any questions based on the court's questions, Advocate Audits?
The last question about no questions.
Advocate
No questions. Thank you.
We have finalized your evidentiary.
Thank you.
Worship, that brings us to the end of the evidence on behalf of the accused number one. I formally close the case.
Is everyone going to be ready to address some minutes today?
We are reviewing.
Yes. Thank you for your
I would prefer to submit the argument compared to the argument, the number of issues which are important, as well as the number of legal issues which we have raised in our argument. I think equally.
Yes, if it was an oral argument, I'd be ready, but insofar as there's a need for written as what has been a long trial, then I'll submit written, it's all more appropriate and it will take some time to prepare.
It's up to you, but I don't recall it's.
You can start first legal residence.
Yes.
I'll second the idea of Mr. Matthews that you rather draft heads, Your Worship. But we should just put a date when we must submit that heads by a specific date.
I don't think you give a date by what? Doesn't even have to reach me before the time, as long as it reaches all of you, so you can reply on whoever it is. But you can report the matter then, because you will have to set a date now for address. As I said on the last appearance when we arranged dates, I'm not going to do so in full view of the public. I don't think it's anyone needs to know whether state the defense or myself will be on any particular day or busy with what. So for that purpose only, I will do it in chambers, but we'll give you various options so that those options can be discussed with your clients and see if it suits everybody.
Yes, I'll put it.
Do we do it at 2 o'clock or do we do it now?
Now, Your Worship, I think they want to also leave and go back.
Oh, then we can do it at 2 o'clock. I don't have a problem.
We can do it now.
No, that's why I'm saying we can do it at 2. Just give me 2 minutes for a water break and we can follow. I think that Warrant Officers Doctor or Fantech will just show you around, since they've enclosed the space here, and swap you in. I don't think they really need a swap.
All right.
This is the journey to one Africa.
Beloved continent and way forward. To my right, Honorable Peter Obi, same thing, same message. The world at large, they know that Africa's future is in the hands of our youth. So New Africa Foundation specifically requested us to come and address African youth, starting with the youth in Ghana. And from what I'm hearing, the youth had actually come from all over Africa, and some came from outside Africa, specifically to hear the message of empowerment, the message about our future, the message about the miseducation of not only our youth, but us as Africans, the message about empowering our children and letting them know that now it is the time for us to do what we must do to take our Africa back. For far too long, we have been lied to. For far too long, we have been miseducated. And so as elders, those of the ones who are sitting with me today, and many others, we understand that we have failed our youth, but we do have a responsibility to make it right. And we do know that with our little wisdom and the energy and the intelligence of our youth, together, we can take our Africa in a new direction. That is what we came here to do. And that is what New Africa Foundation has asked us to do. We do know that our leaders cannot lead us on their own. They need all of us. So the message that we were going to deliver to our youth today was the message of hope, the message of resilience, and the message that says the Africa we want can only be built by us for us. And for us to succeed at doing so, we must be united. That the African youth are Africa's future. Without them, there is no future for Africa. And as elders, we have a responsibility to share with them the truth and nothing but the truth. That is the message that we came here to deliver. That is what New Africa Foundation had requested us to do. We may not be at the convention center, but we intend to continue to preach the gospel of truth until we reach the promised land. I have no doubt in my mind that we will get there. Because Africa, the Africans, the people I like to describe as the beautiful, intelligent, sophisticated, highly adaptable, and totally indestructible human beings, the mothers and fathers of humanity, we will get to the promised land. Woo! And that's why we're here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mama Africa, Dr. Arikana, for leading the way. The most objective, fearless, and decisive mother we have known in Africa. Before we get to Prof, I'd like to go to your right. Prof, right? Okay, let's have Prof respond to this, and then we can move to your right. Professor P.
Thank you very much. My good sister, Dr. Arikana, has spoken for me, and I believe for all of us. We came here to Accra, Ghana, to share our message. It's the message of hope. It's the message that Africa needs at this time. And there is no better place in the continent of Africa to begin that message than Accra, Ghana. It is in this Accra, Ghana that the Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah, almost 67 years ago, spoke to the world and told the world that the independence of Ghana meant nothing if the continent of Africa was not free. 67 years later, we were congregating here in Accra, in the very same place where the founding fathers and mothers of Ghana congregated to share the message of hope. Invited as we were by the New Africa Foundation, with one single instruction that we have lamented for too long, agonized for too long, and the time is now to organize. That is the innocent message that we came here to deliver. And in a manner totally inexplicable to us, we are not at that venue. But is it not the wise to say, when the world serves you a lemon, ask not for an orange, make yourself lemonade? We are here, therefore, to say that the message will be alive and well. And you who are here, young and old, you are the conduit via which we are now telling the world that the journey of hope continues apace, not only within the continent of Africa, which is the mother continent, but to Africans in the diaspora. I have no doubt in my mind that there is a conspiracy of sorts by the elements that it should happen the way it has happened. So this is not an occasion for lamentation. It is an occasion for redoubling our efforts and our presence here in Accra, Ghana. My good friend, Honorable Obi, my dear sister, Dr. Rikana Chihombri Kwao. This is the occasion for which the English word serendipity was created. It is a serendipitous occasion that heralds a great future for the continent of Africa. So that looking forward, a meeting such as this will happen not only here in Accra, Ghana, but I look forward to a meeting such as this taking place in Ouagadougou, in Burkina, taking place in Dakar, in Senegal, in Nairobi, in Kenya, in Johannesburg, in South Africa, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, because this is about the continent of Africa. And we say this at a time when we know that Africa has promised to herself that we are going to make more intimate our interaction. This is why the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is headquartered here in Accra, Ghana. This Accra, Ghana is where all Africans of goodwill pay homage. Because out of this Accra, Ghana, there was a great son, the Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah. Shall be well with Accra, Ghana.
Thank you. Nobody says it with such clarity and courage. Professor PLO understands both the context and the concept, and it's upon the heritage of people like this that the new Africa will definitely be born, no doubt. Before we go to the question, I want to ask one of the most feared man in Nigeria right now, if I would say, Mr. Peter Obi.
Well, after listening to Prof and Dr., I don't know whether I still have anything to contribute to this. But to your question, our reason for coming to, let me start by thanking the New Africa Foundation for their invitation and organizing this event. And like the previous speakers have said, we might not be at the convention, but that will not stop the conversation. We only shifted venue. So the conversation continues. We're in Ghana to start a conversation about Africa. Africa for too long has suffered, and everybody knows the reason why Africa has suffered. People can try to present it in different stages. Prof speaks about it every day. Africa has been going through what it's going through because of what I always say, that it is due to one problem: leadership. It is failed leadership over the years that brought Africa where it is. I want to start a conversation because of what Dr. Arikana has said, talking to the youth of Africa. No continent in the world today has the potential of Africa. Not one. We are the second largest in terms of population and size, but our potential is far greater than even number one, because today Africa is the only continent that have a population of 1.1 billion youths, energetic, talented, ready to leave the world in different areas of the world. Africa is home to the biggest, highest amount of natural resources, from minerals to, we have 65% today of the world all cultivated arable land. So imagine what we can do. We can feed the world. We can do everything. But ironically, because of what I started with, failed leadership over the years, Africa is also home to the highest number of poor people. Out of the 700 million people in extreme poverty today, 431 million lives in Africa. Over 30% of our population. If you go to multidimensional poverty, out of 1.1 billion, over 60% is in Africa, with Congo and Nigeria leading. Today, in the surface of the world, Congo has the highest amount of natural, call it minerals, over 24 trillion. Nigeria has similar situation. You can extrapolate Congo situation to all over Africa, where they have everything, but they are producing poverty. It cannot continue with our youth. With the energy they have, they can lead the world in technology, in health, in entertainment, in everything. All they want is leadership, purposeful leadership. Africa has what is, look at its wealth, resources, shamelessly stolen and put in private pockets. It cannot continue. So we're just here to continue conversations, not about any country, anything, but talking to the youth of Africa to know that they can change the world. They can change the way things are in Africa. Africa should not be a continent where people come to beg or plead for aid. We should be contributing to aid of other people with the resources we have. And that's what Africa should be. Their own Africa should be. That's all the conversation is all about. It's about the future of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Peter Obi. And I dare say that the peace, in quote, that is enjoyed in Nigeria today, negative or positive, he's responsible for it. Because he has refused the violent way, and it's very good to say it in a place like Ghana. And some of us took to the streets. We were willing to bring Nigeria to our knees so that we can rise up again. But he seems to have an ideology, and in the little time I spent with him, I could understand that America and Europe are all built on genocide. They just wipe out the people and took. So Africa is shaping a completely new definition and dimension. Nigeria speaks 600 languages. That is I don't know even how to put it, but to manage that diversity, and it's something we will do and we can do, to share something that has never existed in the continent of the world. This is what has been given to us to do. And so I want to thank you, sir, for responding to what you said, because truly it's only leadership that can do that, and you're speaking to the people who will take that. We'll take a few more questions. This is so beautiful happening here today. Please, your name and your question.
So, my name is Kobi Che. I'm a Ghanaian blogger. So I'm very excited. First of all, I like the fact that there's no new Ghana Foundation, but it is New Africa Foundation. Now, one of our major problems we have in Africa is the illiteracy rate and the mindset of the people. As leaders, how are we going to consciously change the mindset of the people to receive the change that we all demand for, and also make sure that education will be able to go down to every African child, so that as they grow up, their mindset will change, will be able to grab the knowledge that everybody who wants power wants to appeal to. Because for instance, if I come to you and I tell you that I'm giving you sugar for you to vote for me, if you are illiterate, the probability of a person convincing you is high. But if you are literate and you know your power, I doubt people will use just mere material things
To get to you. Thank you. I think that's a very powerful question. Mama, I think you need to respond to that.
Yes, that's a very interesting question. And I need you guys to pay attention to what I'm getting ready to say. You raised a very important issue that you said, being literate or illiterate. But I'll tell you, our issues as Africans today are issues of the mind. The most dangerous African of today is an African who is colonized, educated or not. Coming from Zimbabwe, I can honestly tell you that the people who are moving Zimbabwe in terms of the awakening are the villagers. They seem to have a better understanding of what is really going on and are less likely to be sold, are less likely to sell their souls. And you must look at the people around you. Some of the most difficult people, I was called by the Africa group at the World Bank one time to address them for their annual event. And I went through all the issues and the pillars of why Africa is where Africa is. And I analyzed the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization that the 14 African former French colonies were made to sign. I thought everybody understood. But at the end of it, 2 African-born economists working for the World Bank come to me and said, "But Ambassador, why do you keep talking about the Berlin Conference? It's a thing of the past." And to my utter shock, I'd gone through the process of explaining the Berlin Conference and that it is a policy that was put in place in order to see to it that Africa and her children are forever defeated and dominated. And that as long as we have a country called Togo, as long as we have a country called Burkina Faso, as long as we have a country called Malawi, we are defeated. Intentionally so. So these 2 economists working for the World Bank are the same ones now that are being used as instruments of our own self-destruction. They're the ones that are being sent to Africa to sell policies that are detrimental to Africa's progress. So the question then becomes, what is our education doing for us? And it goes back to the miseducation. The people who are in power are the ones who are failing to stand up and challenge those who are raping us in broad daylight. Pardon my choice of words. I was once asked by one African, Ambassador, let's try to be nice to these Westerners. Let's not be too direct as we challenge them. And I did ask this brother of mine, I said, my brother, help me out. How do I tell a man who is raping me to rape me nicely? I said, help me with the language. And this was an educated professor who is advising me to be nice. How long am I going to continue to be nice? Those are the educated people who are sitting in the boardrooms and they choose to be mute. And when they are mute, while representing us, that means 1.4 billion Africans are mute. It is not the villager who is sitting at the boardroom table. It is the elite, the educated. So my son, what is our education doing to us? What have we done to undo the colonial education? I hear right here in Ghana, perfect example. There's not a single Kwame Nkrumah book that is required reading in the Ghanaian educational system. Whose problem is that? Most African countries, our educational system is still the colonial educational system. So what do you expect from the leaders that we have today if their education remains colonized? So may I say, the most dangerous person for Africa today is a colonized African. And we must challenge each and every one of us to have a serious conversation with the image in the mirror. Are you colonized? Where do you stand when it comes to the issues to do with Africa? How do you feel about the continued exploitation of Africa? How do you feel about neocolonization, imperialism? Do you even understand it? Do you even know what the Berlin Conference means when it comes to your ability to buy bread, to your ability to get a job? Can you connect the dots back to the policies that are designed to keep us where they want us to be? It is the elite, it is the educated who are refusing to challenge the status quo and speak on our behalf, educated or not. So I'd like to answer your question by saying our miseducation is what is leading us to the Africa that we are today, an Africa that cannot stand up and defend our turf with facts, with our truths. Ours is a simple issue. You see, truths and facts, these are constants that never change. All we gotta do is stand up. I like to end by saying, some of you have seen a poster. There were black men who were bending over, and there was a table on their backs. And at the bottom, it simply said, and on top, of course, sitting around the table, were white people who were feasting. And the caption simply said, all we gotta do is stand up. Why have we failed to stand up?
Thank you. Thank you. At this point, I'm going to say that while we bring this convention, this conversation, this press conference to a close, I want to demand on your wisdom, both of you, Prof, beginning from you, to look at the issues and give a closing remark. And I believe I can trust that once that is done from both of you, we can bring this to a close perfectly. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. When I, several months ago, received a phone call from a young African, Nana Freedom Bediako, inviting me and others to this conference. This is what he told me in summary. Africa needs to speak about hope to our young sons and daughters. And that hope must not be based on sentimentalism or romanticism. It must be grounded on things that can change the lives of young Africans. It must be about what we can do in order to improve our agriculture, in order to add value to our resources, in order to give meaning to the things that will change people's lives. When I arrived in Accra, Ghana, yesterday, the 6th day of January, the year 2024, that young man, Nana Bediako, took us to a room and gave a demonstration of what him and his foundation think about African solution to African problems. How we can use our human and natural resources to change our circumstances so that we can be beggars no more. We were touched. And you who are present here, you are journalists who will give the oxygen of publicity to what we are saying here today. I want to tell you that Africa will only change, and change for the better, when our young men and women embrace that spirit, the spirit of personal sacrifice for the general good. It is not a journey for the faint-hearted. In that journey, you will have many hurdles. But when you face a hurdle, use it as a ladder. In that journey, you will cross many rivers. When you cross one river, there'll be many more rivers to cross. In that journey, you may climb and will climb many mountains. And when you climb one mountain, there'll be more mountains to be climbed. And when I asked that young man, Nana Bediako, why a new dawn? He says there have been many dawns, but this is a new one, with a new meaning and a new resolve. We'll begin to leave Accra, Ghana physically, but Accra, Ghana is our true emotional and intellectual north for Pan-Africanism. We'll come here again and again. If only to energize ourselves about which is good and right for the continent of Africa. Africa will rise, and this struggle for Africa is an intergenerational struggle. The baton that we now wield will be passed from generation to generation. Nana Bediako. Go forth with your new dawn.
Go forth.
In the knowledge that fortune favors the persistent, the patient, and the vigilant. Shall be well with you.
Let's take it to Mr. Peter Obi as he gives his closing remark on this. Thank you so much, Professor. Always igniting the fire in us.
And I'll join Prof in encouraging you to persevere on what you started. Like Prof said, whatever happened today is not the ending. For me, it's the ending of the beginning. Just begin the journey. Prof has said where he wants us to take this conversation to in different parts of Africa. And I think we should do that. And I've listened to my dear sister talk about education. I've always maintained consistently the problem of Africa, like Chinua Achebe said and Prof says every day, is squarely failure of leadership. It is failure of African leaders rising up to their responsibility that is keeping Africa where Africa is today. A continent of immense hope and resources. The only way to resuscitate and keep that hope is by having competent leadership. A leadership that means well. That is the only way to make a difference. As long as we continue hiring wrongly, as long as we continue having incompetent people who don't have capacity, we will remain where we are. To change that hope for the youth is to know that it requires sacrifice and everything. We talked about education. Yes, I agree with my dear sister that on issue of a colonized, educated, whatever it is. But what are the leadership today doing in terms of investing in those critical areas? I was just talking to Dr. Morgan this evening, and I said to them, yes, it's good when people, and I can argue that with you. It's good to blame others for our problem. I don't believe in blaming anybody for my problem. I deal with the problem. We are doing this evening. In my country, this year's budget is we need, if there's anything Nigeria needs, it's human capital. Because that's what will drive our HDI. We have very low human capital. HDI, we're 158 over 180 countries measured. So we need to invest in education. But we're providing for tertiary institution scholarship, 5 billion in our budget. And we have 6 billion to build car park for legislators. Is that because of colonialism? So let's talk about our own thing. So this is where we start. We don't have a national library. As a country, the #1 country in Africa, our national library was awarded in 1995, and it's being built to today. But our legislators are providing 3 billion to buy books for their own library. This is not the issue of colonialism. It is the issue I want us to start dealing with our problem. I don't believe that at this stage, anybody is the problem of Africa except Africans themselves. And I want the youth to start dealing with the issue head on. And that's where I stand. I don't believe. I've traveled all over the world. I'm by infinite mercies of God, I've been, with my own background as a trader, passed through certain schools where I claim not being a professor, not being a doctor, but I claim to be an alumnus of some good schools. And I said to them, I don't believe there's any white man, there's any yellow man, there's any red man who is more intelligent than I am, or any African is. We are children, we can compete. Africans can compete with anybody and do better. But we need this fair leadership to give way so that we can start facing the world on the same terms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I think there's such a balance to the context of conversation tonight, if you agree with me. Mr. Bitobi, thank you so much one more time. This is very important at this juncture. Before I bring up, just for a closing remark, can you put the chair here for me? 500 years before slavery, it was Ibn Khaldun, an Arab philosopher, an archaeologist, carried many bags, who said that the Africans were less than human. 100 years later, John Knox, an English philosopher, also, and I can recount about 5 not beer parlor people, science and religious leaders from the West who pronounced before the slave trade took place. It began with a conversation. And freedom, as you come up today, and as rightly stated, there has been conversation about Africa, there has been all kinds of stuff, but I can assure you that there hasn't been anything like the conversation we've had today. There hasn't been, because there's a new energy and a new spirit in Africa, in this room, resident here. And so I know, because 3 weeks ago, as I walked through the Martin Luther King Center and looking through the history as I was talking to my mentor, that it took 82 years for the Black people to recover their voting rights. And yes, here in Africa, it took 87 years from when ANC was formed to when Mandela became president for apartheid to be killed. And yes, Julius Malema fighting for the economic right of South Africa. Africa, with this foundation and with you, freedom, we shall see a new Africa. Come on, put your hands together for freedom.
I grew up in a farmland somewhere in Ghana, in Kumasi. And I was birthed by a woman who is a spiritualist. And she raised me on a farmland. But she raised me with the fear of the Lord. And she gave me a capital. The capital was the advice she gave me. She said, son, learn how to give to the world, and the world will always come embracing you. I took those words with me. And that was the beginning of the birth of the new Africa Foundation. That wasn't the name then, but we were givers. So we have been givers for 3 decades. And it grew, and it grew, and it grew. But I thought that having a foundation was just about giving. As it was growing, I realized that it's also about being responsible for the society you belong to. And that's how today we're sitting here. 7 months ago, I decided that the greatest voices in Africa should come together and start to speak for how Africa should be governed by Africans and not foreigners and not other people who are interested in whatever resources that we have in our countries. But we should be responsible for our own human resource, and mineral resources. And the only way to do that is to industrialize our people and our minerals. So I want to use this moment to first of all thank all of you to accept this invitation. How would I have thought of myself that coming from a farmland, 6-year-old boy that didn't have anything, would one day call upon people like you, and you accept my invitation? A young man like me, and people that can birth me, people that can be my aunties, my uncles, my leaders, my presidents. But you listen to the voice of the young man, and you came here to speak to the youth and the people of Africa. They say the greatest creation, or the most pinnacle creation, is the human's mind, and it must be used for a good purpose. Africa is lacking education, but not the type of education like Doctor was talking about. The sort of education that should come from our own. How to learn about our own resources, how to know to add value to our people. When you take value away from people, you stop the economy of your own country. You stop the growth of your own country. When you add value to the people, the country starts to grow. And Africa is about to grow because we are ready to add value to humanity, to the people who are Africans. So the purpose of New Africa is not only to give you food, is not only to organize a convention for us to meet and give you knowledge, but it's also to stand up and become responsible for the social responsibilities of this continent that will build the youth. For the future of Africa is in the hands of the youth. They have more years ahead of them. And at least we have lived half through our lifetime, and some of us have even gone past that, but we thank God for giving us life. And we need to think about our children. We need to think about the youth who are coming up. So again, when I look at this opportunity, I don't take it lightly. You might call it a failure. I see it as an opportunity. Being here and being with us is 4 different leaders from 4 different sides of Africa coming to Ghana. Makes me feel that this is the headquarters of Africa. People have value for Ghana. They have value for Accra. When I was growing up, one of my favorite mentors was Kwame Nkrumah. And I had to find out the true story about him. His mother used to cross a river to go to the farm. And one day, in the river, his mother had stepped on a fish. And he pointed the fish and said, "Mama, you're standing on a fish." So the mother dipped her hand in the water, picked the fish, and they said that was illegal according to the tradition of the Nzimans. So they took the fish and Kwame Nkrumah to the palace. And the chief, the king, said, "Who found the fish?" And the woman said, "My son." And the king said to the woman, "Cook the fish for your son to eat." Now, the point that I'm trying to make is that Kwame Nkrumah was ordained. He was already ordained, and we couldn't change that. Patrice Lumumba is ordained. Dr. Arikana is ordained. Peter Obi is ordained. We need to start to respect ordination. Our leaders are ordained for a reason. Who would have thought that kid at the back of the woman one day will have the whole world talking about him, about the changes that he wanted to bring in Africa? The leaders of Africa, I would like to use this moment to urge that please look into your youth. You have the Nkrumahs in there. You have the Marcus Garveys in there. You have the Martin Luthers in there. You have great leaders in the youth. Give them the chance. Let them just help. Let them add value to the people. Let them support us. Let's support ourselves. Let's build ourselves again. And on this note, I would like to say sorry to those that couldn't participate with us in the convention. But right here, I am seeing the convention.
This is the convention.
It is the birth of the convention.
The convention.
So I would say that we probably would choose another African country one of these days and still spread the word of the convention. Because today marks a constitutional day in our country. And I believe that New Africa is born again here. And the convention has sparked from here. So I would like to encourage all of you to believe in this convention that the voices of Africa is being ignited for the right reasons. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mama. Okay.
I feel very strongly that I should make this comment. As I was coming here, I got a call from one of my African diaspora who is a Ghanaian, who actually came to Ghana from the United States because I was coming here. He said, Ambassador, I heard a rumor that the reason the event was canceled is because the young man who was sponsoring it is a millionaire, and he has political ambitions. And I said, well, that's news to me. So I felt I should address this in case some of you journalists may have heard that as well. I can tell you as clearly and plainly as I can that I never heard the conversation about him being a millionaire. I never had a conversation about him having political ambitions. The time that I've spent with him has been more to do with entrepreneurship and the possibilities. So for those who are saying we are here to support him further his political ambitions, that is a damn lie. Certainly, from my interactions with him, I don't know about whether he told Professor that. I don't know if he told my brother, Honorable Peter, that. I might want them to clearly state that, whether that conversation ever took place. But the interactions I've had with Nana Bediago have been about entrepreneurship and the possibilities of what we can do if the African youth could be empowered, and how we can raise money to support African youth so they can build the Africa that we want. That's all the conversation I've had. Anything else, I do not know. But I felt I should let all of you journalists know, because I'm sure you're going to hear the same rumor that I just heard. These are the conversations I've had with my son. And I'll tell you one more thing. When the invitation came, Professor can tell you, I didn't know my son, but I had to do homework. What got me to accept the invitation is his age and the fact that he's a youth. Because if we do not support our youth, then who is going to support them? I hired a young man one time, he said, Doctor, nobody wants to hire me because I have no experience. But how do I get experience if I don't get a job to begin with? I said, son, you're hired. I accepted an invitation from Nana, not because I knew him, but because of his age and the amazing things that he's doing at such a young age. It is that plain and simple. Anything else is a lie. I just wanted to clear that up.
I think I'll join in what she said. You're very correct. It is about her entrepreneurship. I met him again on the 4th, because Prof who invited me, and I got a call from him and he said, he's around somewhere in Lagos. Can he come and visit me? I said, no, I'll come and visit you. And he was saying about age. He said, since you're thinking about this, I'll come and visit you. And surprisingly, on arrival in Accra today, a young lady came along and said, I work with the youth and entrepreneurship. And I want you to talk or help talk about the entrepreneurship. I said, we are coming to Ghana to talk about entrepreneurship. And you just asked me a question. How do we spark entrepreneurship among the youth in Africa? I say, fight one thing, corruption. And you look at me. I say, corruption kills three things that makes a society. It kills entrepreneurship. Nobody thinks in a corrupt country because there's easy money to make or steal. It kills professionalism. So you don't have professors doing research any longer because people are stealing public money, and it kills hard work. So fight it, and you spark entrepreneurship. So it is about entrepreneurship. But let me add, there's nothing wrong if you have an ambition.
Thank you.
I'd like to say something. I was the trader. I was a banker. But I had somewhere along the line, something happened in my state where children did not go to school for 2 years. And I asked myself, why should I be making money when there's no future for these children? And that's where I'm in Nigeria today. I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria. I'm desperate to see a Nigeria that works for the future of my children, for the future of the children of Nigeria. I'm desperate to see how we can pull millions of people out of poverty in a country God bless with everything. We have vast uncultivated land in Nigeria and people are hungry. To just close and give you an example of what we're suffering in our country. A country like Netherlands, in 1 year, did export of $120 billion export of agricultural products. Netherlands without water, with water, is 43,000 square kilometers. Without water, it's 33. One state in Nigeria is more arable than Netherlands, and that state has 76.3 thousand square kilometers of land. So it's 2.5 times Netherlands. That state is occupied by criminals to date. Because that state cannot generate 1% of what the land can do with agriculture. And they have 2.5 times the size of their land, just one state. It cannot continue.
Thank you.
We must change it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I can't agree more. Thank you. Nobody should ever apologize for their desire to serve their people. Thank you.
Thank you. A mother's wisdom would always set the stage, but the courage from Mr. Peter Obi today has also, what could have been better than this conversation anywhere?
Yeah.
This is the conversation. This is the conversation. It couldn't have been better. Thank God it was cancelled. Thank God we're having it here. And we'll look back many years and we'll be able to say, thank God the conversation happened. I want to ask you to just, because this is also very tactical and very good in time and history, just a remark in response before we take this to a close. If you think this is beautiful, put your hands together. Come on. I think these responses are just completely out of the box from Dr. Arikana and Mr. Peter Obi. I mean, this is just unbelievable, but this is a conversation. Wisdom.
Thank you very much. In 21 years of my life, I have been serving a nation, working so hard just to become an example of what wealth looks like. And building wealth comes from knowledge, comes from wisdom, comes from understanding. You need to get this value from your own surroundings. I grew up partly in Ghana, partly in England, and I came back to Africa. 2001. Unlike Martin Luther, I did not have a dream. I had a vision. I started watching the youth and the streets and the roads, the rules and the regulations, the conditions and the constitutions that is stipulated and embedded on us as Africans. I had to walk on a different path, and I was alone. My investment on the roads became a landmark. And whatever I invested on this landmark is a footprint. I am here for a legacy. I am part of your historians. That I know many people want to see the true side of me. I know you know Nana Kwame Bediako, but I know you're still looking for freedom, Jacob Caesar. Yes, I am Red Christian, and I'm here. I'm not here to take your value. I'm here to add value to you. I discovered that the land that we belong to had so much wealth that until we turn it into our own, our economy will never be sustainable. And we cannot forever live in our countries with a box economy. I needed to create a middle income economy without being a part of the government. Why so? Because I believe it's part of my responsibility. I took a different path. My movements, my foundation, my groups, and all of this have acquired some wealth. But the wealth that I reinvest back into society, it has become a part of my mission to make this change. I believe that I belong to Africa. I am a son of this soil, and I can add value to humanity. And I came here to do that. I came here to add value to this world and to nature. I am not going to live here without God even being proud of me. And when I'm not here also, I want you to remember that I came. And I want my absence to be felt. And for that reason, I know you're looking for the man. But the man in the mask is sitting in front of you. I am nothing to be scared of. I came to you as your salvation. I don't invest in myself alone. I am investing in you. And truly, these innocent leaders sitting beside me, of course I will not go to them and tell them that, hey, I am a man in a mask and I want you to come to Ghana to support me to do this and this. And this man of this dignity and this woman with such power will say, yes, I'm going to follow you to come to Ghana to do your convention and all of that. No. It is part of the movement. We need to educate. We need to uplift our children. We need to voice out to them. If you are about to find out about this man in the mask, because I never spoke a word, you were looking for me. I didn't tell you whether I am into politics, whether I am an evangelist, whether I am a conventionist or a revolutionist. After this day, you will have to wait for me to share my policies and my visions with you. And if I'm the reason why the country or the government is not happy about these great voices coming to educate not only Ghana, but also Africa, then I'll take this moment to sacrifice myself, to unveil myself, because I have much respect for these great leaders beside me. It would have taken my own time to tell you that I am. But for this very moment, I am sacrificing myself to let you know that I'm that man. But I'm that man with a good purpose, with a great vision. I have a plan and I have a vision for this nation. And not only this nation, I have it for Africa too. But I know Africa is the next biggest thing, because out of all the continents that have been developed in this world, there is only one continent that is not developed. And I am sent to do that. I am not interested in people's positions. I am not interested in presidential positions. I am interested in the regions and the humans. I am interested in the countries. I am interested in the continent, the resources here, the human resources here, the great opportunities to be able to prove a point to the world that this is what we can make out of ourselves as a black society. We have been doomed and disrespected, undervalued. by everybody in the Western world. My pain is in my heart and I can't express it to you. So I let my actions speak for me. I want to thank you very much for this moment. And I want to thank greatest leaders. Your voice will never leave us as Africans. And it's the beginning of a new Africa, a new nation, a new dawn, a new mindset. Everything is new. Thank you.
Thank you. Freedom. Well, we won't take any question, but I can tell you, and I want to openly thank Mr. Peter Obi for taking a chunk of young leaders from Nigeria to come over here, including myself. You know, I can tell you that we will support you from Nigeria.
Thank you.
South Africa will support you. Different part of Africa is going to support you. Like Mr. Peter Obi says, when we find vision, we will do everything to ensure that vision is lifted in Africa. As individuals, we can be anything, anywhere. If you're talking about the latest car developed today and designed in Nigerian, is sitting there. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have all kinds of people. We've developed things that can help do anything. But the only reason keeping Africa down is that we don't have a power nation. The young man Maxwell from Zimbabwe who created, I call it Max Energy because that's his name. They sent scientists from Europe. They came and validated, yet it's almost, England is what it is because of our scientists. Israel is what it is because of our scientists. Same with America. On the strength of this man's invention, Africa should be on, but on whose shoulder? Because Nigeria is groveling. There is no power nation on which these individuals are going to sit. I want to say to you, mentors, that we see as young people, I'm standing by him to say, we see that very clearly. We own the vision. And upon this foundation, Africa will be built. Okay, rise.
This is the journey to one Africa.
Let me take this opportunity to also salute my colleagues, elected leaders of our people, members of parliament, citizens, and all professionals are here to join our brother in observing this event. It is only Africa. When you have visited, there is feasting and offering of food. Because in the absence of that, you're not properly welcome. Even when you go home, you can tell all the stories. But your wife or your mother is going to ask you, what did they give you? What did you eat? After saying everything, what did you eat? Because being offered food is the highest form of respect in our own practices as Africans. And that's why if you arrive before people have cooked, they will never allow you to leave without eating, because you are most welcome. So this gesture of this kind is highly celebrated. Prof, I can sit here and listen to colleagues the whole night, because all of them are so profound and are very clear of what we need to do. And I will never be impatient, because people have listened to me for almost an hour, 30 minutes today. So it's my turn to also listen to other people. So everything else said here is well captured, and we'll go home with it and try and implement some of the ideas expressed here.
I just want to share with you one thing about the rights, because people say democracy is rights, but we don't know what is right. The rights are not given to us by politicians. The rights are not given to us by our pastors or businessmen or anyone. You are born with the rights. The first right you are born with is a right to life. That no one, immediately you are born, can kill you. So where was the politician to give you that right? Because in a hospital, there is a nurse, there is a doctor, there's no politician there who says, from today you've got a right to life. The day you are born with the rights. And as you grow up, what are the rights? The rights is everything else that you think is right and ought to be done. And the instinct will not fail you. Because most of our people decide to suppress their instinct. That's why when someone says something wrong or someone does something wrong, without a thought process, you immediately go like, Then you like, okay, why am I disagreeing? Then you apply the thought process. But the instinct tells you there's something wrong. But because we are survivors of patronage, that some of us do not possess any skill, and we survive because of proximity to corridors of power. Even when power is wrong, we're scared to say you are wrong because we know that if power rejects us, we have nothing to offer to society. So I've been there before, and I fought with power, and I was too young when I fought with power. And I went to do my own things. I left politics. They went to fetch me because they came after me. And I said, you're coming after me, I'll come after you. I said, I'm leaving. Leave me alone. And they followed me. And then I had to come back to politics, and I attended to them. And they are victims of their own agenda to want to destroy. So you will never destroy the truth. Because whether you are sleeping, whether you are standing, whether you are sitting, the truth doesn't change its shape because you are sitting in a particular way. So it doesn't matter. Always be on the side, the good side. So the fellow fighter you gave me a beret says I said something wrong about Raila Odinga because he never took time to listen to me. So he listens to the papers and the radios and the sound bites. Because if he had listened to me, you'll hear what I said, and I can repeat it. That after the elections, Raila Odinga threatened violence on the streets. That people are going to fight, they are going to reject election results. There will be blood on the floor of Kenya. No one, even when you are robbed like my brother there, even when you are robbed literally daylight, you have no right to cause violence in the African communities because it's going to be black on black violence. Why are you let them, with the assistance of imperialism and colonialism, steal the elections, do what they want to do. Their conscience, not consciousness, their conscience, as they sleep in the palace, in the presidential guest house, their conscience will tell them they've not won. And that your conscience will tell you, you are the people's choice. And you'll go back because of how you conducted yourself when you lost the elections. The people will have more confidence in you that this is a leader with clear evidence on the wall that he was robbed. He still accepted and said, let's unite and move the country forward. I was not going to sit there and allow Kenyans to go and kill each other. And in Kenya, when there is election, every time, it must be followed by violence. That should come to an end, not only in Kenya, in the whole of Africa. We ought to be matured enough to know that the elections is not the beginning and the end. But because you are chasing selfish interest and that you think The age is not on your side. The time is not on your side. You want to steal now and you don't have another opportunity to steal. You want to go in irrespective of how many lives are going to be lost. People say, you want to be president of South Africa. You say the things you are saying. You don't want to, you can't be president of South Africa. I'm not desperate to be president of South Africa. I'm not born with an entitlement to be president of South Africa. I'm born with an entitlement to call a spade and not be pretentious, because I don't want to die many times. I'm going to die once. And I'll live everything. My life will live everything. So when you are scared to die, you must know you are equal as dead. What are you living for? Because you ought to live for your truth. It is your truth that must guide you. It is the truth that must say, now we wake up, this is what we're going to do. It's enjoyable to do what you like. But if you live a lie you don't enjoy, why can't you just sleep? Just die. In South Africa, there is what is called assisted suicide. Medical doctors can assist you to die because you're of no value. You live a lie, you are a fake. You are a fake. So don't be a fake, because if you don't owe anyone anything, don't go around taking people's monies and promising them lies. You don't go around sleeping with other people's women. You know you will have nothing to fear. You walk freely. If they want to do anything, they will kill the body and not ideas. Because the ideas are out there. So when I heard that, I was like, we don't do that. I don't know what happened. The president, Ruto, has been announced. There are processes in Kenya that can be followed to contest elections, and violence is not one of them. All right. So today, my brother says he's disappointed because of what I said about President Ruto. When you support, and I never said I support President Ruto anyway, I just said these are the outcomes, live with them, and do not engage in violence. I never said I support President Ruto. I have a duty to congratulate him if the people of Kenya said, this is our president. But President Ruto makes a presentation of who he is. He said, this is our move. And if I get elected, this is how we're going to. We're all as Pan-Africanists that we're getting some, that we're going to fight dollar, and we can't fight dollar in vacuum. It means we must come with our own alternative currency, that we're going to remove the visas, that Africa should become one, that all heads of states should not follow each other to go and listen to one head of state. Instead, let's choose 4 or 5 of us to go and represent us. Immediately after that, saying that he does the same thing himself. To involve them to all kinds of places. That he welcomes the prince, the king of England into our land as to what is the agenda of this king. No one knows. And then you take the children and grandchildren of those who were killed in Mau Mau to come and salute the killer of their parents and do a grand 21 gunfight. What is Pan-Africanism about? And by so saying, I don't hate President Ruto. I'm engaging. We ought to engage. I don't subscribe to this politics of patronizing each other, that if you love someone, you can't critique what they are doing. No, I have nothing personal against President Ruto. All I'm saying is the Pan-Africanist agenda, if put on the table and supported by Africans, we must defend it to the latter. You cannot be elected in the ticket of Pan-Africanism, and when you get into the office, you immediately turn against that. And then we Pan-Africanists must keep quiet and not say anything about it. We are not going to keep quiet. And our speaking out is not a hatred. It's about reminding our leaders of what got them where they are. So, political consciousness if you become aloof and stay in a state house, and you lose constant interaction with ordinary people on the ground and your constituents, when that political consciousness leaves you, by the way, political consciousness is a very rude visitor. When it leaves, it doesn't say goodbye. You just wake up the following day, you say other things. What happened now? But you are not aware that the political consciousness has escaped you. You start saying other things that are actually untrue. So we live in a country and in a continent in the world where social media is the thing. Where someone says, because you said this about Ruto, now you are changing because you said that about Odinga. No, it's the principle. It doesn't matter. We cannot go into violence in the name of President Odinga losing elections. He ought to be the first one himself to condemn it and say, not in my name. Yes. And we cannot have a president that is elected on the ticket of Pan-Africanism, bringing in here the anti-Pan-Africanists. The people who committed genocide in Africa, the people who continue to divide ourselves. There's no tribalism. These are the things that these people have instilled on us. You know, in South Africa, the president of South Africa comes from the smallest tribe called Venda. The smallest. He got elected president of South Africa. Why? If you are tribalist, we were supposed to be tribalist ourselves because we are one thing. There is someone who benefits out of this, who keeps on fueling it. No. You are the majority. No. You fought. No. Don't allow. There is someone who's fueling the division amongst our people. Because we are never tribalists. These people, the Maasai will tell you, travel all over the continent. Everywhere they passed in the earlier primitive society, they were never asked if they see a house and then they go in there. They were never asked, what tribe are you? Yes. We never asked each other those things. Anyone who visited our home at night, whereas a woman was going to be provided a place to sleep and be provided food, and the following day in the morning she continues a journey. Yes. Because we did not have cars, we did not have the means of transport. We walked and rested in every house we saw. We never rested in a house of a Maasai because I'm a Maasai. Yes. As long as there is humanity, I know I'll be safe. I'm not going to sleep with lions. Yes. That's how we were created. And someone comes and instills. And it doesn't mean these tribes didn't exist, but they never constituted who we are. Yes. We were always respected humanity. We survived through hunting. We survived through gathering, through different seasons. We survived through fishing. And we lived our life peacefully. So anyone who keeps on reminding us about the tribes and about which one is big and which one is small, that person is continuing the colonialist and imperialist agenda of divide and rule. We must never, and I've learned today, I'm sitting there, Prof, I'm listening. People pride themselves that there are so many political parties in Kenya, and these parties are formed on faces of individuals. It's actually an individual, it's not a party. And I'm like, but we ought to represent something. Yeah. We ought to represent something. And if we represent something, then we will come together and form a party. And as to who leads, it doesn't matter, because the ideas that we stand for will be represented by that particular individual. But if we suffer from personal desire, uncontrollable personal desire for power, will never affiliate to any other formation which is not led by myself. And through all of these divisions, Kenya will never come on it. Where there is no unity, you can forget. Nyerere spoke about it, that the future of this continent, if it's based on tribalism,
it is bound to fail. This continent, it will never succeed. So I don't remember which tribe am I. I don't even know that. I always listen to ideas. Is this idea a good idea? Can we follow it? But beneficiaries, and the poorest tried that in South Africa, by the way. They created what they called Bantustan. And then they were saying Zulus there, the Pedis there, the Tsongas there, the Vendas there, Xhosas there. They divided us by law and said we can't visit each other, and even created a passport and created borders in South Africa. When you have to visit another tribe, you ought to produce a passport. But we were able to emerge in 1994 and create one state. One of the problems which was a headache after 1994 was, how do we bring all these tribalistic states together? Because everybody has got a position in that tribalistic state. I'm a president of Venda, I'm a president of Ciskai. How all of them were brought together by Nelson Mandela, conscientize them, politicize them, that through these divisions, these people are going to rise. We must come together, first as the oppressed, not as tribes, and then take our country, and we can sort out all this problem. President Mandela, though I don't agree with him, then and now, wanted this president to be the president of the ANC in the 90s. And his argument was that President Mbeki is Xhosa and Mandela is Xhosa. And therefore, we can't have a Xhosa president leaving, succeeded by another Xhosa. So we need a different tribe so that we dilute this Xhosa Nostra. At that time, our elders had wisdom. They said, no, we need Mbeki. We're not electing Mbeki because he's Xhosa. We elect Mbeki because of his agenda of Pan-Africanism, and that Mbeki is pro-Africans. And this one you want already is captured by the Oppenheimers because he worked for them. Those elders at that time, when they were rejecting him, people thought they were wrong. Today we are proven right. The man, everything white, he worships, he loves it, he does everything for it. All the presidents that came before him, if there were 100 multimillionaires in South Africa, under all those presidents, yes, undone all of that work, there will be 10 millionaires if we are lucky to find them, black millionaires. There will be 10 multi-millionaires in South Africa, 10 if we are lucky to find them, under his leadership. When he took over our country, white people took out all blacks who were in their companies and said, we don't need you now. We've got the president under our pocket. As a result, it's very rare to find a black man with money, and any black man with money, they go after you. They destroy that person completely. We are 97% population of Africans in South Africa, but own 4% of the land. And the less than 8% of the population owns 86% of the land, of the mines, of the banks, of the monopoly industries, and anything that reflects wealth. You speak against that, you are a rebel, you are controversial, you are all manner of names, you must be silenced. That's the crime I've committed in South Africa. And I didn't do anything, I just said, but the economy of South Africa must reflect the demographics of South Africa. If there are so many Africans, that same percentage must be found in the land, in the banks, in the mines, in everything. That why is the economy not looking like the parliament of South Africa? Because in parliament you've got these minorities, they are there, these whites, but they are not more than this majority. But when it comes to the economy, it's something opposite. That truth, they don't want to hear. No one wants to listen to that truth. My last point is on Palestine. Palestinians
are what the Mau Maus were. If you are a descendant of the Mau Maus and you know what the Mau Maus have gone through, you won't fold your hands and allow what is happening to Palestinians. The people occupy their land and then expand. When you speak, you are a terrorist.
Yeah.
We were called that ourselves in our own country. We know it. Where at night we sleeping like this, so young, male police walk into our houses, strip naked our parents, our mothers in front of us. And when you see mothers being chased out of houses in Gaza, carrying their children, those memories come back. That this is what we survived. And if we survived this, with the help of the international community, Ambassador, with the help that you engaged in, if we are here today, having survived that, it means the Palestinians can also survive it. They don't need anything. They just need us to stand up and say, you cannot destroy humanity in front of our eyes. Doesn't matter the difference. Now, my brother, President Ruto, with the young parliamentarians who's supposed to speak truth to power. Because young parliamentarians must never be scared of anything. Even if they deal with you now, you've got time on your side. You are right. They don't have time. Anyway, they are going. Leave them. Agenda 20, Africa, Agenda 2060. You just look at them like, where will they be? Who will be there? But you cannot have a president who says, I'm with Israel.
No.
And then as a young parliamentarian, you say, what do you mean by that? That you are with people who bomb hospitals? That you are with people who bomb a refugee camp? That even with even if the president of Hamas ran into that refugee camp, that's the end of it. There's nothing you can do. You ought to find other means and ways to go and take him out of that refugee camp. You can't do anything. If he runs into a hospital, you cannot bomb a hospital. No. Because these children, these weak people, these pregnant women, just march into a hospital, they don't know there is a president of Hamas there, and then they get bombarded. And then we must be told, no, don't say anything. We not say the Jews must be killed, pregnant women, Jewish women must be killed, and children. No. Our problem is with the state of Israel.
Yes.
That is a clear and even the extreme of what we have experienced in South Africa. So here you have a president that you love so much, and then say something like that, and you don't say, but Chief, you are even now in a much more better position. You have a right not to say anything. Or you can say something that no one can hear. Then that thing is called diplomatic language. You can just stand up and speak, and when you finish, no one hears what you say. But for you, a Pan-Africanist, to stand up and say, I'm with Israel. When you are, to be a Pan-Africanist means you are on the side of the oppressed. Because Pan-Africanism is necessitated by the oppression that Africans suffer in the diaspora, here in the continent, and in all our countries, everywhere else where they are found. One comrade was telling me when they were in China, a Chinese child just came to me and said, why are you dating? Why are you dating? Because they're like, that's how we're being viewed. As dirty, as inferior, as people who have got no capacity to contribute anything, right? So where people are treated like the same way you are treated, your revolutionary consciousness must kick in, that human beings must never be treated this way, because we're being treated like that. And someone said I was attacking President Ruto, and I'm like, I'm not attacking him, I disagree with him. On Palestinian question, I disagree. And vehemently, I disagree with him. President Ruto's stance cannot be the same stance as that old man of America who can't even walk. Who has that dementia, he forgets the door he used to come in. When he goes out, he doesn't know which door he used to go to come in. And then Ruto speaks and Biden speaks, you can't hear the difference. There ought to be a difference between Biden and President Ruto. That the president of the dejected and the rejected masses of our people is now speaking. He can love all these Jewish friends. We've got Jewish friends ourselves. My lawyers are Jewish. And I tell them on their face that I do not agree with what Palestine is doing. I mean, with what Israel is doing to Palestine. Yeah. And if they want to walk away, they are free. But I'm not going to allow a situation where I must be patronized because I must not speak for the Palestinians because Palestinians cannot do anything. My last point is that the Palestinian question is guided by the principle of help those who cannot do anything for you if the help is genuine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This is the journey to one Africa.
Julius Malema, leader of the EFF, thank you so much for making time for us. Thank you for coming in.
Relevant. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Relevant. I want to start off with something that a lot of people, and I'll say including myself, have just been wondering about. How have you been since Floyd Shivambu left? Because I think it's one thing to lose a comrade, but it's another to actually lose someone you had considered a brother. And I wonder if that kind of relationship still exists. But I'll start there. How are you doing?
No, well, I'm doing very well. The leadership of the EFF remains intact. Although his departure was painful, but I got some sense of relief. I don't know why. It was as if I've put down some heavy load. So it's not always that bad things will always produce bad results. Perhaps at times they do produce very good results. So we're fine. We're rocking.
You're rocking. Is that as the EFF? What about you and him? Is there an opportunity?
No. I don't have anything to do with him.
No friendship anymore.
No. I don't. What brought us together was a common purpose. We met in the trenches. We didn't meet in a club. We didn't meet at church. We didn't fall into love with each other at the university in the same class. What brought us together was sharing the common agenda for the revolution. And once we start seeing things together, differently, what brought together no longer exists, and there's no need for me to be having any kind of relationship.
Yeah. One of the things that I think, and I think a lot of people saw this when you addressed the press briefing with him when he was announcing that he's leaving. And a lot of people said, oh, you can just see how sad Julius is. We've never really seen him like that. And you guys were so collegial in the way you addressed this matter. You were very professional. You were very mature in how you handled it. And then a few days later, you addressed the ground forces and I felt you were going hard on him, where you said you have been betrayed. What happened between that moment and the time when you addressed the ground forces? Because it seems like something happened, because then the messaging changed.
No. The messaging remained the same. There's a different posture you take when you're in a press conference, like when I'm talking to you now. And when I go to speak in a rally or in a political talk cannot be like some boring history lecture in a lecture room. My responsibility, amongst other things, is to agitate and to instill confidence on the ground forces and say to them, we're still rocking the boat, we're in charge, let's move forward. So there should be a difference between the press conference and the ground forces event. But there's nothing that really is different from what we said. I said to you then, and I might have said it in an emphatic manner at the ground forces rally. I said to you at the press conference that I wouldn't have expected that from a brother. And once I say that, a word for that is betrayal. So if whether I put it in that way or in this way, it's the same. But it's water under the bridge now. Nothing of us depend on his existence. No. We are doing much better now without him.
Yeah. One of the things you said at the press briefing was that this is not allowed even in the EFF constitution, but if he decides that he wants to come back to the EFF, you are going to make an exception for him. Is that offer still on the table? That was a demonstration of me not having anything against him as a person. But the EFF has got a constitution. It has got its own membership. It has heard what I said, and it will decide at that moment if that moment presents itself. But I was simply saying, I've got nothing against this guy. I've not done anything to this guy. And even if he calls on me tomorrow, I'll show up, because I will not have some hangovers but this guy, when he left, this is what happened. No. And that's what I was saying. But we're all governed by the constitution of the EFF, which says if you leave the EFF, you are not allowed to come back. And the leadership of the EFF at a CCT meeting, one after another, they said to me, hey, my guy, we heard you, but not here. So they said, no, not here. You can forgive each other there, but not here. The constitution of this organization applies. And I ought to respect that, because I've expressed my views, and the leadership said, hell no. Are you not concerned about how that comes across? Because from what you're saying, this is a decision that you took unilaterally, right? About making an exception, even though the constitution that doesn't allow, without speaking to the leadership. Do you not think you should have at least discussed it with the leadership and said, hey guys, this guy wants to leave, but because he is, as you've said before, the brainchild of this organization, what do you guys think of this? Because you are a leadership collective. I would imagine Julius Malema himself can't just make exceptions about the constitution of the EFF. Well, a person leaves a day or a night before. We meet, work out the strategy on how we're going to navigate this with him. And the following day, we handle it, professionally in a very good manner, the way you are saying. For the first time, I hear you speaking so well about EFF that you did something professional and in an acceptable manner. So in between that, there is no time for consultation of the highest decision-making body in between the conferences. I'm its president. I should make pronouncement in between, because leadership must be provided. But when that leadership meets, it has to rectify what I said. It's the same as the CCT, the Central Command Team. It will take a decision and then goes to a National People's Assembly in December. And then we arrive there, they say, no, that decision was wrong. This is what the leadership should do going forward, or should have done, and therefore we're not accepting this resolution. So we've got our bosses, as it were, but it doesn't mean that I'm confronted with a challenge now, and I have to protect this organization, which I did to the best of my ability. And that's why it's still standing today. Yeah. I have to say, as we wrap up on Floyd, one of the things that particularly surprised me about your posture when you're addressing the ground forces is when you told them to go and check who owns Channel 405 and what relations they've had with, people like Floyd Shivambu, people that have left. And I just thought that is so below the belt. And I know you've said in the past that when we are in politics, we mustn't be personal. So don't involve my family. Don't involve my personal relationships. Attack me as a politician. And I just felt, and I could be wrong, I'm interested to hear your view here, if you think you addressed and dealt with that matter correctly, because you basically exposed him about his past relations with someone who owns Channel 405. Do you think that was the right way to deal with it, especially after you guys agreed that they're not going to be personal attacks?
Well, I'm happy you know who owns 405. I don't know. I'm happy you know personal relations of people. I don't know. Do not involve me in the bedrooms that have nothing to do with me. I've never said that. And let me reassure, I'm not a coward. If I wanted to say something, I will say it. So I didn't say that. So I'm not responsible for your interpretation. I'm responsible for what I say. And I did not say that. I don't know who owns 405. Go and check the ownership of the 405. Check its posture against the EFF. The same as 403. It has been under scrutiny now as to who owns it and why is it a propaganda machinery for the GNU. Now we're going to be told, no, you are below belt because there is a person who owns a 403 and he had a relationship with Steinhazen in the municipality of eThekwini. I don't know that. But I'm just saying you check its ownership, then you check what is the agenda driven by this station. And that will tell you why the poster they've taken. I mean, we are not shocked by the SABC. I mean, SABC has been very hard on us and pro the other formations, as long as it's not EFF, especially with the question that you are asking me now about this guy who have left the EFF. If you check the relationship of some of the board members of the SABC and look at the SABC's posture, then you will understand why the SABC is taking the posture is taking. So you ought to know every existing material evidence that will give you direction of where we're going. So, and we've always spoken, even in his presence, about the ownership of 405. And we've always doubted that that which they say owns 405 is actually not true. So I don't know. At least today we are getting some answer from you about ownership. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to clarify that, because that's at least in my interpretation, which is why I wanted you to at least explain it. Because when you said go check who owns 405 and the relations they've had with the people who have passed, but I'll take your explanation. Do you still expect people to leave and follow Floyd? Because you said that was one of your. You said you must expect that fighters, that some people are going to leave and follow him. Do you still think there's some... Yeah. They're there and we're looking at them and they think that we don't know. You know, there comes a season in politics where these things happen. And then you must not be overwhelmed by a season. It's like those people who spend all their money on Christmas Day because it's a festive season. So there's that kind of season which is taking place now. We ought to hold tight and make sure that we remain unshaken. They're there. It doesn't matter what they say from their mouth. It doesn't matter what song they sing. All we know factually is that these people have engaged in a double parking. So the constitution of the EFF says, speak good and defend the organization, both in private and in public. And then you go speak very bad about the organization in private and then plot its leadership. You know, what is holding some of them is the coming NPA, that they should blackmail us into electing them. And if we don't, they're going to leave. But they are long gone and will not be hurt by that. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter. So you can say this, but in actual fact, you're engaged in shenanigans that seeks to undermine the unity of organization and go and praise a leader of another party in an internal meeting of the EFF and still believe that those comrades and fighters will view you as one of their own.
Yeah.
So sometimes it helps the unity and the image of the organization not to engage in the expulsion of people. You just allow them to self-destruct. And that way you gain an upper hand. That nobody didn't expel them. They left on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah, which they will do.
Yeah, and that brings me then into the People's Assembly, because you're mentioning something about the threat that some of them are making, that maybe if they don't get elected, then they're going to somehow use some influences to try and bargain for positions. Are you expecting the People's Assembly in December to be a bruising contest for the EFF?
Not where I'm in charge. I'm in charge now. And I'm going to make sure that I defend the unity of this organization and its existence. I do not care of any critique that will come because it's disappointed from EFF that emerges united in Nazareth. EFF is not going to die in Nazareth. We're going to a conference, we're going to account, we're going to elect leadership. We are one of the few organizations that do that. And even when we try to protect that internal democratic process, we're still called dictators. But people say they will never go to conference. People say, yeah, they appoint leaders. No one tells them anything. They get praised everywhere. EFF is the only one that gets told, no, you can't do this. We're going to do what we think it is in the interest of the EFF, and we don't care who says what. We care about the branches of the EFF now. Yes, this is the period where we must defend our movement and not listen to our detractors. We have to defend the EFF. And the bad thing with the constitution of the EFF, and like any other constitution, it doesn't deal with the period of infiltration. What happens when the organization faces infiltration? The organization has got its own president. And the good thing with our president is that he's a founder of this organization. And where there is an absence of constitutional provision on how to deal with this, the president must intervene, and the president will intervene.
Yeah. What is your relationship now with Mbuyiseni Ndlozi? I'm sure you've seen the suggestions people have been making since you addressed the ground forces, when you said some of the leaders are quiet and some of their partners have liked tweets, and you know about the Twitter detectives who've gone and found some of the tweets that were liked by the partner of Mbuyiseni Ndlozi. Were you referring to him when you were making that statement? And what's your current relationship with him now?
Our relationship has always been an organizational and political relationship, and it remains like that. And I've not seen anything untoward, because even in Parliament, where we meet the most, we're working together. We meet almost every Monday, especially now with the preparations of the NPA. He's there, he's given tasks, he executes those tasks to the best of his ability. Nothing has suggested that there should be some sour relations between me and Dr. Ndlozi. But you ought to be aware that when we speak in the political event, people will always try to align the messaging with certain individuals. So meaning they will try to give it a face, even if there is no face, and then try to drive a wedge. And where you find the weak leadership, they go separate ways. But they are leaders who in the EFF, and they know themselves. And for the sake of the unity of our organization, we shouldn't be speaking about their names, who have kept quiet.
Including
and have
Mbuyiseni Ndlozi. I mean, Mbuyiseni Ndlozi has not said anything about Floyd since he left, between Floyd leaving and you addressing the ground forces.
He has said something, unless you're saying he didn't say it to you, the media people. If you asked him, if anyone asked him, I've never heard him being asked about that.
On Twitter?
But
because you said there are certain leaders who are busy tweeting, who always tweet, but now they're quiet.
His choice. I mean, I'm happy you are able to see that he has not tweeted. I have not been checking that. So all I'm saying is that he has expressed himself about this matter. To me, he has expressed himself internally in the organization, and he's writing his own history. Everybody writes his own history.
But you said to me earlier on that the EFF expects its leadership to defend this organization, not just internally, but publicly as well. He hasn't done that.
He has done that.
Publicly.
He has done that. He has been at the occasions where the organization ought to be defended, and he defended the organization.
Even on the issue of Floyd?
Well, I've not heard him say anything about the issue of Floyd, but the Constitution does not say on Floyd, defend the EFF internally and externally. It says the organization has to be defended both in private and in public. So if he has chosen not to say anything on Floyd, it doesn't mean he has not defended the organization. Where he gets an opportunity, which he does very well in Parliament, he defends the integrity and the image of the EFF.
Yeah. The Mail and Guardian reported earlier this month that there are some EFF provincial leaders that are calling for the party's constitutional change to abolish the deputy positions. Is that something that you think can work well in the organization?
Well, that suggestion came to me, but I've never been in an organization where there's no deputy president. So I'm very reluctant to do or agree with things that I don't know. So some people were saying to me, we need to establish the union, trade union, but we can't establish two organizations at the same time, because now I've never been in a union. So if there are comrades who are going to establish a union, and we can see it's a genuine union, it's not someone trying to resolve this issue of unemployment by forming a union, we'll support that. I've not listened to a real political persuasion as to why we should abolish the issue of deputy president, because you are irritated by what Floyd did. That is not objective. So you can't make rules based on Floyd for future leaders of the EFF who have not done anything wrong to the EFF. So you can be angry now with Floyd and be angry with whatever that he was occupying, and then say, no, he must go with everything. No. It's what irritated you now, but it can be a long-term solution. What happens if Julius Malema is unable to discharge this responsibility tomorrow? It means we're going to kill each other on that evening, because there is no one who the Constitution then immediately mandate that where the president is incapable of discharging his responsibilities, you have to come in. So that creates a room for serious contestation and potential split in the organization if the Constitution does not resolve what needs to happen going into the future. Deputy president is not succession. Being deputy president does not mean you're going to be president. Being deputy secretary general does not mean you're going to be secretary general. So you deputize in the absence of those you are deputizing. You are not even an assistant. You're not an assistant president. You are a deputy.
You've got your own responsibilities. And
you get assigned certain things. You don't interfere with what your principal is responsible for.
And in terms of succession in the organization, and I know names are being bandied around now. Some people feel Mbuyiseni Ndlozi should contest Secretary General, the position of Deputy President. What confidence do you have in the current leadership and the possibility that they may return, including yourself as it is? Are you more open to, as a Democratic Party, obviously you allow anybody to contest positions. I just want to get your thoughts on the current leadership and the possibility of them returning, being re-elected, and also some of the names that are being mentioned to occupy the position of leadership in the EFF.
I think they all qualify. If it's the names that you have given to me now, the current leadership of the EFF is well capable. Our Secretary General is at the center of what we are going through now as an organization in defense of the EFF. He has been steering the ship. He has been ensuring that these branch meetings, regional meetings, and eventually provincial meetings take place in an orderly and disciplined manner, and they do take place, that the administration of it is proper. And where he has been called upon to defend our organization, he has never been ashamed, not for a day, for associating with us. So why would I have a problem with the Secretary General of the EFF? They can remove him if they want to, but if they come to ask me, I will express my view, that I don't agree with that view. And you know, tribalists work in different ways. The fact that now the threat comes from MK, they now want to assume that every Zulu is a threat, and that includes our Secretary General, who has not for a single moment, not for a day, you know, demonstrate that he belongs to a certain tribe or push ethnic politics or tribalistic politics. At times, we even forget and speak to each other in our home tongue. And remember later that, no man, this comrade, you can see that he's lost. Like this comrade Ghana, he doesn't know this language. And then he does the same because we don't see tribe amongst ourselves. And therefore, Marshall is not going to be destroyed on the basis that there is a party that comes from or is strong. No, it comes from there anyway. It comes from KZN. And therefore, because Marshall is from KZN, he must be killed. I must also be killed. Marshall is even in a much better position. This party that you are saying comes from KZN, got 45% in KZN. I come from a province where the ANC got 73%. So if we're using that, I must be the first one to be shot down before you go to Marshall.
Yeah, well, and I'm glad you're expressing your view about the Secretary General position. What about the Deputy President position?
There's no Deputy President. He left. Yeah, so I've got nothing to do with
Free
that.
for all.
So it has always been like the position of the president. You know, Clement, you guys make a terrible mistake, and that's why you don't critique with the rest of these people, and then you do that with us. In the EFF, if you talk succession, I'm going to finish reading my political report and organizational report, treasurer's report. We are done. Then electoral commission comes and say, guys, thank you for your service for the past 5 years. You can now step down. We get removed from the stage to go and sit with delegates there. In between that period and the nomination, there is no president of the EFF.
Ordinary members only.
We're just ordinary members there. Can you say that about Mapantiti? Can you say that about Action SA? Can you say that about the rest of these people?
Action SA hasn't had a conference yet.
And MK says, hey, don't even try those things here. But they are the darlings of everyone. Malema is going to be told, you must now step down so that nominations can take place. That weight, none of these parties have ever had. Yet, they are not dictators. They are not called all sorts of names, which we accept because we represent a direct opposite agenda of what the establishment is actually looking for.
Yeah, and I won't speak for the rest of the media, but for this show, we did criticize. In fact, my comment a week ago was about parties that are not even planning to have and I referenced the EFF as the best example because you were founded in 2013, 2014 already. You had an elective conference. You indicated that branches that didn't get 10% of the vote share won't be allowed to participate at the conference. Just please expand more on that.
So when you go to a conference, you say a branch in good standing will be 100 members who have paid up their membership fee, who are registered voters. And that branch should go and elect the branch leadership. If it doesn't have a branch leadership, if it does have a branch leadership, then it will nominate a delegate. So it's a criteria which it is left to us as the leadership of the EFF. So you look at those branches that have 100, the BGAs, BPAs, and then you say one delegate, and then you use a zebra approach, and you say, can't we come up with a criteria where we reward hardworking? So then we say, okay, you are a branch of the EFF, it's okay, but you don't qualify to go to a conference. Because a requirement of a branch for you to be recognized as a branch is not that you must go to a conference. No, you can be a good branch in good standing, but you're not hardworking. And therefore, all the hardworking branches which received 10% and above will go to the NPA. And then they should have 100 members in good standing and all of that. And they must try 2 times if they fail the first time. To have a BGA or BPA where you elect a delegate, if you fail the first attempt, you must succeed on the second attempt. Why? A hard-working branch can't fail to convene a coordinating meeting to elect a delegate. If it is a legitimate membership, if it is a hard-working branch, it means there is an existing leadership there. That's why we're putting all kinds of criteria to ensure that we've got genuine delegates to the conference of the EFF, because conferences are a point of infiltration. The infiltrators perform very well when you go to the conference. So you ought to put mechanisms in place to make sure that you've got the best at our conference. So our conference is going to be a leadership forum. It's going to be a conference of the best of the EFF in the whole of South Africa, who would have met the difficult test and went through the eye of a needle.
Yeah, speaking of a difficult test, I remember at the last conference you spoke about the need to build a private school in Alex. Remember that?
Yes.
And you had said to the delegates, if we don't do that and we fail to do that in the next 5 years, then we're useless. You must vote us out. Have you been able to do that?
We bought a land. We couldn't find a land in Alexander. We bought a land in Magaliesberg. We were hit by COVID for 2 years in our term. We're not allowed to do anything. We came back. Now, when we came back from COVID, our plans have been stuck at the Mogale City Municipality. So I can't construct a school without approvals, which I needed to do in that 2 years. Do the drawings, do the approvals. How do I do that? But the land is there. And that, I didn't say this for the South Africa. We were saying this for the membership of the EFF. We are going back in December as leaders who are not scared to give back that feedback. This is who we are. This is where we started the process. This is where we are. The incapacity of the ANC municipalities and the racism of Magalies, which objected to us building a school there, is what we are dealing with. We are at the tail end. And the good thing is that in that conference, we're even going to present the 3D of the school and possibly the approvals of that school. So the political will has always been there. There were stumbling blocks here and there. We will overcome them. And there will be a school, and that school will be called Winnie Mandela Combined School.
All right. We're going to take a quick ad break. When we come back, we still have issues to discuss around the party's electoral performance, the role of the EFF as an official, as the opposition party, particularly there in parliament, how they're holding. Well, the MK party, no. MK party is the official opposition. You're no longer the second biggest party or third. So all that coming up. Also, his views on the GNU. But please send us your WhatsApp voice notes with some questions. I'll get to them when we return. Stay with us here on Face the Nation. Welcome back. We're in conversation with the founder and leader of the EFF, Julius Malema. I've been asking you to send some questions if you have any. So I'll start with some questions that came through via X. Lane says, the question to Julius, how must people trust the EFF when its prominent leaders are leaving the party for other opposition parties? What is it that the EFF is not doing right that makes its best leaders to leave? I'll get you to respond to that, Mr. Malema, before I go to the next question.
Well, what is it that the EFF has changed from its formation until now? That which you have been voting for, and now they've changed and said they are no longer following that policy. They are following a certain policy. Therefore, we have to change. We have to support political parties as political parties with policy position on matters. You can put DA policy on education here, put EFF policy on education here, and then the rest of these others, you can put their policies anyway. So it's unfortunate if people are going to follow individuals. There's nothing we can do about that. The ANC suffered the same blow when people decided to follow an individual. So with the EFF, it was not individual. It was a policy conference that adopted the founding manifesto. And that's what you should trust in. And the constitution of the EFF. All of them are still intact. EFF on any issue that it was founded on. If you voted for it in 2019 and in 2014, that issue is still there.
Yeah. All right, that was the first tweet that came through. There are other tweets as well. Lehasa says, Lochani Batu Beketu, can you please ask Mr. Malema if he's ready to change open border policy, because it's alleged that the open border policy destroyed his party. That's a message there from Legasa. This is one of the questions that I have around the issue of immigration and how you think you have addressed it. Because when I told people you're coming on the show and I said, what issue do you want me to raise with Julius Malema? A lot of them said, please get his thoughts on the issue around immigration and whether he thinks the messaging has been correct over the years. What is your view on that?
My brother, in 2014, I was told to change land expropriation without compensation because the messaging is not right. They will always find something to attack you. They split hairs. And when I stood firm on land expropriation without compensation, they were even doing campaigns, giving people title deeds. They say, people want title deed. This person is going to take your land and all of that. All of a sudden, it has changed. It's no longer about the land. This open border policy was there in 2014, was there in 2019, but it didn't work. What else can we find to attack them? Whether me and you like it or not, there are no borders in South Africa. That is just something written for formality on the founding manifesto of the EFF. There are no borders, my brother. I can tell you, it's like we behave like a mad person who has got a shack and a yard. He's given a stand with a shack. He goes and put a gate where there's no fence. You put a gate. When you go to Mqimbi, where Yamalopo, ukia gate here like a lock, yet you don't have a fence. When you come back and unlock that gate and open, your neighbor is looking at you, it's like, what is this? Gate and Mackenzie was running all over Limpopo River, saying he's chasing Zimbabweans who are crossing into South Africa, almost eaten by crocodiles for doing that. But the foolish him, he didn't know. He was proving what I'm saying correct, that there is no fence. So what open border are you talking about, which is not happening now, which is going to happen after the EFF takes over government? These Africans have always been here. If you doubt, there is a language called Fanaka law. It was formed long before the arrival of the EFF. Why? The migrant laborers met. They couldn't communicate amongst themselves when they were building South African economy. It was built by Zambians, it was built by Mozambicans, it was built by Zimbabweans, it was built by South Africans who could not communicate amongst themselves. They formed a language, Fanaka law. Where was the EFF when these migrant laborers were here? I'm just saying, we must not find ourselves behind time. The EFF is being punished for being ahead of the times. We say things now, you guys come to appreciate them extremely late because we're too far in thinking. So, and these Africans, when you needed them, They were there for you. The frontline states were there. People got killed in Lesotho. People got killed in Mozambique. People got killed in Swaziland, in Botswana, because they were expected to have been the terrorists, your liberators, your liberation, a movement were alleged to have headquarters in those places. Some says, don't tell us about Nigerians. You even got next Nigerians gave money for operation. From the civil servants of Nigeria, much were deducted from them to support the liberation of South Africa. So today we are in a comfortable place. We don't want them. The EFF agrees that we don't want undocumented people in South Africa. How can we South Africans get ID and then welcome people who are not undocumented? People be documented so that any doing happen, for whatever you're looking to find your location. So we need a way. They are here already. You got them in Linda. With our state money, we are saying medicine. We pay, we take them back. They come back the following day, next week.
So what would be your
solution is let's go and document these people.
So don't deport them, find a way to formalize them.
We need to document them, because whether you like it or not, my brother, they are here. You know what they do in December? They hand themselves over in Lindela so that they can go and eat Christmas at home